Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a sore. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out to finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I say by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I say by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanna know there's beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I say by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot sit at the Oculus case. They sippin' only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need to beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. future is now, not backing down. 'Cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to APAC North. Very happy for you to join us, and we hope that we're all sitting pretty on your second monitor as you're working away your day. Hello, and welcome to the Analyst Desk. I'm Fnatic, your host. With me are two beautiful lads, and I hope you'll put us in big side of the screen just so you can see the beauty put on stage here for us. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, Milosh.
Good morning, Ollie.
Good morning, Milosh.
How are you guys doing today?
Feels like school, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Good morning,
Just
Mr.
taking the
Milosh.
Ollie, you present? Morning, Milosh. Fresh, you present? Morning,
Yeah.
Milosh.
To be fair, my missus always tells me before going to work, play nice with your friends, which is fair enough.
That's lovely.
Yeah, very nice.
Then again, I got to walk with you to school, to work. It is a kindergarten here sometimes, and that's mostly on the post show. But here we have a few things to talk about in our pre-show, and want to set the stage here because we're starting Playday 5. There's only 4 more Playdays after, or sorry, 2 more Playdays after this one. It's all in my head. 9 Playdays for EUL. So it really is crunch time. If you're not just behind in the top 4 now, your chances of actually making it are very low. We'll have a detail on that in just a bit. But to start it off, we did this in the EUL a couple days ago, which is to talk about the map preferences, especially comparing them to Stage 2, because there's been some changes in meta, but not a lot. But preferences do change quite a bit between teams.
Yeah, I think so. So we've got a couple of graphics just to run through Stage 2 and 3, what the performance on each map has been. And this is for APAC North. So Stage 2, this graphic that we will see, is through all of APAC North last stage. So as you can see, there's a lot of the kind of usual suspects. But what I would point out realistically is the win rate on the attack. Pretty much every map, maybe apart from Oregon and that one game on theme, pretty attacker-sided.
This is almost like the maths lesson to kick things off. We've done the
Yeah.
register, and now we're into the maths
9
lesson.
a.m. maths. This is
Yeah.
exactly what you
And
want.
this is what everyone loves. I know that, Jack, that was probably your favourite, wasn't
Physics
it?
was for me.
Exactly, very attacker weighted, and obviously, as you say there, we've got the anomaly in the one theme park game. Not a great sample size for that. Surprised to see not a lot of cafe played. No cafe at all inside of Stage 2, but really usual suspects there. I mean, 64% attack on Clubhouse. It's impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And I think if we go through to the next graphic for Stage 3, this is where the big talking points are going to come through. Because start looking at some of those win rates on the attack. Just dipping below that 50% mark, you're seeing Cafe going from least played all the way through to most played. 49%, 41% for Club. All right, 52 for Villa, 50 for Border. But Villa are on there twice. But anyway, Bank, all the maps looking pretty defender-sided. Apart from that one anomaly again in theme park.
Yeah, and this time it's almost flipped the other way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quite a low attacking win rate there for Bank as well, 37%. We often think about Bank as, yeah, it's a difficult map to attack, but usually as an attacker, you've got a lot of options, and it's very dependent on the bans as to how those games play out. But it really seems as though defense are catching up here in Stage 3.
There's always a question of, are there too many options? And that's potentially why Skyscraper has kind of been put by the wayside, be it in EUL or in APAC North, because there really are sometimes too many options to choose from. It's like, you go to a restaurant, you go to a supermarket, and suddenly the same thing that you wanted to get, there's like 24 different types of it. I know maybe some Americans are watching right now. What would happen if you lost one of your 72 Oreo flavors? Other cookies exist in the world, by the way, we just have to put the caveat. That would ruin your day, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if I only had 71 other flavors to choose from, it would ruin my day.
I don't know what to do with myself. I think it'd be horrendous.
I know what you do with yourself. But moving on then from our map head-to-head, I want to look back at our previous Playday. We had 4 best-of-1 series, and here's how they went. Our match of the day was Sandbox versus Talon, unexpectedly getting quite tight. Sandbox getting away 7-5 with all 3 points. But before that, DWG KIA went up against Reject, and that was a massive surprise. You thought we already loved Reject as much as we did. Reject beat DWG KIA 7-4. That was a massive upset. But then again, they're the 2 teams that came up from CL just 1 year separate. So beautiful story to see. Fnatic versus Spear, 7-4 for Fnatic as they continue their role here in APAC North, and 7-3 for Cyclops versus Fav. A quick one to round out our day. So quite simple, I guess, in our schedule. But before we talk about the rankings and all that it entails, because there's quite a bit to talk about. If you missed the action, here's what it looked like in day 4. And now we toss it.
Week 4 in APAC got underway as we witnessed the rise of Reject continue, with them taking a surprising win against DWG KIA, who just didn't seem to be on form. Not to take anything away from the Reject performance though, Salty and Take with a combined 29 kills absolutely dominated the Korean team, leaving Reject to take all 3 points. Next up, we saw the nearly but not quite feeling continue for Talon as we see them get close to big results but never quite get them over the line. They faced off against Sandbox, who had a good team performance on Villa but certainly gave Talon opportunities to get in and take rounds. It was a close run affair, 7-5 in the end, but Sandbox keep fighting for the major spot with a full 3 points. Our third game of the day saw Fnatic take on the sometimes unpredictable Spear Gaming, and it certainly looks like that new Fnatic roster is really starting to settle. Mag getting back up to speed with 2 big clutch moments as well as 4 plants led the Fnatic team to a good 7-4 victory to keep them in the hunt for one of those major spots. Playday 4 finished with a masterclass from Ayagator and Cyclops Gaming. They faced off against Fav, and it was definitely a one-sided affair. 17 kills for Ayagator propelled Cyclops to a comfortable 7-3 victory, which leaves them unbeaten in the stage and still sitting pretty at the top of the table.
And that was all the action from Playday number 4. A lot, if you've been watching that Fnatic game. Mag himself really was just a wonder. And then we got Alligator just after. Honestly, 2 big performances, probably the top 2 of that Playday, if I were to wager myself. But our rankings, here is what they look like after said Playday. And they look like this. Cyclops at the top with 11 points, 9 points for Sandbox, 8 points for Fnatic, 7 for Reject, 6 for DWG, 3 for Talon and Spear, and 1 for Fav Gaming. A reminder, those EWL viewers out there, you'll know what I mean. The top 4 in EWL make it to the major. However, in APAC North, it is only the top 2 that qualify. There's no more playoffs where there's 4 teams from APAC North and 4 from South, and then they play together in a bracket to determine the teams that make it through. No. Top 2 of APAC North, top 2 of APAC South. Simple as that. And that's a lot now on teams to handle because DWG KIA are not at the top. Reject are fighting for Fnatic are fighting. There's a lot of things that are being thrown around in here, Jack, are they not?
Yeah. It's been a... Sorry about that. It's been a long time coming for APAC North where we've got all the way down to 5th. Pretty much being competitive up there for the top 2 in terms of trying to get those major spots. We've got a very competitive Fnatic, competitive Reject, and I'm personally all about it.
But I know you were in stage 2, but Ollie, if we were to compare stage 2 and 3 for these teams, I think there would be some surprises, would there not be? If only we had some graphical support to help us.
It could be time for a bit of a history lesson, couldn't it?
Whoa.
Maybe we move from maths into a bit of history. This is going to be the rankings from Stage 2. So anybody that was familiar with Stage 2 or familiar with APAC North in general will know that DWG KIA are a bit of a powerhouse inside of this region. And this graphic demonstrates that quite nicely. This is exactly the same point in Stage 2 as well. So day 4, we are comparing like for like. DWG KIA were in 1st place. They have since dropped to 5th, which is devastating considering how dominant they were. They are now only on 6 points as opposed to 12 points at this time last stage. Everything else is somewhat similar in where teams are vying for. Another team to draw attention to would be Fnatic, who previously inside of stage 2 were in 6th and are now in 3rd. So they've improved drastically. And it's nice to see how one-sided things were inside of stage 2 versus how sort of open things are now here in stage 3, comparing like for like at the same point. But the biggest talking point for this really is that DWG KIA roster. They haven't performed up to expectation, and I think it's surprised a lot of people.
I think this time last stage was around about where they, maybe I'd say almost hit the peak, because obviously they went, played Berlin, played G8, didn't really just do well at all.
Yep.
And have continued that, that decline, unfortunately for them. They've tried Yas in and out. it seems to have somewhat worked. It seems to somewhat have recovered the season, but they've still got a massive uphill task this stage.
Yeah, it is a lot, and that match against Reject, it might decide their whole fate. Who knows? Because as things are not slowing down for Fnatic, and for Cyclops also are fighting at the top, Sandbox as well. There's a lot of variables that still can hit us in the next few play days. But now the second question is, who can make it to the major? Major in Sweden, we know it's happening. It's been announced a few days ago, so...
I still can't say it.
What?
Jönköping?
Yeah, that was good.
That was good.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
I'm not Swedish, so I can't exactly say how it's supposed to be done. Call Fabian.
I've been on a lot of YouTube videos, and it's just not... I don't know. There's lots of different pronunciations.
There you go. Sweden is a very diverse place. But let's take a look at those chances. And big thank you to the people that make these graphics happen, Spurbuni and Wrath. You'll find them down below. And how are we supposed to read this, Jack?
So this graphic is... We've actually changed how the graphic looks these stages, and I think it's a really good change. So it's split out by the matches that will happen today. You see Fnatic going up against Sandbox, and then what happens is, obviously on the Fnatic Sandbox, the left side is a regulation win for Fnatic, and the right side is a regulation win for Sandbox. So it's defined on what happens today. So the fixtures, obviously, for today, Fnatic going up against Sandbox. Whoever wins that game is going to put themselves in that box seat for the second place spot behind CAG. Reject, if they win today, put themselves at a 33% chance to go to the major, get that second spot. It does rely on Fnatic or Sandbox. Whoever wins out of those two, slipping up in the next couple of play days. Fav, you can see it there in big bold text. Spurbuni did not hold back, cannot qualify. DWG KIA, 24% chance, even if they get full 3 points today. And then we go all the way to CAG and Spear. Spear look like they're obviously away. You probably won't qualify. But CAG, they look like they're going to be going. You'd expect them to pick up a full 3 points today. Would give them a 90% chance. Not statistically there, but for all intents and purposes, CAG would be, there or thereabouts.
I think one of the things that this graphic is great at is illustrating what's going to happen based off today, but also it doesn't take into account the games that come after this Playday, because we know that 3 of the top teams in Fnatic, CAG and Sandbox are all going into a bit of a Royal Rumble over the next couple of weeks. They all play each other at some point in 5, 6 and 7, whereas some of the other teams have got slightly easier games. So it's really going to continue to go right down to the wire.
And then moving on from Jönköping to Invitational. That's the big one. That's going to be the big talking point once teams are really locked in for the major for us here, and we'll talk about it at the major, or whoever will be there, to be honest, we'll be talking about it. But specifically, it's major and SI all put together. Cyclops high up in the 81, Sandbox at 42, and then things kind of drop off. It doesn't seem like there's too much of a shot for many APAC teams to make it to SI.
So there's a couple of reasons for this, but basically APAC has sent different teams to the 2 preceding majors before this, to Charlotte and to Berlin, which splits the SI points across multiple teams. Cyclops have been the one consistent in that they've picked up SI points in every stage. So if they go to the major, they will pick up more SI points, and that puts them in a really good shot at going to SI on points alone. For the rest of the teams, where they've only picked up SI points in one stage, it's not looking too good. For example, Fnatic not picked up any so far. That's why they're down at 2%, or not picked up many, should I say. And even DWG KIA, one major, and look at that, 11%, because they obviously got groups in Berlin as well. So it's how the major points in the rankings intertwine with the SI points and who qualifies that.
It's about being, I say, consistent, not just in your region, but also internationally.
Consistency is the key. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that one of our wonderful casters, Ace of Pyrite, was billing. There is actually in the podcast a clip of Tim saying that DWG KIA are going to win Berlin. They're going to win the major. So if anyone wants to dig that out, it'd probably be a good sign.
Didn't they say that Rogue were going to get knocked out in quarters too?
I've no idea, but I just remember. I remember
in the podcast.
I think so.
There was a lot.
They had a
lot of rubbish talks in that podcast. But yeah, Tim even said you can clip it at the time. So maybe just go and find that, because it doesn't even look like
he's been saying that since the moment DWG KIA joined it. Come on, we're used to it at this point. But here's kind of that was, I guess, a crash course into here's what the numbers look like. It's her stats class now after finishing history, right? So that's something to look forward to, and hopefully you've clipped and took that to post it on the subreddit, because Hap is waiting to get the karma himself. So if you want it, time to get it right now. Though, moving on to our schedule of today before we talk about our match of the day, which happens to be Fnatic versus Sandbox. Our first game, a lot on the line for this. If Fnatic were to win, this would upset everything in APAC North and give them a big shot to make it to the Sweden Major. DWG KIA versus Fav Gaming's second matchup, Reject versus Talon, and finally Spear versus Cyclops. And I would like to focus on that match today for the next few minutes before we start things off and really talk about these two squads and what they have to offer. Fnatic, Jack, they are back on the road.
And it's been a long time coming, Milos.
Yep.
You know, I joined the talent lineup for EUL APAC North this time last year. And back then I was saying Fnatic are long overdue to be at the top of the table. And it's been about another year of woe since then. They've pretty much, you know, they've struggled, they've changed rosters, they've brought in a Japanese roster, they've changed that back out, and now they're finally looking good.
And Sandbox on the other side, Ollie, it seems like they also have big plans for themselves. They have more hope, I guess, to go back to another major.
Absolutely. I think that Sandbox are in a really good position at the moment. And I think if you're going to compare performances maybe from last week, you would look at Sandbox and you would say that they're maybe the more complete outfit based on the siege that they played. Fnatic's game was really exciting, but it was almost exciting for the wrong reasons. It was very clutchy.
We've actually got head-to-head between the two players because we talk about these rosters in terms of they're quite legacy rosters, but we actually wanted to highlight two of the newer players on this roster, on these rosters. Chubisu obviously quite new into Fnatic in terms of when they picked up the Guts Gaming, brought Chubisu in as well, and then Good Boy, his long-awaited debut in terms of this competitive year. Both actually currently in the league. I know Chubisu's EPS is, you know, teetering on 100, but they're both very, very important to their rosters playing in that front line position.
Yeah, and I mean, Good Boy, his stats really speak for themselves there. You can see that he quite outclasses Chibisu there in a couple, and you know, you've just got to look at rating, KD, entry, and cost, and Good Boy is in the conversation. He's somewhere in that top 5 every single time, and he's rubbing shoulders with the likes of, you know, Black Ray from CAG and stuff like that, who is having an absolute standout season so far. So yeah, good comparison here, and you know, for Good Boy to come in, and I think he's plus 24 at the minute. Yeah, it's just incredible.
So Jack, I want to ask you about this because we don't have a lot of time left. Did you predict some maps that we would have for the series?
I did.
This is on the spot.
I did. So from my graph, so this is a complete statistical prediction, I had Theme Park and Border. Both are like top 2, top 3 preference for both teams. Obviously, Fnatic went to Theme Park last week. So if I was to make a prediction on the spot right now, it would be Theme Park or Border.
All right, then I'm looking forward to sticking you on that. Honestly, if you'll be right, I know you'll parade yourself around it, so there you go. Anyways, very quickly, our predictions for today before we wrap up our pre-show. Here's what it looks like. Pretty split on the first game, but then all down the line because today might be an easier day. Hey, who knows? If there's an upset, that's going to be even more worrying for the teams that end up being upset today. Though moving on from our predictions that are, of course, the most important graphic of this entire pre-show is, hey, if you want to watch all of our VODs, then don't you worry about it. You can go on R6 Esports VODs YouTube channel, or if you're watching on YouTube, hello. You can go on the homepage of R6 Esports and you'll find it right on there, linked as a playlist. Though it is time for us to kick off our match. Gentlemen, thank you very much, but we'll be seeing us in just a moment. That was a shoe that was just flung across our studio, as you just saw at the bottom there. Wonder who that was. It's our pet hamster here in APAC North. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's game number 1, Fnatic versus Sandbox.
yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must've got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 9 saves. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Fnatic versus Sandbox is about to begin. There's our match of the day to kick it off, and it's a very important game. That's why it's the match of the day, right? That's how it works. Welcome back, I'm Melish. With me are Fresh and Ollie, and we are ready for this game. Now, we preface things for Fnatic versus Sandbox. We'll keep talking about them, but now more in detail. Jack, Fnatic have a shot for the first time in what feels like forever since they knocked you out.
Yes.
You were ready for that.
Oh, we was talking about that this morning, Milosh, and you had to bring it up.
Yeah, of course. But since they knocked you out,
Yep.
Mag specifically, a player that's now back on the team, been able to carry them and the entire team forward into a spot where they could feasibly take the top 2.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a journey. If you want to look all the way back since 2020,
They sucked.
Yeah, they did, but they
did.
faced a lot of external factors as well. You know, playing on high ping from Australia, not being able to move to Japan, etc., etc. They're finally in Japan. Doesn't look like the roster they intended on going to Japan with in 2020. Completely different, but they're there, and they're finally starting to work through some of those issues. And actually, if you look at how they finished last season and started this season, the last 3 months have been like really good for Fnatic. They finally turned that massive corner. They're looking very good inside of this stage, and you know, there's a little part of me that is like, I kind of want them to do it. Because the expectations of the fans, of the roster, of the organisation, is that this team should be at international events, and it's long overdue.
It really is. I think my only concern for Fnatic is that they are going into tougher games now. They have had a slightly easier start to the stage in their opponents that they've been going up against, especially when you consider that DWG KIA is not the team that it used to be, at least in stage 2. So we know that Fnatic are now going to start getting pushed, and I think this is the start of them getting pushed and pressured, and it's how they're going to react under that pressure. Last week would have been a very different story had we not seen MAG have probably a bit of a life game. I think it would be fair to call it that.
So today versus Sandbox is even more important. Next Playday, Fnatic will be playing Talon, and that might be considered an easier game.
Yeah.
However, just to follow up on your point, Fnatic versus Cyclops is the first game of the last Playday, which that actually could determine everything. And then you think about DWG KIA versus Sandbox, the final game of the stage. That could also determine the second place team. If CAG continue on the run, which who knows if that's going to happen. Maybe Spear can put a dampener on those hopes. But let's look at Fnatic's opponents, Sandbox, on the other side. Their life here in the second half of the stage is not going to get any easier, Ollie, but this is a team that's proved to us that they can make it to majors. It's just now the next step after that.
Exactly, and it's about finding that consistency. You know, you need to be able to make it to multiple majors and to be able to place at those majors as well. Sandbox have done fantastically so far inside of stage 3, albeit they are coming into a run of, you know, tougher games, as it were, given that they're going up against Fnatic this week and CAG next week. But for me, they are a much more well-rounded roster. You know, you look at some of the players that they've got, and they have a much wider spread in those 5 categories that we tend to take a bit of a look at, whether it KD, cost, entry, rating, and things like that. There's a lot of players that are going to be in and around that conversation. Envy Taylor, good couple of clutches in there. Sile as well, fantastic, devastating on the entry. And we've already spoken about Good Boy. I mean, just look at that, 136 EPS.
And then you've only got Arakaze and Static as well. The one thing that I will say for Sandbox is they kind of remind me, if I'm going to compare this to a European team, they kind of remind me of BDS, where they are absolutely quality, and I'm not doubting that for a minute. But I don't really think they've massively got going this stage, which I think they've kind of been lucky with their luck of the draw of the fixtures of the teams that they played. I think had they come up against a CAG or a Fnatic or a DK earlier on this stage, they might have had a couple more losses than they already do. So I'm looking for them still to raise it up a couple of levels.
So can you remind us of what maps you were expecting?
I was expecting it was Theme Park or Border.
There you go. Let's see what map is on for this series. It's Theme Park. There you go. Bank being banned out, Border just before. So pretty good. Can we get a round of applause for Jack? You're applauding yourself. That's very good.
I was applauding myself.
Yeah, that's...
I'll bow down to myself.
Thank you very much. He's doing a Brendan Fraser impression here. There it is. Theme Park, 1 out here. Sandbox starting off on the attacking side. Fnatic have opted for defense. But Theme Park, from what we've seen earlier on today, it seems like it doesn't really matter where you're starting, because it's 1 time played and 64% attack rate.
Not a very well played map, is it?
Yeah.
You know, it's a map that these two teams have obviously saved for such an occasion. And again, you know, we talk about the attacker win rate on there and stuff. It's a little bit skewed, so we haven't seen all too much Theme Park. Of course, it was last week that we saw
Fnatic that played
Fnatic play Theme Park and MAG have an absolute live game. So it's probably a good idea from Sandbox to take, you know, Fnatic to that map, because there were blatant holes in what Fnatic were trying to do last week.
Especially on their defense.
Especially on the defense. And if MAG hadn't been there, you know, he got a massive clutch in round number 1. I think he got another clutch in round number 3.
I believe so.
Unbelievable stuff. He got a handful of plants as well. So a lot of pressure on today.
The one thing that I will say is Fnatic had struggled with attacks through stage 2. It's one thing that me and Fabian did not stop talking about. But their attacks on Theme Park last week was a pleasure to watch. So I think if they can emulate that and shore up any holes that they had in their defense, then it could be good signs for Fnatic.
Who's got to show up on defense for Fnatic? You can't keep relying on MAG.
No, you can't.
Probably Chibi. I think, you know, we highlighted Chibi in the head-to-head. Chibi and Choppy have been doing okay, and they've had their moments, but I think it's about finding that consistency. That's the key word in all of this, is consistency. If they find that little bit of consistency, it shouldn't ever rely on MAG getting those clutches. It should be the front line that wins you the games. So I think that's what Fnatic will be looking for.
The Sandbox have the intel from last week. That's a massive boon for them, Ollie. But is there anything else that stands out that they can play to their advantage?
I think that Sandbox just need to go in and focus on their own game, not really get too drawn into that sort of counter play style. You know, we often talk about teams that will go and try and, you know, really counter and almost get tunnel visioned in what they're trying to do. I think you could go and just play a very standard theme park against Fnatic, and you would see good results based on the flaws that we saw last week in their defenses. So realistically for Sandbox, just go and keep running through those motions and try and put a lot of pressure on early doors. Sandbox
actually played theme park twice in Berlin, up against FaZe and G2, so two pretty good teams.
Tough, yeah.
They lost both of them. Not too badly though. 5-7 against FaZe, 6-8 against G2.
Pretty good.
Struggled to attack, but they were very, very good on the defense. So I'm kind of looking at this game as well. Fnatic struggled to defend, Sandbox struggled to attack. So that half's going to be a bit hit and miss. But then Fnatic love to defend. Fnatic love to attack. Sandbox love to defend. So that half is going to be great.
Fnatic love to attack. I never thought I'd be hearing that, but here we are. Ollie Fresh, thank you very much. Had a slight delay, but everything is ready to go. Sandbox versus Fnatic is in. We got Hapanam. Take you through it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And as we are about to get into the game, there is a lot at stake because the winner can continue their chase and the loser is probably going to cut themselves out of that top 2 position.
It's spicy. It's a very spicy day. Today we find ourselves finally cooking towards teams being locked in. NAL have story done together. Things have otherwise fell into place in other places and it's starting to form. But here, with only 2 teams escaping the danger and the precipice of failure, who will be the success story?
And not just that, there's also less Playdays to try and get your points at. So every game weighs even more heavy than it would in NAL or the European League, for example. And that is something to keep in mind as well. Currently, Sandbox is in 2nd place. Fnatic is chasing in 3rd. These are the 2 teams that have the best opportunity of becoming the 2nd team to find themselves in a good spot for a major qualification. First, of course, Cyclops, who's currently 3 points away from almost everybody else in the league. They have a win to spare before they would be finding themselves in some trouble. And these 2 teams are trying to battle it out to find out who the 2nd team will be in a bit of safety.
Bye, Nook.
Yeah, we've seen it happen in the European League quite successfully on a map like Theme Park, so not going to see any play here as of now. Twitch to be removed as well. I kind of understand, especially Throne Room. If you're not going to go for any impact, you want to get those Twitch drones in. We also saw how effective they can be in quickly taking care of some ADSs and grenades to follow afterwards. Yazami is also not something you will wonder too much about, of course, with the landscaping she can do. And we have one more band to go.
That is how it goes.
That's how it works. Mirror.
It's a mirror. Yeah, it's a fair enough set of removals here. It's pretty standard, pretty straightforward. I think one of the things that we sort of have expectations for here is Sandbox. They should be in a bit of control here. The true test, if we're finding ourselves on a sort of 3-3-half, 4-2-half Fnatic, they got a bit of a drive depending on how they're winning it. We know Mag can, and has played off a couple of big clutches on the previous Playday. From the side of Fnatic, I think we need a bit of early control because Sandbox are a team, they'll set up control, they'll take a really good balance of control, and then suddenly you find yourself knocked to the wayside.
Yeah, for sure. And both these teams also know, you know, they know the other team, they will respect them as well, and they realize what is at stake. So it's to some extent a decisive game if you look at the end of the stage and end of the year, because we are nearing that point as well. And that means that neither of these 2 teams wants to make any mistakes. But when you try and play carefully, that's often why or how small mistakes do start to slip in. So it really will be who's taking that first charge, who's taking control of that map on the first very get-go, and maintains that through potential timeouts that come in as well. But we're in Throne Room first. It is going to be the bottom floor. It is quite difficult to attack. We do see the extension into barrels, though, with the rotation that has been made, which gives the defenders a bit more freedom of rotating back. We have to be careful that the attacking team, which is Sandbox in this case, doesn't instantly take control of barrels. And Charles opening up that window might indicate that they're looking to go for it.
Well, a bit of a stretch here under the control. As I said, it was something where we really need to see how Fnatic's defense stacks itself up with the performance that was here previously against obviously other Korean team. Spear Arakaze. He's leaning in with the first bout of pressure towards Chibisu, playing around the top of Dragon, seeing how much time they can sort of pull out of the approach here. You want to waste as much of this sandbox setup as possible, trying to force them into being caught on the opposite end, which is where Good Boy's got himself set up. Early throw of the grenade, bounced around the corner, maybe debate a bit of a play with this. C4 cooked and ready, primed underneath. As soon as they think the entrance has slipped it through onto Cafe, will they get the call?
Definitely have been spotted out by a drone, so Sandbox should be aware of the fact that the C4 had been pulled. The boys chasing down that drone now, but decides better off it. Goes for a rotate around as Envy will find that first kill. As Lily removed off the board. Gonna try and find a second right here. Walks right into his gunfight here, and that is Chibisu gone as well.
Had the expectation there, the Ash of Envy Taylor. It's not the most common sight seen from this roster, but it's a successful one in terms of the lead-in. Choppy is at least able to get a bite back there, gain some control back over Dragon Door. You can see they've still got the stretch, but you're looking at just over a minute. Another Fnatic player falls. Isle is able to take care of Mag. There's Ramu with a huge swing round. Almost doesn't get the full connection there. Does get picked up as that, but there's Choppy with a bit of a response. So 2 versus 1, just over a minute, 10 seconds. Took pretty much everybody out of the engagement. Static slipped one way. They're going to the opposite side of split as well. Static's going to see if he can try and stick it. Shiles watching the rotate through. Choppy can't quite get the stretch in the range with the C4. Doesn't know the plant's going down, a post plant. And he's stuck on the wrong side of a door. Swings through, pre-fires the top of the angle. A little bit too sharp. He knows they're either side, and he doesn't really have the time to go for a proper rotate. He wants to force just one of these engagements out. If he can just get lucky once, then suddenly he can turn this around. There's nothing that's being handed to him by the guns of Sandbox either side, tucked behind the throne itself, sort of baiting on the door. Choppy suffers a bit more, but not really much you can do there.
He had a great round, we have to say. Managed to pick up some important kills for the team of Fnatic, but lost side control. And at that moment in time, when there's one either side of your one door, there's nothing he could do at that moment. You walk in, you will be shot at from 2 different angles at the same time. You gotta hope, as you said, you find a lucky headshot on one so you can challenge the other. But none of that was meant to go through. So Sandbox, they will win their first attacking round instantly onto Armory Throne. We mentioned it before, it is quite a difficult site to attack, but as Fnatic was being picked apart bit by bit. And was Sandbox. They managed to take control, and no one really had to worry about Choppy, who was playing around that site. So, different site choice now coming up. We are headed a floor up from where we just were, which is the Bunker Daycare. Extension into Initiation probably will not be as wide as Initiation would be into Bunker Daycare, if that will be the bomb site. This one will revolve more around the arcade balcony and maybe making sure you can hold on to Cafe and Break Room, as those, of course, are quite pivotal points of the attacks if they do manage to get in there.
5 seconds left.
All right, Sandbox, you're off to a good start here. But as I said, the test is on Fnatic's clutch capabilities. They're able to pull themselves the even half and then really put the pace onto the side of the attack on their previous showing here, but it did boil down to some sort of clutch moments on the end and a fantastic performance from Mag throughout the day. Is it lessons learned though? I guess that's always the danger of doubling down on a map, is just how much Sandbox might have been able to sort of piece apart from the compatriots that played you the other day to see what otherwise you can get from this. And you know, it's not the sort of most common showing from the side of Sandbox, who unfortunately found themselves drifting around Bank for a couple of weeks.
And found themselves in Theme Park, looking to sit themselves in. For now, it will be first place, but of course, Cyclops still plays. And it seems like the attack will be coming down from the cache side and from the monitors, headed in towards Initiation and the office. A bit of a split, of course, on the other side of the map as well, with the RC Roteros taking care of some utility hatches for now, but will potentially expand later on. But Child below, having 2 grenades in pocket, is looking to find one of these heads, looking through one of that vertical situations that have been created. That grenade gets pulled. That should have been heard, but that bounces right on him. Lily just barely lives.
They're still trying to fight the angle, though, and put as much of themselves into it as possible. Gun can do a lot of damage from the right place, and Shile's well aware of it, so he's going to pull himself back, try and go for a slightly alternate take here. They've still got a lot of work left to do elsewhere. They're pre-firing everywhere, and they've got an Amaru underneath a hatch, but really it's going to make a lot of noise, so a lot of noise has to be made elsewhere. They might assume that it's the window. The hatch could be the surprise factor here. He's hoping he gets a freebie before he follows up with anything else dangerous, but this is now the start of the danger. The man with the glasses will have himself focused up. They're ready and ripped and torn and go. They're up. They're going to go for the swing. They missed the first player, though. Well watched by Mag. He had that caught out. Lily gets one on the top of the stairs and one more for good measure. Arcade Stairs is falling into their favor. MV Taylor a little bit late to the party, and everybody else has already left. He hops out of the window, realized things haven't quite made the connection there on the quick attempt, and has to go for a very long rebuild.
Yeah, it's not going to be continuing down through the break room there. It has been spotted out by Camera 1 and Camera 2. Both have been taken care of, but they know exactly where it's going to be coming from now. 40 seconds. This is more of a timeout as well, you know, having a bit of an opportunity to talk whilst MV Taylor is looking to, well, try his best to make something happen, but the time running lower and lower with every second that passes. There's still 4 members of Fnatic he needs to find, and they're all around him in the meantime already. On the side vault, one onto the back of the cafe door. He's going to be trying to pepper in some bullets just every now and then, but won't be connecting as of yet. And as we find ourselves at only 10 seconds left, it is fair to say that Fnatic will be taking this round home and will be equalizing that scoreline up on the top floor. Well read when the Candelas came out. It's often the call sign of, hey, the push is coming through right now. Mag watching the hatch is crucial as well, because that would have been just the knife in the back of the defense that could have ripped them apart.
That was it. That was the weight of the audio. It was a well put together push there, but they just had an awareness of Fnatic. They had themselves locked in. They knew where they wanted to go, whether they thought that there'd be one less person inside the site. If, you know, they'd swung right instead of left, then at least they might have been able to put some bullets into a shotgun that was otherwise firing at you. Sandbox went for a take, and the take was red. There's sort of no two ways about that. And it's something where we can find ourselves back into a bit of a balance here. And back, rotating our way round on the site. We'll see, I suppose, now if they can try and actually put some momentum behind it, keep themselves on the top floor. They're going to try and get themselves on a technical tertiary here with the extension over to initiation. Sandbox, they've got the Ossa currently. It's not the most out there sort of play for them. So I can be Taylor on the Ash, but they've moved off to Nomad for now.
I do like the Ossa for this site, though, especially when you're stuck on the balcony outside, you know, walking and watching into the cash room. The Ossa can provide you some safety, but sometimes the actual issue you have is getting onto that balcony, because every now and then you have some players in every single region, you can imagine, that look to go a bit spicy towards the outside. They're opening up the windows, they're opening up the doors, they're looking to take any challenge they can and make life difficult for you to actually get on there. And sometimes we see efficient kills to be gained there. For now, doesn't seem to be the case, and that allows Erikazi to just walk up where he wants to be and use his Ossa talent shields as they are necessary. Think of the monitor room, for example.
Over the top, Sandbox, and they'll see if they can try and pull this one back to a bit of their favor and momentum. Theme Park does sometimes have a habit of bouncing. At the minute, it used to be known as a very, very strong defensive side. Now, I mean, it's probably a little bit more even-handed by some of these teams in the current meta that we've got driving it. You can get yourself locked in with a good idea of how to lock out anyone else that's trying to do these long angle watches, and that causes plays like this sort of steady approach here over the side of Cash. You give themselves a lot of room, a lot of pace, and a lot of angles, because you know they're likely going to be watching them from, as you can see with the openings, 2 or 3 rooms back, which once upon a time would have just been turtled and locked off.
I mean, as I mentioned, that balcony is going to be where one of those talent shields is placed, so you can at least have a bit of a challenge on towards the actual office room, as we find 3 Sandbox players now stuck on the top of Dragon here. Arakazi just setting up that shield as Ramu walks past. I believe it has been destroyed by an impact, which he instantly tossed afterwards. Yes, it has been. And that means it's going to be even harder now to take control of monitors and try and get into initiation from there.
First grenade caught out just there onto the computer doorway. They're going to see if they can keep trying to put pressure onto initiation. That's a Flores drone that's going to get a bit of revenge. You take one of our shields, we'll take one of yours. Again, forces these long angles to be a little bit more awkward. They're doing their best to try and take this off. There's no impact angle them to be able to try and get this. They're not going to try and trick it, but they're going to hold off and pull back at the last possible second. Chibisu gets Child. They're charging their way through, and Lily is able to get one more on the cross angle. They've suddenly suffered from the huge back end all the way on the side of Bunker. Grenade takes care of Ramu. At least 1 for the trouble, but still 2 lost on the approach against the breach. They did some of the work there, but without anything to try and push themselves further. It turns into this, forcing yourself into these angles, held and watched. They've at least replaced an Oster Shield from the far end, but there's still a lot of work to do, and that is not an easy wall to get through.
It definitely isn't. There is a bit of a breach, but it is going to be a vault through. That is not going to be very helpful for Arikazi. He needs to find a way to actually walk in, as they're all going to be completely blinded right now. That might offer up an opportunity for him to set himself up, and exactly, he does that. That's going to be a shield. He now has the opportunity to go for a plant as soon as the fire next to him is out. He tries to punch the shield to shatter it, to not give them any information. That's a C4, but the kill came through. Envy Taylor shut him down before, and they need to go aggressive now.
Unbelievable. They've been able to pull this plant off here. Fnatic just couldn't get the snap in time. It's only one player left, Envy Taylor. He doesn't quite get the angle there. An important bite back. It was unfortunate, obviously, that the Oster Shield did not function as it's supposed to and break on the punch. They got the plant off, but it does reveal there is only really one person watching at that point. It makes it trickier to get a bit of a response there. Fnatic, they pull it back, they clutch it out. They sort of let the plant go down and then fought back onto that single player. 2-1.
I just want to say, Lily put a very good position in the bunk bedroom right there. They realized the majority of the push is coming down from the monitors, from security, so that's why you extend in there. You have a longer angle, you have some extra reinforcements to hide behind. You're playing now with a TCSG with a big scope on top. Well, you're just gonna be taking out some sitting ducks in there. And he did exactly that. Found two, suddenly massive favor for Fnatic, and he said it, they managed to get the plan down, maybe not under the cover of the shield that they wanted. Luckily, they managed to take down Lily before the C4 went off, otherwise that would have been a very quick round end. But yeah, they knew exactly that one was planting, and the other one would be pulling security out there, so nothing really too worried about for Fnatic in that round. Managed to stick it out well as they head back towards the throne room now. The one side they lost.
Memories. Fnatic, 2 rounds up. They find themselves slightly in a better stead of that opener. Sandbox was still able to pull a plant off there. It's not entirely overhanded, but it's not that we haven't really been able to see them put a drive in here onto these holds, onto these sort of, you know, attacks and defenses. Fnatic have been stressed, but they've kept a bit of a cool. I kind of expected Sandbox to put a bit more pressure on them, to be honest. I wanted to see Sandbox sort of take the lessons learned from the previous showing here of Fnatic and really apply the stress that Spear were able to get a couple of those rounds in and put that sort of decisive moment. We're having a couple more Fnatic players show up earlier than we did last time, but still. The start over the side of Cash. And they're looking once again for Chibasu in this close quarters position, this time in the role of the Mozzie.
It's going to be quite stuck in just a second. The window has just been opened up on the top of Dragon. The door on the balcony is now receiving some pressure as well. If they do realize that Chibisu is still out here, he will be isolated. And I'm not quite sure if I just saw someone near top of Dragon already. Could be mistaken there. But he's definitely still trying to go for a bit of a pixel peek onto the player, and we'll find him as well. Good boy taken out. And that is a tight angle held successfully for Fnatic. He finds a second, as a third was coming around the corner just momentarily as well.
I mean, that's it. That is what you got to do in that sort of position. You're playing your life, but at the same time, taking as many of theirs on the way out the door, the pixel hold onto that door as well. They were just sort of setting up for a Sandbox take there. As you said, the third player was on their way around, and Taylor was trying to watch from the far end. They had the one dropping from computer, and it just... rotten timing led to that turning into 2 1 versus 1s rather than a 3 versus 1. And they're allowed to escape at the end of it as well, which is a massive disaster here on this round for the side of Sandbox. A minute 40, and all they've got to show for it is 2 graves.
And, you know, there was some utility they might have been able to use. And, of course, there might be a thing, you know, Peeker's advantage. But if you are holding that, you have a white background that suddenly changes color, it's very easy to respond to it. Whereas the attacker, Good Boy, he was coming around the corner, but you don't really see that much change as you're coming around that corner. So you really needed to be sharp there and, well, didn't quite hit that mark. So well done by Chibisu playing his advantage there as he was holding that tight angle. And now Mag is ready to toss that C4 over the wall if they do decide to go for a breach onto maintenance.
Oh, well, they're sort of setting themselves up for this. The drive around on the back and the end of thrown here. There's obviously the Kaid that can potentially play against this in the manner that they're doing with a C4 ready to loop over the top. They have a bit of the stun. There's the C4. It drifts a bit too wide and the breach comes together and there's Static picking up Mag in the meantime. They just got themselves tucked on the close angle. Envy Taylor finds Lily. Suddenly, they got 2 bodies, but only 20 seconds. Oh no, Shyle takes care of Envy Taylor on the far end. Everything started to look so good and then everything started to look so bad. A 3 versus 1. The C4 is pigeon shot out of the wind. But here, just tapping a pistol at nothing.
And then you get back into the round and an unfortunate team kill happens. And you lose all multi-directional pushes that you could have been setting up because you had one on barrels. You removed that yourself. It happens. But after that, it's just free reign for Fnatic to get back into it. And a tactical timeout to be called. Maybe understandably so by Sandbox.
They need to.
They need to.
Things are slipping away. The communication, as I said, the opening of that round, it was they wanted a 3 versus 1. It turned into 2 1 versus 1s, and they lost both of them. Then at the end there, the team kill, it's just a bit of a disaster of a round. And at that point, you have to sort of put the brakes on. You have to put the brakes on, have a conversation and be like, listen, something is slipping right now, and if we don't talk about it, more rounds will slip.
Yeah, and that's the right call. And of course, we are playing on Theme Park, right? And normally, I would say if you get 2 rounds on the attack, you will find yourselves in a good spot, right? You have a good opportunity to bring back throughout that second half. They already found 1 round. They're looking to find 1, maybe even 2 more. See if they can really push that first half to the limit. As I said, like currently 1 round. So they want at least an extra 1. 2 would be perfect in this moment in time. But Fnatic, they've been starting to switch on more and more. They are able to bring the replies and the answers to whatever is being set up in front of them. If it is Chibisu just holding a tight angle, playing his life and getting away with it due to Sandbox not using all of their available utility, either manpower or grenades or anything else, right? Or if it is because a small mistake gets made and they just capitalize of that the fullest by retaking barrels instantly, by pushing someone through split, and keeping them at bay at Dragon. It is stuff you cannot let happen in Sandbox. You need to be on top of that. This first goal.
Yeah.
As I said, it's like a light background, and it suddenly changes color. It's very easy to reply to that. But you need to have the reaction speed, and that's exactly what Chibisu had.
I said 3 rounds from the side of Fnatic, probably looking good. I'll be surprised if they struggle to get any more, to be honest. Sandbox, they've got to have a hell of a talk here because it's not so much that Fnatic are playing miles better than they were. Sandbox are underperforming right now. Sandbox haven't really been able to find the connections that they would usually do well. I think that round sort of exemplifies it, and you hope that it's, the bottom of a dip for them, and they've been able to sort of get past this and try and bring themselves back round into being a little bit more directly competitive. Here, it's going to start with a bit of pressure coming up the back end of this. Obviously, last time we saw this fight onto Thorn, it started underneath, and they tried to get the angle with the grenades, did a lot of damage. This time, it seems like they might try and force the fight a little bit more rather than the ammo retake.
This time there's also an ADS on the top of the arcade stairs there, so if they do decide to open up a bit of a vertical hole and try and bounce a grenade up there, it might be caught on the first attempt. And you see, it's being pinged currently. Is that a shotgun in the hands of Static? It is. So they're going to shotgun it and instantly get the grenade through, but that's going to be caught. So no real worries there. ADS will be cleared out by the RC Rotero, but his life will be spared.
Ooh, Shyle takes a lot of damage from the swing through. That grenade doesn't quite get Lily. Split-second difference on the cook of that, and that is a man absolutely sent out, but instead he rebuffs the smoke, keeps him safe from a swing round on the back end, takes the kill onto Shyle, and I mean, it's another disappointing moment there. They still had a grenade in the pocket there, the honor that will no longer be loosed. Sledge is 1 left. Envy Taylor, he was trying to make a bit of a sneaky appearance from the back end. That gets caught out. No more grenades, no more use, and they're still holding the top of arcade stairs. 2 minutes. A lot of utility. Once again, all they've done is lose a body from it. There's a body close here on the swing, on the door. As in the meantime, Arakaze's gone down. There's Mag. Takes care of MV Taylor, keeps the back end locked. The buck at least gets picked back up, but still, that's, I believe, another victim to the angle at the top of Arcade Stairs.
It is, and as Lily's going a bit aggressive right now, trying to take Cafe under control, they are pushing up the Arcade Stairs here. That was the only point the shotgun was going to be very helpful, but he will be traded out. That means it's only up to Arakazi now. He has been DBing out before. That leaves him on 20 HP in a 1v2 situation. As the C8, no more flashbangs in pocket, needs to go for a reload. Just slow him down momentarily. 25 seconds on that clock. It is plenty of time to make something happen, but that means he needs to continue pushing. Gives away his position. That's a very tight angle he did not see right there. Gets swung on by the side. Misses the opportunity to go for the gunfight onto Mag. And Chibisu comes around the corner from the yellow stairs. Will lock it off, and that's another round for Fnatic.
It's another frustrating moment there for the side of Sandbox, and I think that's the thing, is that, as I sort of said earlier on in that round, they're just not connecting with the game.
This is the second Sandbox timeout in a row now.
Did they have a timeout before?
Literally the round before this.
The first one? Yeah, no, that's
okay.
what I'm thinking. I think it was called at the wrong time.
I am so
now
confused.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what's happening.
We'll hit you with the news when the news hits us.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it still gives us time to talk about the things that are going on for Sandbox here, but it's frustrating. You can see it in the play. You can see it in how things are coming together. As I said, Fnatic are playing well. Yeah. I don't want to undercut how well Fnatic are playing this. This is an improvement for my money on their previous performance on this map. All of them are sort of stepping up. They're really finding their feet on these defenses, and there's a sort of connection between the 5 players that I don't think we had the last time we were watching them on this map last week. They have definitely sort of hit the boards and gone back to it and gone, we know what we can improve, and they're proving it. Sandbox at the same time, they're struggling. They look a little bit wind out of their sails. They sort of look how they did around stage 1 before they had a little bit of a roster change. That energy that they've been able to sort of coast on is sort of dipping at the worst possible time.
That's it. I think Fnatic is looking very steady. Everything just seems to be connecting for them. There's nothing going wrong. Whereas if you look at Sandbox, well, they have the right IDs. I like the fact that they are opening up with a shotgun, instantly send the grenade right through to basically give almost no time for someone to explain. But it's just that the ADS is there. And like, then they try a different push, and then there is just a player that's just gone unlooked. Or you have, you know, the door that you're putting pressure from. You're trying to set yourselves up for a 3v1 push against Chibusu on the half-falling cash. And Chibusu just takes you both out when you did not expect it. It's just, everything seems to be going wrong for Sandbox, whereas Fnatic is on a very steady pace, not making any major mistakes that Sandbox can capitalize off. And that is something that is very frustrating, and I do not know how you fix that in the middle of a game, because that could just be like siege timing, you know, how it could be against you the entire day. This could be one of those things where it's like nothing is really just connecting in the game. And what can you do to fix that in the middle of the game? I think there's very little you can do. Just try and reset in these kind of moments and see if you get out of it better. But if it's just not connecting today, then I don't know what to tell you. It's like,
you're the color, you're the analyst. You have to work this stuff out.
See, I have been in these positions as well when I was playing ranked. Not quite the same stakes as this is. But if it's just not working, then it's not working. You need to find a way with the limited time you have, because every round that passes is a round you've lost.
Yeah.
To see if you can get back into the rhythm that works for you. And for now, Fnatic is just doing everything almost perfectly here. And as Sandbox is, well, you know, having a pause now and having a bit of a chat, all you can do is hope that they find something that works out for them.
Fnatic is making Sandbox attacks look like how Fnatic attacks used to look.
Yeah, basically, it looks like nothing is connected to some extent. And again, there was moments of greatness there. Not talking about Chibusu getting that double kill, but bringing it back to a 3v3, opening up the wall, basically having no one left on site to worry about, and then that team kill happens. It's just these small moments that just mess up the entire round for them. And that needs to be ironed out. But I'm not sure if you can do that within a tactical timeout. Or a rehost, for that matter.
Or whatever this may be.
Or whatever this is, because we still don't know. I see rehost on the board, so I assume it is.
I hear noises.
I hear noises of players joining, so...
Noises.
But if we look at Fnatic, I mean, they're holding their ground. They're not over-rotating. You saw it there at the arcade stairs. The Thorn player receives a grenade, stays alive. Second grenade, just pulls back slightly, gets back into challenging and finds the Yana kill. They don't fall back. They hold their ground. They make Sandbox work for it, but as they try and work for that territory, they lose their lives due to Fnatic fighting back.
Yeah, it's
basically.
And, you know,
they're not catching them on rotates.
No. It's the sort of, it's just perfectly read by Fnatic. There's no two ways about it. They've got themselves in these positions. They're not overextending. They're not playing sneaky little corners. They're not diving themselves into fights. They are locked in. And they'll get a call that, yeah, okay, you know, Envy Taylor's top of Dragon. Then they'll rotate mag round to initiation to just sort of go, okay, I've got it. I'll watch this, and if I die, we know he's coming, and if I kill him, then we've killed him. You know, and but they're not entirely throwing themselves into these 1 versus 1 challenges or these sort of scrappy engagements that didn't become a habit, but maybe a problem. Hey, we're back.
We are back for the last round of the first half. Last opportunity for Sandbox to put a second round onto the board here. I don't know how I got Sandbag in my head.
I have no idea.
I mean, we got Sandbox. There we go. I don't know how that's.
There you go.
Excuse me.
That's the name of the team.
It's the name of the team.
You've casted for
many times.
A long time.
But yeah, Sandbox did just need to try and find an extra round here. And we can pull up a couple of examples where Fnatic was just like the Amaru, for example. Mag still being out there, just shotgunning him down as soon as he comes through the hatch. The Amaru was meant to be the knife in the back that was able to open up the ground for the rest of the team. It fails. They need some sort of play-make potential that works out, that opens up an opportunity onto the side, and then actually go for a plant and a post-plant. Because you've seen the plants, the post-plants have been kind of meh. So let's see what they cook up for this round. As we have started in the meantime. Extension into bunk and daycare from initiation. So if they do attack from cash room and monitors again, you'll run into these long angles. So maybe Sandbox, they need to adapt and go for bunk instead.
Well, the adaptation might come down with a combination of good boy and a glass. They're not hiding it. They're not being subtle about the way that they want to try and put this pressure up. They've got a couple of smokes. They've got the shields as well. They're going to see if they can at least try and drive one more little bit of success before the turn of the half comes against them. Choppy, he's playing the aggressive point at the top and the peak of the sort of cash swing here. He's going to hold it for as long as he can, and you hope, if you're a Sandbox fan, that they don't make the same mistake. They're going to instead sort of monitor, meter, and hit him where it hurts with multiple people trying to hit him at once. The long extension, the steady drone out, these long angles that we talked about before that theme has sort of become on this, the second story, and seeing if you could try and find a fight on the other end of it. There's the traces, there's the bullet, and a little dabble dance of dodging, ducking, and weaving, but not enough to entirely force them out.
Setting up some extra measures there with those air jabs, stop them from going a bit too aggressive through cash, whilst they're looking for an entry, they're looking for a head that is overstaying their welcome a little bit. Meantime, you hear these RC Reteros going off as well, or at least some form of explosives, taking out some pieces of utility, hoping that that will be a difference maker, and that will find one, maybe two. Both of them. Yeah, and that Selma that goes off now is going to be taking out an extra canister as well. Should be removing most, if not all, of the denial that was inside.
That's it. That is a lot of denial around the default plant spot that is gone. Still no pressure that's coming around onto the back end. So those players that are playing around bunk, they're safe for now to do this long angle that was so successful for them before. They're sort of saying, come on in if you think you're hard enough. And it's down to Sandbox to prove that they are. First smoke pops its way around. They're holding the close angle, hoping a swing comes on the back of it. Choppy isn't quite doing that as of yet. There's a Glaz that's fishing further and further around the corner. A bit of an impact EMP, and the hop over the close wall with the pre-fire means that they're now stuck in and seeing if they can get the plant down. No cover from it, but Tibisu does find Charles on the back end. The C4 is over the top. It doesn't quite get the catch. Envy Taylor, in fact, gets the double right through onto bunk. They did send the player. The Nomad dropped inside the bunk side there, and Well, they did enough to stop the plant down. As I said, there wasn't quite a presence on the back end. A single Thorn in the side at the time of the plant there that just hopped their way in, I think, via the hatch in the corridor. Yep, you can see where all the bloodshed's built itself. They were able to do just enough to pick up here by Ramen and Chibisu. Well, it doesn't last very long. Static shows up. Sandbox get a second.
Exactly what I said. They need to send someone over towards the bunk and daycare area so they can take care of that backline that is holding them back so much. You stop them from throwing those C4s, you stop them from going aggressive and retaking ground that way, and they find themselves around a second one of the game, and now they'll find themselves into the defense where they can make a difference, where they can start pushing back towards an equal scoreline and potentially even a match point themselves. A reminder for everybody that the percentage of making it to the major of the team that loses out here today is going to massively drop. Even though Sandbox currently has 1 extra point than Fnatic, Fnatic wins this in regulation. That is going to be a full 3-pointer, putting them to above. Almost a full game ahead. So, as we keep on saying, Emmy, this might be one of those 6-pointers.
A classic.
A classic.
A classic 6-pointer, and I think the thing about this game is as well, if this starts to dip away from Sandbox, you're suddenly looking at not cemented, but a dangerous potential double Japanese sort of push through here onto the next major, this sort of setup from the back of Berlin, which was 2 Korean teams.
Just to balance it all out, you know, as all things should be.
It's so competitive.
It is competitive. And we need to keep that in mind as well, that, you know, Fnatic has been getting better. Cyclops has been getting better. DWG KIA has fallen off a little bit compared to their last stage. Reject is pushing themselves up the rankings as well. So, like, APAC North suddenly became a whole lot more interesting as Stage 3 started.
All right, Fnatic, can you push this one over the line? Your attacks last time around was solidly sort of locking you in to the victory and the pressure there. It was a sort of even-handed opening half that really drove you in on the second side. That really should have been a good point take, but it's Chibisu that's able to win that one out there. Takes a half full of damage, does get picked up by Static and popped off, but really, Good Boy should be alive right now to celebrate that.
Yeah, it should have been a 5-4 for Sandbox in this situation, not a 4-4. At least they got the trade out. That is at least a bit of help, and hoping that they can build off that. As the phone calls are going off, they're ready to start pushing in elsewhere. Is that a player inside a break? It is a player inside a break. Wasn't quite sure if it was below or above. The hatch drops are coming through, and that will be the top floor slowly being taken into control by Fnatic.
Yeah, as soon as that flash came around, you saw them take the drop onto the hatch. It's a bit of a risk, but at the same time, so is the chance of a swing around. They might be watching the window around oil, unless you've got it sort of covered and locked in. Max there, trying to see if they can get the back end of Sandbox, who's already gone at this point. The steady control over the top. Finally, that gets opened up. That serenity of barrels before has been removed from the option of Sandbox here. They're steady on. 2 minutes gone, 2 minutes sort of ticked by, and a trade on either side, but now Fnatic can angle themselves towards the side itself, something that we didn't get too much of from the side of Sandbox on their swings.
No, for sure. But Fnatic still have a long way to go. They might be angling themselves towards it, but there's still players around. Shao will be taken out by Mag from the bathroom. That was going to be a massive one. The outlines there confused me for a second as they stuck around. But that's going to be an opening up towards the yellow stairs wall right now. That they can open up, and as Mag steps into the third goo mine. He's following all of them. Yeah, he's
finding them with his feet. He's face-checking goo mine.
He's just making sure that none of his team has to worry about it anymore afterwards. Okay, so that's going to be the hatch open up, and then one Selma used onto the yellow wall, I believe, to give themselves some versatility here.
Do they think someone's there? Seems to be the idea. Envy Taylor, 15 seconds. When's he going to strike? Now, he's able to get at least one off the back. They've dropped the hatch on side split and dropped inside split almost instantly. Mag and Lily, all that's left. They're trying to find a way around, but there's a crouch player lying down. The kid's cold. And that is Sandbox. Just been able to win it out there by time. They had themselves set up with a couple of traps and a couple of different power play pockets to remove them from the board. But Fnatic, for what was a little bit of a pacey start, tapered and unfortunately fell.
Might have been a bit too long they spent on getting that top floor under control and not really working on any horizontal direction like barrels or getting the entirety of that bottom floor cleared out, but the actual site, because there was still roamers around. That did manage to pick up a kill in the end there. But as you said, timing being the most important factor there. So that is something they can work on for the remainder of this half. I mean, again, Theme Park is, historically speaking, a defense-sided map. So not winning your first on Armory Throne is definitely not the biggest of deals. If you manage to find your 2 rounds and potentially 3 elsewhere, Bunk and Daycare up next is a bit more accessible for the attackers. Especially if you manage to utilize these extensions that are being made to your advantage. Now, either by completely ignoring them and just head it right for the site whilst you are outnumbering them, or by slowly picking them apart and using those angles against the defenders.
Alright, Fnatic, find your pace before you might find yourself back even on a game where really at one point it was entirely yours to control. Okay, it's a game of 2 halves, but if I'm going to make comparisons to your performance improving from your defense last time, I can also make ones about your attack struggling a little bit more. Granted, Sandbox have used their timeout, and their biggest sort of deficit before that, and why they dropped so many rounds, seemed to be a lack of communication and coordination. Hopefully they've picked that up a little bit. I will still say the gun skill seems a bit tighter, a bit sharper from the guns of Fnatic so far. They're able to get themselves into these engagements and win them out, but those little hiding positions from Sandbox are what pulled them into the previous round. It's a map that does play itself well to that, though.
It is, and as the Gemini Replicator got quite a bit of ground cover right there, it is that first floor now slowly falling into the hands of Fnatic. Apart from still 1 or 2 roamers about, Good Boy playing with that pulse can give himself an early warning sign if he quickly checks the cardiac sensor to find out where these attackers are going to be coming from, because they should be droning this all out. Choppy is coming close around the corner, but have they checked that corner specifically?
Yes.
Now they have.
And yes, second drone. Where are you going to go, Good Boy, at this point? Into the engagement, takes care of Choppy whilst being actively droned. About to get sprayed through this wall, you assume. No, Mac pulls himself back because they also lost Lily in the same second. Didn't want to risk being caught out in a sort of scrappy engagement there. And that's, well, a huge blow for the side of Fnatic. They threw themselves here on what was going to be a pretty precise sort of idea of a roam clear. Got the call on that player. A bit of a swing movement there, and the good graces and a flourish of luck. And suddenly Sandbox, they're up in a position. There's a grenade that gets cooked a little bit too long. Shile finds Mag. In the meantime, they've lost their hard breach. They've lost their Iana. They are only down to Ramu in a 5 versus 1, and I think this is about to be 50 seconds stood on an AC vent.
Yes, that's exactly going to be it. He's going to send in some RC drones, but
yeah, why not?
You know, I don't think he's going to be doing much more than that. Bit of a misplay there from Fnatic whilst trying to isolate Good Boy. Got 2 drones out there. They knew exactly where he was going to be going. Either it was a missed call that led to the early demise of Choppy, or it was due to the fact that they weren't pushing in with 2 players from opposite sides. Also could have had someone already on the wall to go for a bit of a wall bang to at least drag out some of the attention away from Choppy. He's just watching it. No, exactly, he's going to be on top of that hatch. There's nothing going to be happening. 1 more to send, 15 seconds to run out.
Where's he going to go, Rami?
He's just doing some parkour, you know. Trying to send it over to the other hatch.
It's not going to make it. It's not going to make it. Didn't make it.
No, didn't make it. Not enough time. Time runs out. That's going to be 4-4. Equalize the scoreline here. Yeah, 50 seconds to just discuss what went wrong and see if they can instantly implement some improvements on these rounds. Because again, Good Boy down below in the throne room, playing that perfectly, but he should have been punished for it. If there was a second player of Fnatic to come in from the opposite side, if there was only a player ready in either barrels or maintenance to start for a bit of a wallbang as soon as the spots came through, it would have been game over. Good Boy would have been dead, and you would not have lost 2 players to that, chase on trying to take him down, and a third one later down the line. And it's these little disconnects that we saw in Sandbox earlier on that now start to show signs for Fnatic.
We're starting to get a game on.
It is.
We're starting to get a game on here a little bit. It hasn't really felt like both teams have shown up to the same round. It's strange because, you know, if I guess with this current meta, what we've sort of got used to is both teams have had a lot of, or both sides have had a lot of bite.
Yeah.
Usually it's not as defined by the sort of history of defender and attacker sided. Modern Siege, modern meta Siege has always been a little bit fluid, which I've loved.
What was the name we gave to it? Flexible meta?
Yeah, flex meta. This game is strange because it's just when one team is showing up, it doesn't feel like the other team is. It's really just a sort of...
It's like only one team can show up.
Yeah,
by rules.
and it gives me hints of older Siege where it's a little bit more sort of defined, but it's not really. It's just this strange sort of thing where when one of them's able to... It's like they keep borrowing that extra bit of power from each other.
Just trading it out, you know? Mom said it's my turn to get the extra power.
Yeah,
now.
Mom said it was my turn to get the extra 20% in this round.
Yeah, exactly. And as we see these hatches on the top being taken out, again, Fnatic need to be working themselves structurally towards the site to make sure that, first of all, the roamers are gone, you have control of what you need to have control of before you can start attacking the site, and then you start isolating those players on the site. So that starts off, of course, by taking that bottom floor under control, maybe using some grenades from a bottom up to see if you can isolate one or two players, maybe onto the arcade balcony, maybe onto the yellow stairs. And after that, you can start pushing towards Berg and Daycare and go into initiation from there on.
They bleed their way into Cafe and into the first engagement. I mean, Good Boy sort of fell into that one there. Hasn't quite been able to have the success. Choppy finds their first. Since the rehost, over a couple of rounds, they had big impact on their defense. They've sort of been a bit of a missing factor here over the couple of attacks we've had so far. So you got to see if they can sort of try and turn that into a little bit more of a tour de force. Jibbisu takes a bit of a scrap and a scrape of damage as they go for the clear steadily across the top. They've got Mag on the far end as well. The pressure onto the swing shield. Lily is also on the break room window. Both of them stacked up and ready for a fight. A little bit of a missed fire there and a little bit of a missed moment there. Arakaze, he knows his time is coming. He's wasting as much of it as possible. He's hoping to see if he can try and get one before he has to go. Envy Taylor's here to offer some support. The shield goes down, as does the player. There's Envy Taylor now with the lock-in on the side here of... Ooh! Chibisu's head removed there. They had an idea, but Chibisu didn't have the angle.
Bit of payback, you know, for when Chibisu was able to find 2 kills onto the cash room. Now loses his life in a similar way, a very tight pixel angle where he gets taken out from. And that puts Fnatic back onto 4 versus 4. For a second there, Sean got stuck into the rotation. Nobody's just trying to not make too much noise. Listen for a second as the drones start jumping because it seems like the full attack is coming from the Bunk and Daycare side just momentarily from now.
Wow, with Envy Taylor and Static still on the board, that's the sort of danger factor here because those two have massively stepped up in the gun game. Shyle suffers a little bit. I think Choppy was on the other end of that engagement. Arakaze, do they know? Oh, it doesn't matter. There's a bit of a fight, but look at the time of 10 seconds. And there's one more for Arakaze round on the back stairs, taking care of Arcade. Static is able to keep himself surviving with another double. I believe he's on about 6 kills to no deaths since the rehost. And this is something that they desperately needed.
It is something they need to retake control of this game to find themselves looking towards a top 2 spot at the end of the day, because that is what it's all about here in APAC. But that's also what this game is going to be about, because we said it before, whoever loses this is going to be finding themselves in a pretty dire situation to still try and make it back into the top 2 position. And as they have just done it, they've gone for a full rotation. They'll be headed back towards the throne room. And I just wanted to say, they knew exactly where Arakaze was coming from. There was drones. You heard the pings going down.
Yeah, you had the pings. You saw them.
But if you're on your game, if you're sharp enough...
It's the thing. I guess it's what it felt like earlier. Like 2 rounds ago, even on the lead on their first attack, it still felt like Fnatic were ahead in the gun game. They seemed a bit sharp. That first round, those 1 versus 1s, you know, like the one that Good Boy scuffed a little bit in Cafe, and the fight that we had round on the opposite side as well, it just felt like Fnatic were a bit sharper. And then recently,
10 seconds to go.
I don't know what magic source Sandbox have been able to find. It's working.
That's the thing with Siege, right? You can have the best drone network in the world, but if you're not hitting your shots, you're not going to be able to win that round in the end. So you need to make sure that you fully capitalize of that information. And there are 2 instances of 1v1s going the other way, and, you know, time running low. There's nothing you can do anymore at that moment in time. And there's a lot of Capcom traps are being set up. We have Ramu onto the Amaru. Wondering if there's going to be a Gara hook ride into the building or if it's going to be used differently, because there's not really any hatch you can get up on to get into the bomb site here.
Sandbox. They're going to see if they can try and keep this momentum up. They've had it locked in. I mean, between MV Taylor and Static, what was historically and recently a bit of a backline for the team, they've found themselves a solid structure of 11-1, which is a huge spout of numbers over about 4 rounds worth. Here, Chibisu, they're going to see if they can try and shake some of the branches, see what falls out. It's a spray through a soft wall. They get scraped a little bit. Good Boy pulls himself back, has some of the support of Arakaza. They have the drop of the hatch, and they also have Shio playing underneath as well. Do they know that Arcade Window is being watched? Ooh, they're drifting dangerously close to it. Now they do.
And this is the thing for Sandbox, right? They can waste as much time as they want on the top floor as long as they stay alive. They do not have to take these gunfights with their lives. You just make your pressure known and you leave. Because now they need to drone it all out. Now they need to use the utility they have to find out whether or not someone is still going to be on the top floor. If they are finding themselves in adjacent rooms towards the bomb sites, and that is going to be taking you time. This is going to be another last 30 seconds push coming now from Fnatic due to the fact that there is 3 players currently offside and they need to clear those out first, otherwise it's going to bite them.
This is what I talked about before, the drop on the hatch. They've not taken it this time because it is being watched. The pings are on the player on the far end. You can see Mag is hoping they drift their way around, but they also sent another player to offer some support here. Fnatic are chasing ghosts and suffering because of it. The cap can on the door on the route round catches out Choppy. Oh, the man can see players but could not see that. Mag at least finds one back for them. I think they were still waiting patiently on the opposite side. There is more players playing underneath here. There's the tuck round, the attempt on the breach, 30 seconds, a ripped C4. He knows what's about to come through, but he cannot quite get out of the way of it. They now lose their direct hard breach. They've used the pocket ones elsewhere. They've got to see if they can just try and fight through what they've got open now with only 15 seconds. It's going to be doors, and it's going to be 3 very aggressive gunfights from the 3 remaining players, different angles. Lily's still on the second story. There's Ramu getting one on Split. There's Split biting back. MV Taylor caught from above though. Lily, he drops down from the top hatch. It's 2 versus 1. Sprinting towards the last player. Cannot quite make it. Didn't quite know where he was. And Sandbox go up to map point.
You saw it there. He actually went for the swing with what he thought was the pistol, but he had the gun 6 in hand, couldn't go for the challenge that way, had to swap back, lost some valuable seconds out there. But again, Fnatic, as I said, the last 30 seconds, that's when they start hitting the side because it's just not clear enough. They just don't have the control. And it's not enough, especially if you lose your heart breach in the way they did. You're not opening up that wall. That's going to stay closed. All you can do is walk into doors which have crossfires set up by Sandbox. And Sandbox, they've brought this back perfectly. And now Fnatic with their tactical timeout. They're 45 seconds to talk. There's only 15 left. See if they can make the difference now, because they've lost the points, but there's still 2 to be gained. And if they manage to find those, head-to-head is the first tiebreaker in APAC as the only region in the world currently. Which means that if they win this, they will be above Sandbox based on head-to-head, not on points.
Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam.
Is that dramatic music?
Bam, bam. Yeah, it's a little bit of drama. A little bit early morning drama for you. Fnatic take their time out. They've had their conversation here. They can only really take scuffed points at this point, and scuffed points can be deadly in a race where only 2 people are able to get their way out. It has been the difference maker. It can be the difference maker once again, when we've also generally not had many teams find themselves falling into overtime. Obviously, Fnatic and Reject are the 2 that are sort of close to it. But outside of that, really, it's becoming a bit of a curse.
Also, I wish they would have called this tactical timeout in that last round, where they still had the full rotation to revisit again, have a little bit of a chat, okay, for this side, we can do this differently, for that side, this, blah, blah, because then at least you have that extra wiggle room. you could have still lost a round. If they lose one round now, the next two, it's going to be over. It's going to be full 3 points for Sandbox, and they know that as well. The pressure is mounting up for Fnatic. And Sandbox have done everything they needed to do with picking up those 2 attacking rounds. That is just what it's about. I said it before as well, 2 is what they will be happy with. For now, it seems like even 2 might be too much. 1 could have maybe even done the job here.
Oh, that is not the way to start it. Lily caught out. Static swung around on the bathroom window, takes an early victim and takes flight. Gets out of there before anyone else is in a position to strike. They're trying to force their way through elsewhere. Choppy being, in a way, hot droned in by Chibisu. But the Gemini Replicator does not quite pick up anyone else. They've pulled themselves away. If we recall, there was a player here that caused a lot of problems, and, well, for everything Fnatic did to try and hunt them down, this time there is nobody in that position. They are still this body down situation. 2 minutes. Plenty of time to try and restructure on the back of that early disaster. They still have some of the stretch underneath, and they're setting up the drones to keep an eye on it. There was a flank that was pretty devastating on the back end, and now everything is to play for.
Not really giving themselves an opportunity to be flanked here as they're attacking the site head on. They just need to find a way to get rid of the player onto the arcade stairs and the arcade balcony. If they manage to find those 2 kills, suddenly everything opens up. But I believe someone just walked up on the scaffolding right there. Right next to that soft wall. Chibisu has no clue. As soon as he makes noise, that is going to be at least some form of pressure coming down from the alibi here.
Well, the alibi is making a little bit of noise, but they've pulled themselves back round and rotated off. Nobody was opting for that. And look at this. There's that noise being responded to. Choppy fires through. Opens up a bit of an angle. Just sees the tail end, but MV Taylor just strikes back in time. Well, at least in time to get revenge, to be honest. You probably preferred it if you're good boy a second earlier. Then they rotate down. They've headed back down the stairs. They're keeping themselves mobile, keeping Fnatic guessing, keeping their drone intel a little bit out of date. Arcade stairs is still locked in. Ramu's going to see if he can try and maybe start to apply some pressure onto the site around the back of Train. There's about to be a swing. There it is. There's 2 bodies, though. Spoiled for choice and now spoiled out of the round itself. Ramu's going to dig around the corner, puts the fight in. Chile has something else to say about it. Chibisu gets Arakazi in the meantime. 40 seconds, and the fight now is finding its way around onto initiation. The opposite side checks for Capcan traps. They know the suffering that has happened before. It's the 2 versus 2 situation. Arcade Stairs is a little bit out of the fight at this point. They're playing from a bit of range. Chibisu's on the back, knows roughly where Shile was. They're still tucked around on the door. There's the yellow pings. Now knows exactly where Shile is. You see him a pre-fire around the corner. There it is. Takes one pretty easily. The 2 versus 1, and Arcade Stars has to act now. They're trying to swing themselves around, hoping they go behind the shield at this point. Oh, they pull off just at the worst possible time round on the back end. They're able to get the fight onto 1. It's now a 1 versus 1 through the soft. Does a lot of damage. Does a little bit more. Cannot quite get the full connection. 40 seconds. Time for a reload. Want to be gifted. More pre-fires, more angles. They're popped around. There it is! Static with a monumental 10-1 over the past 5 rounds. Carries it home. And, well, Sandbox from kind of nothing, bring it back to everything, all 3 points.
That Rios was a wake-up call for Static because suddenly he seemed to have been unstoppable there, and Sandbox, they take the full 3 points. With that, they basically cover off Fnatic for the rest of the stage. They have the head-to-head over them now. They have 4 points as well with 2 more Playdays to go. Now they need to make sure that they stay in this position and assure themselves that they can maybe qualify for the major again.
It was a rough end of the day there for the sides of Fnatic. They had such a good, strong opener, but still, unfortunately, a couple of problems plagued them throughout it. Sandbox kind of remembered who they were, most of them at least, the old guns popping off and buying Good Boy a little bit of a breather for a performance. But before that, we'll be with a break and then the desk.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a hell of a game. I'll give you that. Let's have a chat with our winners, Sandbox. Hello, Shao and Bubble, our translator for this interview, live from Korea. And Shao, congratulations. How does this win feel for you?
너무 축하드리고 이번 경기 승리 기분이 어떤지 물어보고 있습니다.
일단 굉장히 중요한 게임이었는데 처음 공격일 때는 아슬아슬했는데 방어일 때 라운드를 많이 떠서 굉장히 다행이었던 것 같아요.
He's very happy because this was a really important game for him, the team especially. But it was also very shaky in the beginning when they were attacking. But when they successfully defended, it was really good for them.
Well, let's talk about that then. Why do you think there were those issues when you were on the attacking side? Is it the map or is it just the preparation against Fnatic?
공격했을 때 아슬아슬했던 부분들이 왜 나타났는지 물어보고 있습니다.
저희가 그 영상을 보면서 카운터 어택을 좀 많이 짜왔긴 했는데 상대가 좀 어그레시브하게 플레이했다 해야 되나? 그래서 먼저 나와서 미리 끊고 시작하고 그랬어가지고 많이 번거로웠던 것 같아요.
So before, when they watched the videos of the previous games for the enemy team, they saw that and they planned throughout the videos that they should counter by playing passive. But then they were very, very aggressive actually, and it worked against their plan. And they were just getting picked off one by one.
Now, you had that extra, I guess, layer because you could look back at last week VODs and see what Fnatic had done in their game earlier. Was that why you chose to go to theme park today?
그래서 그 테마파크를 선택했는지 물어보고 있습니다. 예전에 영상들을 봐서.
저희가 일단 테마파크를 준비하진 않았어요. 은행이랑 국경 쪽을 생각하고 있었는데 저희가 오늘은 좀 테마파크가 더 자신 있는 것 같아서 했어요.
Originally, they actually didn't practice for theme park. They were actually prepared for bank and border more, but then the team just felt very lucky with the map. They just felt like, oh, this is the map today.
Okay, and it worked out very well for you. So, with this game set in stone now, you're done with it. You got all 3 points. It's great. You're currently temporarily in #1 position in APAC North. You have 2 big opponents in Cyclops and DWG KIA. And those 2 games are not going to be any easier than today. How do you feel the next couple weeks are going to go for you?
지금 현재 3점 따서 1위인데 다음 경기는 이제 CAG랑 담원기아랑 하시는데 이거에 대해서 기분이 어떤지 물어보겠습니다.
일단 아직까지 굉장히 중요한 경기들이 남아서 저는 좀 걱정이지만 그래도 오늘처럼 팀을 믿고 하면은 괜찮을 것 같아요.
So he said it's definitely the most important game. He personally, he's very scared. But if he thinks that if he just trust the team, just trust the team like he did today, then it's possible, it's doable, and he thinks he can win.
Maybe another major for Sandbox, and let's see how that works out for you. And yeah, that's our next game, Sandbox versus Cyclops. Make sure you're tuning in for that one. It's going to be a banger. It really could decide the #1 and 2 teams in our APAC North standings. So very much one to look forward to. At the end, Shal, thank you very much. We hope to see you next week. And thank you very much, Bubble, for translating this interview. And yeah, take care. We'll see you next time. 감사합니다. And bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And there it is. We got it from Shaw, and the whole team really put up the work. I gotta say, Static was incredible today.
Static had a standout performance. I guess that Fresh, you don't want to talk about it because you were back in Fnatic. And, but I'll jump in.
How many channel points did you make out of it?
I did quite well on the old channel points today from the Sandbox win. But jokes aside, Static, what a player. Not only is he credited with the big Hollywood moment at the end of the clutch and the win, but he also was responsible for the 2 rounds that Sandbox got on their attacks. Got a couple of plants down in round number 1 and round number 6, and they were both successfully held as well. 146 EPS. A monster of a performance.
He's the forgotten man of this roster, right? If you think about, we did the head-to-head, we looked at Goodboy, we talked about Shile on the entry, we said about how good Arakazi and Envy Taylor can be, and then Static's usually just there, the glue that holds this team together, and today he had his day out in the sun. I thought Sandbox were very resilient. You know, getting through the motions on their attack, 2-4 down, Fnatic looked actually genuinely very good on the defense. And then as soon as Sandbox got onto the defense, they looked a world clear of Fnatic.
What happened to Fnatic being better on the attack from last Playday?
I don't know. Was it the relative strength of the opponents? Was it Sandbox being great? Was it... I think it was a plethora of things because Fnatic looked so slow. They had, you know, there was a round where they had Arakazi, traps, he drops the hatch, walks back up back, it says, gets a 2K. And that's just like criminal things that, I call them coach killers. And I don't know if Fnatic were just teasing us by showing a few good weeks worth of attack, and then they've come up against quality opposition today, an opposition that can defend Theme Park, and they've flopped.
I think it's the washing machine buff. If you're looking at, you know, our interview, there's a washing machine, a few boxes in the back.
I hope it wasn't on, because that could be quite noisy.
Maybe it was on Fnatic's side. Comms might have been a bit, you know, jittery here and there. Fnatic did take the time during some of the rounds to kind of slow down and talk about things, but in the end, their run for the major is going to get extra complicated. It's going to rely on so many different, different bits and bobs and pieces that we'll talk about with info and stats on it come the next Playday. Gentlemen, thank you very much, though. That was our first game. Any last words?
I'm pleased.
Just on the game, not last words.
Last words in general. I was going to say what happens in the break. I'm pleased in general. I think Fnatic put on a reasonable performance. The defenses were really good. You know, to give them a credit where it was due, I think they did a great job on defense, but it wasn't the full picture today, unfortunately.
I think I challenged Sandbox to say the performances haven't been great, but they've still been winning. Can they do it against a team that's fairly decent? Yes, they can.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the same that we got from Sandbox on last Playday in an interview with Envy Taylor, saying that, you know what, Fnatic's not going to be easy. Next few games are not going to be easy. We're scared, just like you heard it now in Shao, but we can make it happen. And today against Fnatic, they definitely showed that they could. That'll be next Playday, CAG versus Sandbox. I highly recommend you go back and watch, or you get ready for that game, because I have a suspicion that'll be our match of the day. Wouldn't be too surprising. But Fav versus Damwon Kia is up next. Can Fav collect more points and upset Damwon Kia, who have been on a downward spiral through midway in the stage? We'll see in a few.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you, because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it for you. up at the top, it's a better view. In it, I'm not surprised at all. No way, ain't what you need. Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. You see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah. I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright. Ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now.
Welcome back, friends, to APAC North. Game number 2, Fav Gaming versus Dam1 Kia. Can Fav Gaming take a first win here in the stage? Or actually in way more than that. And I believe, how long has it been, Hap? 180 some days?
Almost 85. Almost half a year.
Almost half a year. Almost 185 days. There you go. So can they take the win?
Stacks that.
Yeah, well, let's go to sleep after a win. You always want to get that, and they've been awake ever since then. Dam1 Kia also, their eyes have been popped open because they're in the danger zone. They're slipping away from the top 2, and they want to be there because otherwise you don't qualify to a major. So let's have a chat about Fav Gaming. First, Mr. Fresh, Mr. Jack, let's see. Can they do it?
Well, Fav Gaming, I'm running out of ways to talk positively about this team. And that round performance graph just there on the right will show you that they've lost every game of Stage 2 and Stage 3 so far. And I think there's a few fundamental flaws with how they play. I've touched on it time and time again. Seems to be communication, seems to be adaptivity, seems to even be just simple things like getting on cams when dead for some of these players that have had really rough time of things. You know, there's no other way to say it. I think they've got one shining star, that is Light. He's been doing, you know, okay during the stage, dropped off a little bit last week. But after that, none of it really reads very well at all for this team.
As you say, it's difficult to find positives when they're going out week in, week out and losing fixtures, losing games. The closest they've come inside of this stage to any sort of success was, of course, against Fnatic. They did manage to take Fnatic to an overtime. So we know that they've got a little bit of potential there. They can put up a game of Siege and they can play a game that's in front of them. I'm not saying that Fnatic were playing fantastically that day. They obviously were on a bit of a slow burn. But realistically, Fav, they can't be given any sort of favoritism going into this one.
I mean, you're saying you're finding it hard to really put things into words for the team. I'm wondering if they're using their words in the game, because there's some moments where you really have to wonder. But on the other side are Dam1 Kia, and things aren't looking too bright over there because, yeah, they beat Talon a couple of Playdays ago, but losing to Reject, that is an upset. Reject are very happy, because of that win, and they have to be very proud of the win. They really pulled it out, but you always expect Dam1 Kia to try to make it through.
You certainly would. In terms of recent history over the past kind of year, is Damwon Kia became this team that became feared, not just domestically but internationally as well. And they were just a staple. We would expect them to be in the top 2 alongside one of KAG or Sandbox. And it's really not looking that way this stage. A loss to KAG, a loss to Rejects. These are teams that Damwon Kia was pretty much beating for fun last stage. That downward curve that Damwon Kia have been on has been to do with, passiveness on attack, passiveness on defense. It looks like they're trying to figure it out, but they're clearly being very inconsistent at the moment.
And consistency is always going to be the key. You look at Damwon Kia's next couple of fixtures. They've got this game against Fav. They've got next game next week against Spear. This should be 6 points. This is 2 weeks to pick up 6 points and to get themselves back into some sort of contention for those top 2 spots. It really is all about today. If we see Damwon Kia turn up and we can just write off a little bit of a slower start to the stage, everyone can relax and, normal service is almost resumed.
It's still a very uphill task for them, even in the context of getting in the top 2, right? Because Sandbox took a win today, looking good. They're currently 3 points clear, even if Damwon Kia win. And then Reject as well have got a very favourable fixture run. So it's going to have to be almost a miracle run at this point for Damwon Kia to even make the major.
It's going to come down to Sandbox playing against KAG in the next Playday. So that's why you're talking about Spear Damwon, that Damwon has to get 6 points out of all of this because others have tougher games. And then that final Playday, if KAG beat Fnatic and the difference between Sandbox and Damwon is 1 game, then the final match of the entire stage, Damwon versus Sandbox, could tell everything about who qualifies in second place, because Cyclops, they're the final game of today, but they should be able to beat Spear. You kind of take it as an assumption. That again, who knows? But let's talk about our map for this series. I'd like to bring it up, and we'll see if it aligns with what Jack had in mind, because did a pretty good job in the last one. And actually,
wasn't too bad.
You hit more often than not, Jack, on it.
Thank
so
you
there
very
it
much,
is.
Milosh.
Damwon, no, that's what Derry says. Chalet banned out by Damwon will take us to Bank. They start on defense. Fav opting for an attack start on Bank, which fits the meta, but is there more to it?
I wasn't actually expecting Bank from these two teams. It's kind of it's a very low preference map for Fav. And then Damwon, it used to be one of their staple maps. They used to absolutely love this map. But if you remember back to when they played it in Berlin, obviously they went up against Rogue on it, and who wins Bank against Rogue? But they went up against Rogue and Exet, and they got absolutely handed to in Berlin on this map, and they haven't been there since. So for Damwon, they've looked in a bit of a confidence crisis on this map as well. So I didn't necessarily have it pinned.
It's probably a good time to get a confidence boost on it, though.
Yeah.
Fair.
Because you think about Bank as a map and you think about some of the fundamentals that we see Fav struggling with, whether it's communication. It seems crazy to be stood here and say hopping on a camera as being a problem, but it is. But that's something that plays into Bank. Bank is so information-based. You really need to have a good handle on those information ops. You need to be able to exchange that efficiently. It's one of the bigger maps in the pool. All of these things really play into a team that has strong communication and strong teamwork. Fav don't really have those two things. So from that point of view, you look at it and you go, it's a no-brainer.
Fav's attack is going to really suffer in this one. Maybe they're trying to get it out of the way.
Maybe. Fav, there's been a few contenders for possibly the worst match in Siege history.
Sandbox Fav.
And Sandbox Fav on Bank is right up there, where Fav got 0 attacks out the 4 times they tried.
What was the NAL game?
It was the Beast Coast against SSG, I want to say.
No.
No,
that was like
different
a
one.
year or so ago.
Oh, well, in recent history. That game this stage was awful as well.
All right.
I'm just going to call out. Sorry.
It's all right. For all the Damwon Kia fans out there, I hope you have your copium right by your side as you're watching this on your couch. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Not ready yet. No, okay, we're going to take our time. Just got the call. We're taking their time. Sorry. We almost got our casters excited.
I saw Hopper shoot the
nearly pressed
position
the
as well.
button there.
He went.
Yeah, it's... There you go. Thank you very much, Milos. I'm just going to say it to myself. But if we're looking at the weak points that have been going on with Damwon Kia, because we're saying, okay, everything's happening for Fav, let's look at the macro for Damwon, because they're a team that needs to make it to the major, needs to make it to SI, and it's got to go through Fav here, but also improvements that have to happen in 2 weeks.
I think it was Damwon Kia. I don't know what's necessarily happened with them, whether they had a switch, a change in strategy. But ever since about the start of Berlin, back into stage 2, up until about now, they've gone super passive. They've allowed teams to take all the space they want when Damwon Kia have been on the defense. They've allowed teams to do that. When they're attacking, they're very slow, they're very passive, they're looking for these late executes, and that's not Damwon Kia of old. Damwon KIA of old is kind of like you expect them to. They've got these big star players. They go in, they make these big bold plays, massive, multi-kills, Rain, Yas, etc. So I wonder if they're in a bit of an identity crisis themselves, whether the shift in the meta and the operators has maybe just affected them a little bit and they've needed to refine that. Hopefully they have, but like I say, those inconsistent performance, those ups and downs, it doesn't fill me with confidence when you're thinking about, we need to make a sustained run for top 2.
And that's the strange thing. You look at the meta and you think, this really suits Damwon. This meta should really suit Damwon KIA. But they are just struggling to make that transition into it. And no one's really stepping head and shoulders above the rest. We're used to big standout performances or someone absolutely dominating a stat line. Just looking across the numbers, there's no one that's standing head and shoulders above everyone else. They're all very middle. But even Coated, you look at it and you think, Coated,
ain't Goated no more.
He's rated 106.
Yeah, that's
Next
what I mean.
player below, Yas, rated 105. There's not a great deal of difference.
If Coated's your top-rated player, when you've got a team of superstars, when you've got Yas, when you've got Rin, when you've got, Cat Sang, Woogerman, like these that have had massive international moments, and Coated's your top-rated player, that's no disrespect to Coated, but there is a problem.
Some issues to look at here, but operator-wise, now on Bank, sorry, we have a slight delay just to keep you all updated. It's in no relations to somebody pressing the S button. Don't worry about it. But any operators that we see banned out here, because there's been a lot of Nook and then a lot of Nook banned specifically for Bank.
Fav didn't ban Nook when they went up against Sandbox, and not just them being not on cams, but also Nook was a massive. I remember Good Boy just dropping down a hatch and just walking into sight in lockers. With nobody knowing on Nook. So I think Nook would actually be a really good ban. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of Nook ban generally anyway.
Nook's always been a great operator for Bank anyway, so the fact that Nook's one of the few with nades now, bit of a no-brainer that you throw that one in there. You could maybe look at chucking a Hibana into the mix as well, just to make some of that hatch play a little bit more difficult. Certainly in EUL, we saw some strange bans this week. We saw a lot of Cade ban with Thatcher still open and obviously the secondary MPs. But defenders, you're always going to be looking at your sort of staples, your Echo, maybe something like a Valkyrie. Get rid of some of that information. But I mean, it's not like Fav are necessarily going to use it too well, so you could also leave it open.
It's true. Maybe a zero could be found in this. NA has been rocking the zero more often.
I love a zero ban on Bank, and I don't know why teams don't do it more. I think it's because if you ban zero, Hibana is just going to be available, right?
Fair.
But zero is so good. Like, and obviously we're talking, we're waiting for the game to start, but zero on Bank, particularly, because you've got the 2 hard breach charges, you've got the 4 SAM cams. I don't know the actual name of them. Argus cams. There you go. Look at that knowledge. Because you've got the 4 of them, you can play them in very high places in like lobby. You can actually, one trick that zero players often do is they go up to the roof and they shoot a SAM cam in all 3 of the skylights, because you can hold all of the flanks from a SAM cam in the skylight, and then you can use the last one for burn or just an aggressive cam, whatever you want. And then you've got the 2 hard breach charges as well. Such a good operator for Bank specifically.
There you go. I mean, Maverick has been seeing a bit of a lowering in pick and ban rate also in general.
Yeah, I mean, no nades. EMP grenades coming in.
To be honest,
rough.
After the Buck nerf, at least removing his nades, I fell in love with Maverick. I have to just state it here. Maybe TMI for some people, but like, there was a time.
Or was it like the scruffy beard and like the nice scarf he's got?
Yeah, I mean, I have a thing for scarves. That's how it is.
That's why I did think so, yeah.
Fair. It's honestly, I guess the half Afghan, not roots, but he's created some of his own in the lore itself. But there was a time where I believed Maverick was incredibly underused, and that between his M4 and the grenades and the ease of use of his utility, that's even before the actual like the actual Suri Lance was increased. Like, they doubled the actual gas capacity.
Yeah.
And back then, you had to be very precise about how you use them. Still to this day, there's a lot of players that still mess it up. But
he took a side swipe.
I mean, you gotta do it. You gotta highlight it, right? But that's all of these things made him such a great operator. But now the nades are gone, and you're gonna have to, suffer through it, I guess.
Yeah, I think they'll come in and out of popularity.
Yeah, it's normal also that you have balancing over the course of the history of the game. We're going into the 8th year soon, so there's just so many things that have to keep swapping out. Thermite doesn't have grenades like it used to. Smoke doesn't have a nitro, for those that still remember that was a thing at one point. And Frost can't snipe people across the map, so you take what you get.
I think it's it's weird to see that one change to an operator's kit, and it's secondary kit as well. You know, we're not talking about primary gadget, we're talking about secondary utility. The nades going, it is enough to just drop anyone off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And, you know, you look at what's happened with Finka recently. Obviously, Finka suffered a bit of an LMG nerf as well, so there were other things going on there.
True.
But that was, you know, the nades in itself is almost enough because it's been proven there with Maverick that, yeah, he's a slow breacher and he's no longer got nades. Let's bring something else on a Hibana.
Isn't it crazy that, I guess, APAC pioneered Finka, and now nobody touches Finka in the region?
Yeah. It's one of them is, whatever APAC's playing now will be good in about 6 months' time.
Yeah.
They love it.
That's pretty much it.
I just want to see loads of capital from them.
At the time, it was only Wilkie from ENCE that played Finka in
name.
Europe. Yeah, now look at him, general manager of ENCE. Insane.
Speaking of throwbacks, do you know where I was watching a stream yesterday, Rainbow Six Siege?
Keito Mestari.
Panari.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. He's been playing more like Resident Evil or whatever the past few weeks. Like really old games.
Yeah. He's back.
How's he feeling?
Don't know.
Is he making up any music?
Oh, I don't know. I had him on the second monitor muted whilst I was playing Siege myself.
Okay, you're double dipping.
Yeah.
In that way.
Always.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But, you know, moving on. Sorry for the tangent, but we kind of have to burn some time in a way. Better than going to a break or anything. You just have to welcome to the APAC North podcast, where we talk about random stuff awaiting a game. Our lobby is not set yet. There's some issues with the players, so don't you worry about it. But why did it go to camera one? But if we were to move on and talk about operators that would really, I guess, impact Fav in this case, things that they could use to their advantage, because there must be something that Fav is doing in those rounds that they're winning that could work. That you look at and like, yeah, this is the spark. This is the spark.
No,
dig.
I can't, because I literally jumped to maybe they should play Legion. That's where I got to.
Oh, it's never good if you
it
say
might
bring
give
a
them a bit
Legion.
of information for free. What?
I'm sorry, what's wrong with Legion?
What seems to be happening in rounds where Fav win is that the other team play it badly. It's very hard to watch Fav at the minute, and it really is. Like I say, we see the symptoms, but when you're seeing literally people dead, not on cams, and the enemy just walking into sight, it's very hard to make up not even make up, but think of something that they're doing well. I think there's some really fundamental problems there, and I think it stems from the fact that they do a setup, and every person on that team has their job, and they stick to that job and they do that job, and there's not any flexibility to shift to what the opponent's doing. And I think that's a big problem for them.
You bring up the flexibility there, and it's kind of interesting that you start this topic about talking about operators and what could they bring to give them a little bit of something extra. If you look at the most played defenders, 3 of them have got Mute as the most played defender.
Yeah.
Now, that's not a problem. Mute's great. I love a bit of Mute. I think Mute is a staple in most compositions. But throw something else in there. You know, that means that people aren't playing one other thing consistently enough for that to be their most favoured defender. So it means that their default is Mute, and then they'll just occasionally pick onto other things. It seems like there's almost a bit of a role crisis, a bit of an identity crisis, similar in a way of what's happening with DWG KIA. But the fact that you've got so much reliance on, you know, just sticking to a very simple, straightforward lineup, and you haven't got that ability to flex off. Some of the best teams in the world, we see what they're capable of, and they're capable of anyone can play anything. You typically, you know, we're out of the support entry meta where that's a very clear, defined line, and people can play things as different options. So a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more variety for the side of Fav really wouldn't do them any harm.
Yeah,
I agree.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. We're still on delay. We're awaiting our players to hop in. I'm saying it shouldn't take too long, but the macro for DWG KIA now and for APAC is who can make it to Invitational. And I don't know if we have the graphic for who can make it. It probably has not been updated with the results of the first game, but I'll just ask production if very nicely they would have that Sprabuni and Wrath graphic up to pull whenever they feel like it. But it seems like, let me just confirm. Let's continue to talk about it for just a moment.
Oh, I'm talking about the graphic? Yep.
Yeah, we'll bring it out in a second.
So, is this the SI graphic or is it the Berlin graphic? Oh, who knows? It's
Berlin.
the SI graphic. This is both.
Is both.
This is both. So, as at the start of the Playday, we've got the percentage chances of teams making the Berlin
There are people
major.
that make up teams.
So, DWG KIA, currently 13%. Now, that very likely has twinged down very slightly due to Sandbox winning in the full 3 points. Sandbox themselves will have gone up to 76% chance. So that will naturally have moved Damwon Kia's down just a little bit. And obviously for Damwon Kia, because they didn't do well in Berlin, because they didn't go to Charlotte, they don't make the major. They also don't make SI based on points alone.
Yeah.
They're going to have to go through APAC quals, which is, as we've seen, very competitive.
It's volatile.
Certainly is. And you never want to be relying on a last chance qualifier to get to a big international event, especially when a team like Damwon Kia has attended so many invitationals in a row. It'd be a big shame to see them miss out on it. One thing that graphic doesn't take into account, which is certainly worth mentioning, is the run of games that are coming up now.
And the strength of the opposition.
And the strength of the opposition. So you look at who Damwon are playing. Damwon have got Fab this week. They've got Spear next week. You look at that and you think it should be 6 points for them. There's no reason why it shouldn't be. So that will, of course, impact the percentages, but only 2 teams go through, so it's still tight.
Yeah, I guess this was the gluten-free part of the show because we got to stretch it out, and that's what gluten's for. You go, learn something new. Anyways, that's Damwon Kia versus Fav. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the casters will get you directly into game. See you in a few. Sorry for the delays.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking the gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. It's number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can, and abiding by his plan. They tryna end me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jits. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, at the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna end me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it. Split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, boy, you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, oh, you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life.
gosh! Yeah, we're back. The
production. We can also give them a thank.
We can thank them.
They
The lobby's ready. We have all 10 players confirmed. Everything's up and running. Confirmed. We'll be
confused for a second as the player forgot to turn their AC on.
Yeah, they were like, the players got to turn their AC on, and we're like,
why is this an emergency?
The AC in the cool world of production stands for anti-cheat.
Yeah, not for air conditioning.
So they're living in their own world. Hey, thank you for bearing with us during that period of time.
You know, I just wanted to start questioning the desk on their knowledge about gadget names.
Okay.
When we came through, it was just how many full names do they know? Because we always give them nicknames. So I just wondered, has any have been forgotten? But we didn't get to that part.
Well, Fresh is standing right over there.
Yeah, Fresh is standing right there.
Fresh just ate your burger.
That's fine. Which one am I going to be?
He's saying we should quiz him. All right,
I'm starting with a simple one. Amaru.
Really?
Doesn't know. It's
Yeah.
the Garahu. Congratulations.
All right, Ying, the ban.
Yeah, Ying has been banned.
What's the Candela? Cool.
Nice. Okay,
We'll do the next.
Yeah, we'll do.
I mean, it's going to be Nook, so prepare yourself. But
that one is quite a difficult one.
Let's see. It might not be Nook. They're taking their time on this.
They are.
Hibana.
That should be easy.
That's easy.
No.
X-Kairos,
you got it.
correct.
X-Kairos.
You can't hit Fresh, so we're filling you in here, Twitch chat. You can play along at home.
You can.
Fav are taking their time on these bans. Is someone not ready?
They're all sitting. So I assume everybody is ready. Maybe they just want to have a really good discussion about it.
I just want to have it.
Stall this out. Cade. Yeah.
Yeah. That's quite easy.
That's quite easy.
Doesn't really have a fancy.
They haven't been really testing us here.
Damn, okay. Oh, they were quick. I was about to not complain.
But just give him a little nudge. Valkyrie. No, that's also an easy one.
Ooh. Stumped.
That should be an easy
He's
one.
pulling a face, Twitch chat. He's pulling a face.
You don't know?
You don't know?
We say this so often. It's not a Valcam.
It's a black eye.
A black eye.
A black eye.
There you go.
You got all of them. Yeah.
That's Maestro. Yeah. All right. That aside, let's get into the game, as we've had that small delay. We had the quiz. Hope you all passed back at home.
Yeah. Congratulations if you did. If you didn't, I'm sorry. You have failed.
Final test is at the major.
The final test is at the major. Jönköping.
Jönköping.
I
don't know if that's... I hear so many different pronunciations of Jönköping.
Fabian, however I pronounce it, Fabian's going to be mad at me.
He's always mad. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so... And who else am I going to irritate? Bikini Bozy? What's he going to do? Do memes?
He's going to get a clash shield out and start teabagging. That's what he's going to do.
Hey, we're in. Fab Gaming versus Damwon Kia. What's the story? Come on, Damwon, you gotta win this. Let's be honest here. Between these two and how they've gone, Fab find themselves still sitting at the bottom of the board with a single point. Damwon Kia, they find themselves middling with 6. It's not the biggest distance, especially now that Sandbox have sort of cemented it. Well, it means that they've got to win this. If it's anything other than a confident win, I would be astounded to see Damwon Kia at the major.
The thing is, Damwon Kia, all they have to do is get 9 points and hope that Reject loses 1 or 2. That's it. If they do that, they're going to the major. It's as simple as that. But that doesn't mean they need 9 points. That means they cannot go to overtime a single time if they want to keep it all on their own hands. As Rin starts it off, that's a good start. It's Euro removed. It's the Finka away. No more LMG or heals coming through. It's a good start for... I don't know what Shin is. He's
trying to get the angle down the stairs. So you can get an angle all the way down the stairs there.
And too far, but
yeah, he's hoping he can get the hop up there and sort of...
Wasting a lot of time doing this.
Sloth was holding that angle before. He's played that a couple of times. It's awkward, but it can give you a really good overwatch there. They've been quite quick getting control here over the top 2 floors. Obviously, they suffered down in the basement. I'm not sure if that was a swing down from the blue stairs itself or an attempt on that sort of aggression, but either way, it locks out the first fight, and you can see they're just getting some clarity over open, making sure that, well, they've forced the players down. These cap cans are taken care of, the attention paid to hatches that are partially opened and now opened. Means that the break will come through. No Kaid means there's nothing that's really going to slow this down, and they can start focusing towards the fight inside the site. Didn't get that cap can, though. Oh, look at this Aruna gate. It's going to pop off. Look, are they going to step off?
They might. Oh no, it's already been shot. So they sent a Gemini replicator through earlier that walked through and actually destroyed that. So they needed to get back in. Didn't know that, of course, so that's why they stepped off.
It wasn't sparking, so I thought. But that's because it could be reactivated.
It could be reactivated at that moment in time.
I saw them waiting
very
underneath.
early on.
I was hoping it's going to be cool.
It would have been a cool trick, but Fav realized it quick enough as they do find Rin, and that is now an opening into the server room.
It's very open down here. They've got that single wall. We just hit a zero cam pop off on the back end. The pre-fire round towards the main connecting wall. The plant is still going to have to find its way through. The Renegade's been burnt for 40 seconds, and they're just trying to throw themselves through. Shin gets a hell of a take there across the head of Coated, caught out. The smoke's gone. That's a massive blow as the canisters themselves start to cook into gear. Swing round and a spray. Shin's the man with the kid in the pocket, so he's trying to keep himself as alive as possible. Woogieman is doing the opposite. Takes care of Light inside the site. The drop on the hatch. The heavy-hitting hammer of Yas round on the corner. He's swinging and trying to make a connection. Taipon's going to see if he can stick the plant, but he knows he's under too much damage and duress. He's lost loads of health, but Shin's doing his best. This C4 could define the whole game. If this does not get caught out, that is it caught out. Shot on the side. Woogieman gets one more, but the plant, it might just connect. There it is. Misses the tail end of the player. There's one close to his right-hand side. Woogieman and Katsang, the two apiece. You're sort of wondering where Katsang was in that engagement. He still has a C4 of his own. They're able to win out the fight. Now holding off with barely any health to pings. The hot players, they've got themselves behind a shield. The pre-fire pops up a quad kill for Shin. Taipon saves the ace. But Fav bite back for an opening round.
Instantly bite back and taking out the smoke. Crucial there. You saw how much damage was done onto the Amaru. You saw how much the Yana took damage as they tried to go for the plant right there. An extra smoke canister down on the ground would have been the decision maker out there. Would have made sure that that plant would not come to fruition. As we had a player of Fav going for a cheeky disconnect. Unfortunate. That means we were right back into the pauses.
I don't think they're going for a cheeky disconnect.
They didn't.
A cheeky disconnect has
on
occurred.
purpose, but it has occurred. And that means we have a little bit of time to talk again.
If you haven't worked out who's disconnected, I know who it is. Can you work it out?
Oh, yes. I was like, how do you work it out? I think it's Yura.
It's Yura. Yura has...
or he's a very good at sitting still.
Yeah, like staring contest.
This feels like his entire PC has crashed, by the way.
Yeah, Yura...
It's not just the game.
That's an abrupt cut. So we'll have a tech pause. Teams are allowed one of these a piece. Obviously, there were some problems getting in. So you hope that it's not relevant to those things because Fav do not need to be played by it. They're the only team out of contention of the major, technically. I'm not sure if the previous result changes the result for Talon and Spear. I think it might do.
Wait, what? Sorry? I was just...
So at the start of the day, Fav were the only team that could not make the major.
Yes.
I don't know if Sandbox's result has changed Talon
check.
and Spear and removed them from the running. So at this point, Fav are just playing the games ahead of them. And it's sometimes a bit of a relief for a team. Sometimes they'll play their best when the pressure's off in that regard. You've got the lead up onto, obviously, the next year, the next season. DWG KIA have all the pressure in the world. DWG KIA are on the back foot on a chase for a two-horse race.
Yeah, it's not just a major; it's also the Sixth Invitational that is on the line, of course. So you have to keep that in mind. No, for now, everybody's still in the race, considering 9 points still left to be grabbed for teams like Talent and Spear, who are currently behind.
The CAG result could change that, I guess.
The CAG result will change things. That is for sure. Because if I am checking, Cyclops plays up against Reject. No, Spear. And Talent plays Reject. So if Reject wins that, Cyclops win that, there's going to be two more teams locked out from making it to the major, potentially. But it's not the game at hand, because the game at hand is waiting to see if Yura can reconnect. Get that BC going again. It's not like they're in a team house like they are at DWG KIA, where you can, you know, have a little bit of a quick check around the cameras and see if the other person is reconnecting. Not the case here. All we have is the camera of Yura that we hope comes back on at some point.
Katsang looks very relaxed.
Can't say. Yeah, he's just chilling.
Just waiting.
Just lounging.
And he's got the fan as well. Like he's kitted. Woogie as well. They're chilling. They're waiting.
Just getting some
high spirits on the side of Fav. I think that's the thing. There's a lot more pressure on DK this game. There's a lot more pressure on DK for every single game. That's just the nature of the beast. If you're out the race, you're still playing. and you're still throwing yourself in a game, but you'll be more willing to sort of push the boat out. You'll generally be in better spirits because at that point, you know, it's like, oh, well, but, well, now we can use this as time to try and drive some new ideas.
The thing is, Vav, you know, half a year without a win in APAC North, so I guess the pressure's kind of off at that point.
If
trying to change
if their first win since the end of stage 1
is going to be Damwon Kia.
Is against Damwon Kia.
And they lock them out of the major race by that way. I mean, they won't be locked out, but it's going to be like a 2% chance.
It makes it very doubtful.
That'd be a win. That'd definitely be a good way to get back into the things. Of course, Vav, as you mentioned before, the only one that is currently not able to qualify anymore for the major. As Emmy is getting blamed for this.
No, I'm having fun with production.
I heard it bleed through, so I was like, wait, are you the one that is the reason for this rehab?
Yeah, I've disconnected. You
pulled the cable of you out? Is that
no, it's me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We're back in.
Hey, we're back in.
Attackers need to
Sweet.
locate and defuse
Sick.
bombs.
Shin. Led in with 4K. Maybe could have got the ace. Probably not that envious about it. Off of the back of just a drive through onto the site. They sort of suffered early on, realized that there wasn't a huge amount of presence from Damwon Kia on the rest of the top of the map. So threw themselves down towards the side itself, got the hatches open that they needed to. They were taking quite aggressive hatch drops. And I think that's one of the things about this team is as the pressure was coming through on server, onto the side of the site and the plant itself, and they were like, well, we need to get past. We saw 2 different Fav players at 2 different times, about 20 seconds between them, just drop the site hatch and just try and swing into the engagements just to help the players behind lead in.
The thing is, if you make a decision in Siege, you need to stick through with it. And often
Yeah,
these
you gotta
hatch drops are like so hesitating. It's like we drop in, but we don't move. We just stay. That's how you die. If you drop in and you take that ground assertively, that's how you can find success. That's exactly what they did. They decided to go with it, and they just stuck it all through. They were not having any doubts about that hatch drop. And that is how you find success with those kind of plays.
All right. This isn't a site that we see very often. Generally, across the leagues, it sort of balanced itself. It's not entirely uncommon, but in comparison to how often we used to see it, it sort of fell a bit out of favor. It's become sometimes a little bit awkward, a little bit uncomfortable to hold itself. You've always generally got the castle as the extension, give yourself a little bit more room. The Azami is just a constant, to be honest, wherever you are. But she does work very, very well on this site. And we've seen some fun holds that include sort of having a little bit of, you know, this direction open, as we can see here, towards a wall that used to be locked. Instead, you sort of play against it with the Azami of the backline inside janitors and the site itself and the castle, and you swing around. You make all the square uncomfortable to be in, and you don't let them set up just from having those long-range angles.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Just trying to figure out how exactly Damwon Kia is playing this, because there is quite a lot of reinforcements inside a janitor. Katsing is still out there. Last wall, I believe, has a rotation in it. Oh, he's playing that from the long desk, so not even directly in janitor.
Oh, yeah, this is what I mean. Like, you'll just play it all the way back.
Yeah, so that they don't want to take the risk of someone walking in from the top of square and just finding the kill. And this way, they can still challenge on the rotation they have made on top square towards the side and the windows if a repelling occurs.
Light just suffered a fair bit.
Affected himself, I believe.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get rid of something. I don't know if he knocked a castle off of a different window, or there was just a missed moment and he pulled himself back to not suffer being shot. But it makes playing this a lot more dangerous. It just takes a little bit of a scratch to connect now to take care of your one player on those windows. It's a big rotate, and it means things are a bit risky. You can see they're sort of bouncing back and forth between the pair of windows on the little corridor and the ones on the site itself. But here is Fav kind of knocking on the door and a bit confused.
Yeah, they want to get the player near janitor. They know that is going to be the breaking point of their push. And as they go in for an execute, Shin will find Cats and Coded instantly responds. So that's a diffuser drop with 35 seconds.
Taipon's able to find Rin on the back end as well. Coded still in a power position, and Woogieman has the long range all the way back. But Afro, he's going to see if he can stick the plant. In the meantime, it's sprayed over the top. Taipon gets the cover at least, but 20 seconds. Woogieman's going to see if he can have to step up here. Yas has now also moved his way closer in a position to try and swing onto that remaining kit. It's a 3 versus 2. They have a little bit more more health from the good graces of Euro, but they have barely any time, so it's time to make the connection. Unfortunately, it's the wrong one for Fav. Yes, able to lock out Janitor's door. They've got to swing in. Euro gets one more. It's a 2 versus 1. Do they know where the last player is? Oh, they don't quite get the full connection. They're rotating around. They haven't gone for the kit. They're going to go for the fight. Doesn't get it in time. Ran the long way round the desk.
And lost it out due to it. Time running out. If only you managed to pick up on it and hold that F button just in time, it could have been an extension of the round, but it would have been a 1v1 with a damaged Zofia up against the last player on DWG KIA. But it's 1-1. They managed to get that round win in. They continue rotating, and again, a drop on Fav. It seems like Yura disconnecting.
Wow. They've used their tech timeout.
Yeah, and that is the issue here.
Or their tech timeout, even.
According to the rules. Sometimes exemptions are made, depending on the situation. But it seems like we get on going here. And DWG KIA continues their setup, and while Fav hasn't even requested for a timeout, because they also know it's just one. So I assume there is some issues with Euro, which is why he disconnected earlier. Now they just gotta hope that it doesn't happen again when he comes back, because if this is gonna be every other round...
I mean, that's the sort of tragedy of today for the side of Fav. There's a little bit less taken out of it.
They still continue playing for now. Oh, no. We are headed for a rehost. As I said, sometimes exemptions can be made. Every player has left currently and will be rejoining momentarily.
I think that's the same Euro freeze frame from the previous camera.
Yeah, he still hasn't reconnected. He probably didn't reconnect to the call, which means that we still have the frame from the last time. Because when we got going, we still had this frame as well.
I don't know this kind of production, but I do like how he's the main camera.
He's the main character now. So.
It's the main character. Just highlight how still.
Okay.
He can sit.
Well, then we have another couple of seconds and minutes to talk about what could happen, what has happened.
In that round?
Hiccups in the meantime as well. Bless you.
But what do you mean, bless you?
Well, I don't know else what to say with hiccups. Get better soon.
You don't say anything. You try and scare them, or you tell them to drink a glass of water upside down. They're the two most common hiccup cures that people will suggest.
Drink a glass of water upside down.
I don't know if that was... Production just went down my ear. I don't know if that was them trying to scare me by making a ghost sound or just a surprise acknowledge, but they just went, ooh.
I think Coded is a bit warm. They're putting some fans' direction. It seems like they're turning on the AC.
Yeah, they're pulling it around. The AC for air conditioning, not anti-cheat.
Yeah, the air conditioning one, not the anti-cheat one.
Uh-huh.
Important to know the difference in esports lands, especially today. I like, by the way, how some of the players on DWG KIA are playing with in-ears and then headset over it. And for those of you that do not watch Siege often or any esports at all, you might wonder, like, why don't you just get the sound over your headset? It's due to the LAN, because on LAN you play with in-ears, which gives you your sound. You have the headsets over ear, which will be producing white noise to blend out the crowd, and that will be a microphone as well. So them playing with their in-ears means that they're basically adapting to if they do go back to like a LAN environment. Whereas on the other side, Fav just basically only playing with in-ears here. Standalone mics. I mean, turn off his light.
I don't want to take anything away from your point. I think it's a good point. I think they've all got in-ears, so they're using them because they've got good in-ears.
Yeah, that's well. In-ears do okay.
I can't remember.
In-ears give better sound to me than headsets do.
Yeah, they do because they're more uncomfortable for long-term use unless you have very nice ones. And I'm assuming esports players that have been on major stages will have proper custom ones. But also the downside of in-ears is no mic.
Yeah.
So
hence the headsets.
I like how Rin just uses the desktop mic. Because they break your theory there that they're all trying to...
Yeah, no, Rin doesn't want to prep for LAN.
I don't think they're prepping for LAN.
No. I'm not saying it's prep for LAN.
We're 2 rounds in.
The same environment where they would
We're 2 rounds in and we're on a second rehost here after And unfortunately,
Just grasping onto
I think you're
random things.
grasping onto random things. I don't want to cut you down in front of the thousands of viewers, but I think you're grasping onto random things. So, we've got breaking news. Play the breaking news jingle. Hap.
Easy just did it.
Yeah, but they can't
They
hear.
can't hear that.
So you got to... Breaking news. K-Razor will be stepping in to the Fav roster as a sub because of the difficulties that are happening.
So that's not you.
The camera just swapped to K-Razor, perfectly timed.
As we said it.
K-Razor.
Just need to change the name now. Is the only thing that is.
Oh.
He's back.
They're back. They're just making sure things are working. K-Razor's in. They'll be doing their best here in the circumstance. Obviously, they tried their hardest to get Euro to be playing. Fair enough. You want yourself at full strength, regardless of whether it's the game that's a make or break or a game of just sort of being the game. But
one thing is for sure certain. I think K-Razor would have a bigger impact than Euro disconnecting every round.
Oh, you would hope.
I would hope, at least. Because that's the thing as well. You get one of those tech timeouts. They have used that on Euro. This one was then to get K-Razor in instead, considering Euro is unable to play. And then we get going again. Up onto the third round of Bank of our game. Which can last somewhere between 12 and 15 rounds. Bit quicker, possible as well. And the staff room and open area will be up next, as DWG KIA, of course, continues on their defense. And Fav has set up their lineup. And this is always an interesting thing, what happens. When you have to sub someone in mid-game, of course, you haven't been prepping with them, right?
Yeah.
Of course, K-Razor is aware of all the strategies, knows what to do, but they'll probably put him on a role where he feels most comfortable and shift around a little bit as that. Let him do what he wants or how he feels like it.
You say that, but it's Fav who have played with K-Razor almost as much this season.
No, of course.
In the roster, where it was Typon was the sort of back and forth role between the sub spot and actually playing in it. Got brought in because of the difficulties they were having. Yeah, I don't remember if it was on the second or the third Playday.
So they are experienced with playing.
K-Razor has always he's dabbled in play.
It's a six-man roster.
Yeah, in that they're trying to make things work. It's perfect for today to have the preparation.
In these situations, you need to have it, and that's what I'm saying, right? He knows the strategies. He knows what is expected of them. The only thing is that he probably hasn't been scrimming with them over the last week or so. And that is something that you just need to get back into quickly here. Maybe gets to play a bit more on a comfortable position. With 5 attacks, they are looking to find 2, maybe 3 rounds over the course of this first half to find themselves in a decent enough position to approach the rest of the Bank.
Wow, from now on, Euro, I'll be sitting on the sidelines, hoping that the team can try and piece it together, because to be honest, their start was sort of well put together. There was a lot of confidence here, and unfortunately, the last second change of roster is actually going to be something that adds a little bit more stress regardless. Here's Shin creeping his way super close to what is the open Aruna gate, hoping he can get a nice take on a player on the back end. There's a Banshee gone, and heard the trace from Katsang on the far end, but Katsang's the only body onside the site, and if that's something that gets red, well, Coated is obviously close enough, and he's locking that. I think they've sort of got the idea that there's a close push. Here's the Banshee, and gets themselves a little bit more solid. You can see the quick rotate down the stairs as well. DWG KIA, I think, sort of went, well, hang on, we might be being red here.
You know, definitely putting up some pressure onto that top floor. Rotations have been made. Boogeyman is just hiding now inside the office, hoping to pick one off guard. And as that drone rolls by, doesn't get the spot out, it is going to be whether or not he checked, and he did not. Typon will find the first kill. Locks out Boogeyman, and that is now the hatch under control. Janitor that he can play with here. There might be some verticalities he could go for. If he would have checked, it's Coda that finds the response, brings it back to a 4-on-4, and make sure that at least for now, Janitor not really being used as Afro is in a very scrappy gunfight. A second player of DWG KIA pops up. Yas will find that kill, and will drop the diffuser momentarily.
Wow, the diffuser is dropped, and they find themselves now in this 4 versus 3 Fav on the back foot and on the far end. Going Going to try and pick up sticks and pull themselves back round for what could have been an early strike round onto the site itself. Now it might be a late game nook, but 40 seconds and one loose player on the other side of a door just misses the feet. If that rotate had come at a slightly different second, he would have seen it and gotten very easy catch. Yes, especially with how injured he is. Oh, he's going to have a freebie here around the corner. They've got the pings, they've got the prep, and they've got to take. There was the drop pocket and the return around the corner. Didn't actually lose the grenade, pulled off the pin at the second now, but with K-Razor the only one left standing, they're just going to knock on the door of sight and unfortunately get nowhere. DWG KIA find another round and, well, touch wood. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until we're in the round.
We still have 5 players on either side.
We still have all 10 players.
The issue should be resolved, of course, with K-Razor coming in. And like, there's some curse on them maybe.
Has there ever been a mid-game sub before? Is this a first?
Yes, it has happened, but I don't know which game. I do remember them happening.
Because I'm trying to remember if it's ever happened before. Like, there's been subs, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But a mid-game sub.
I known it's in the rulebook for a while, I believe, which is that it is allowed under certain circumstances.
I guess admin rule at the end of the day.
Admin rules, they know it all and they always have fun.
You'd hope they know it all.
You hope.
I'm not saying I'm sure that they do, but it would be
funny if they don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
I'm trying to think if I ever remember it happening.
I remember it happening, but I cannot tell if it's like a national league or a challenger league where it happened before, if it was a tier 1 league. But I've definitely seen it happen before.
Yeah, I know that there've been subs, don't get me wrong. I remember once, I think it was Pengu subbed into a tier 3 national league or a tier 4 national league for a Playday.
He's done it with Benelux, and that might be the one.
That shouldn't have been.
Yeah, Easy protested him back then, so...
yeah, of course he did. The Easy protests everything. All right, we're in. 2 rounds that have worked in a row, and Rin almost suffers. They were able to, if you remember, 50 minutes ago, the first round that we had, Rin was able to get the early kill, the lead in here on the side of server. This time they haven't quite been gifted the same, but look at this quick pressure. They really wanted to try and swing that corner. Shin was huge as the lead in here. They were sort of looking for these fights. Koted's offering some support and safety here on the side of Rin. The beepers and the procs come around the corner. They're ready to try and pop the players as soon as they can get close. Rin's going to buy themselves as much time as possible. It's sort of a suicide place to hold, but that's the job. Light, in the meantime, on the back end, they've got yellow pings on 1 player. Are they going to be able to find some success on the hunt? Well, they don't need to be. Shin gets Yas, gets the lockout, gets control of the hatches.
Yeah, they want to make sure they have control of the open area, and they have gotten that now. So they can start working on opening up those angles. Makes Rin's position even harder to play, because we'll literally be stuck right behind that server stack. Because Koted now, you know, that gets opened up. He has to fall back. He can no longer stick around. So Rin is truly on a mission of his own right now.
That's it. But you sort of know the goal that you have when you're playing this spot. You sort of have to have a lock-in, and well, from that point, you can hear the cams popping off. Can they get a bit of a lockout on the remaining players? There's the reveal still. Rin's still in a power place at this point. They've been removed. The pressure's got to start to come a bit now. You can see Fav, they're swinging on the door. There's another cam. There's more attention and focus paid. And there's the catch. Very, very well played there from the drive of Fav. They've got the 5 versus 3 advantage. They're now angling above the hatch as well. You can see that they're sort of eyeing up the same pressure they did before. The breach onto the plant will come through as the fires popped a little bit earlier there. I'm not sure if that was from the guns of DK or from Fav, but that was definitely DK. Coated, and Light gets one instantly back.
Nice long angle help from the back of the bomb chassis there, and now they just need to try and hold on. They have some smoke canisters. One will be used to get rid of the player that is on the main stairs. Stop them from truly progressing here. Waste as much time as you possibly can. The fire pops off as well. That's all just going to be working towards that goal, as there is going to be a concussion send in. Smoke canisters to follow up. Katsing is looking to find himself dug in deep near the actual vault, so he can do something with that C4, take out some players, maybe even stop the plant from happening. But they need to be quick, because Typon, he's descending on the main stairs right now.
Well, the pop of a canister no longer there, but 15 seconds. They got to start trying to be there. Typon with a great first take, a 4 versus 1. Katsang all that's left. He's trying to find the first, cannot. K-Razor, the last second step in. I say last second, it happened during the game. I guess it's not really a last second step in.
It's like a team T2 or something like that.
The second round step in is able to get the end of that. A 2-2. Both of them won down on that basement site though. So DK still have a lot going for them.
And that means Fav, they would prefer to win any of the next couple of rounds as well, to truly set themselves up in a decent position to be approaching the rest of Bank. Now, we've seen this side played out before. It seems like we might see a very similar hold coming out from DWG KIA. Basically, there was a lot of control from Fav. They managed to get the trades going their way. It's just that where the final 5 players were alive, things started to go south just a little bit. Think about the wrong side, you know, running the long way around the desk rather than the short way, which could have prevented you or running out of time. Those kind of things. And if Fav, they approach at the same time, or the same way, they know where these DWG KIA players are going to be playing. If these long angles are again going to be held from Katzing, for example, near the long desk rather than inside Janitor, you know it's going to be relatively safe to send someone into Janitor to get that under control. But that is, of course, the question, and you need to get drones out to see if that's indeed the case.
Okay, 2 apiece Fav, and with all the troubles, can they sort of find themselves a bit cemented? Rin is trying to find a very early fight here, but I think they'll be under a little bit more pressure. It seems like a very good early few step-ins that we're getting from Fav here. Whether they're paying full attention or not, they know that what they want to sort of drive the attention towards. They know where they want to get the awareness from. And then from that, they've seemingly been able to pull some pieces together on the back end of it. They were close last time they were here with Yura stepped up in the roster. It was a 2 versus 1, but they went the wrong way around a long table and couldn't even get the hold on the plant. It doesn't mean they get the round, but it at least means there's a chance rather than the timeout that otherwise occurred. A quick breach here. The focus paid from Shin, the extra second saved. They know are precious.
This will put some pressure up on that hallway and make sure that no one can just sneak up like that, because there's always the, well, guess or opportunity of one of those attackers holding off. That is 2 ADSs caught, or 2 ADSs catching a 3 actually onto the EMPs. That's quite an odd thing.
They wanted to impact the castle, but then it just hit straight into the gate instead. The Aruna gate is going to stop that being popped open. We think of the power position that was played before where the last players were standing, and well, Rin, what are you going to be able to pull off here? We hear the pre-fire. They're droning on the corner. They're watching on the window behind you. The drone is on the other side of that pillar. We see the outline. They do not. Oh, Rin, this is a very dangerous gamble. It does not pay off. I was about to say it takes a second and it takes a sliver of a cent, and Shin is handed 1, but a minute 10. They get their early lead in. They get that first very late on. Can they try and move behind it now?
Again, all they need to do is get rid of the player that is inside of Janitor. After that, it is going to be quite smooth sailing here for the side of Fav, as that just opens up a fight towards just horizontal, one-directional fights rather than having to worry about crossfires that you're walking into. Light holding off here as well. He's stopping any rotation back towards the majority of that site. So if they do manage to isolate these players, Katzing is in a fight of his own.
That's it. Imagine if that castle had been successfully dropped. That's entirely the difference of the position Katzing can play and whether they can really try and get the plant down. The pressure's onto Janitors, the pressure's on the windows, and the pressure's on Coated. Caught out there, Typon finds the first on the swing round. They're tucked behind now. They're going to see if they can try and get the plant behind the chassis. Katzing just misses the edge. We saw it, but we got the outline to help us. They do not. The spray comes through, but it won't connect it to post plant. Moogieman's got to try and move up. They can't quite get it on the Azami, but they find it on the far end. There's the post plant caught. But outside on the windows, Woogie, you've got to go for a bit of a hop out here. 2 Stactors, 2 stories. They're sprayed from behind, though. Just a single player left. Katzing. K-Razor finds one more once again. Caught out. It's Typon, and it's Fav in the lead.
Well done by Fav, and they managed to clear out Janitor Army. After that, they inserted themselves into the site. They realized last time, oh, there is that one player in the office that just uses that little angle right next to the barricade to shoot us down as we try and go for the plant. What about we dig in a bit further? We get behind that bomb chassis. We get behind the bulletproof casing. It's safe to go for a plant there, and that's what they use. That's how they managed to get that round, and that is why they are now leading. And DWG KIA continuing their rotation towards the staff room and open area. But I did mention it before, the last time Fav played that previous round onto CEO, they were quite close. It's just these last minor missteps that led them to be losing that round, but they have fixed for that last one. The same could be said about this current site. If they manage to get everything going right now, do not have such a big scrappy fight around the main stairs where you lose 2 players whilst taking down 2 DWG KIA players to about, well, 20 HP each, certainly the tables turn into your favor.
It's bank, it's early doors, and it's still trying to find the feet, but as I said, very early onto this, Damwon KIA are on a back foot. They got to try and win everything. They got to try and drive themselves if they want a seat at the table of Sweden once again, the place where they made their first major sort of statement, their first major sort of stand. And, you know, at this point, we're, I guess, going to get a bit of a drive through and have that confidence if only they can pull a major victory, because you're against FAV, you're against the team, the first team, the only team out of the contention of this.
I'm just going to say now, if they lose this, they're not going to be qualifying on points for the Sixth Invitational. And that will be a big blow for Damwon KIA, after, of course, being hailed as the best that APAC North had to offer, but not really being able to show up for it. And now they probably have lost that title. Cyclops is really stepping up well in this meta, and are seeming to be running away with it. It's going to be an RC Retiro that is not receiving any further signals due to the mute gemmers in place. So it's going to be a ticking time bomb there. If they do manage to get rid of the mute gemmer, that will blow up still. But no piece of utility there you would really lose, so you just leave it be.
The steady roll and whir of a drone out on a dance, trying to find its way through. Typon with a quick drop round, but it's K-Razor to find the first. They're looking for the second inside. Do they capture the rotate? They do. Typon gets Yas caught out on the back. Afro has one more, and Woogieman is suddenly surrounded. The door falls. And so does a player on the swing. K-Razor, they've really stepped in to the slot on the roster coat. It suddenly blinked and he missed all of his teammates being taken out. The only one inside the site, the C4, doesn't quite get the catch. Great movement there from the sledge above. The shotguns pop locked and ready to lock and load. The drone will give a bit of a reveal. It opens the rotation. There's pings on the players, onside beepers. Really, it's very impossible to defend how many routes are through into open. It's not just a small box, it's a lot of routes. So steps in, went for a risk. Not else you can really do at that point, but
yeah,
that is 4-2.
That's 4-2 for Fav, and we have to say, Coded, he did everything he could do there. Like, if he waits, he's going to be shut down from 3 different angles at the same time. He needed to eliminate at least one of them by taking the initiative and pushing in. Didn't work out there. Fav leading 4-2. Now onto their defense they go. And Damwon KIA seeming a bit disjointed. Things not really working out for them. Whilst their major dream, their 6 invitational opportunities are starting to slip away, Fav decided that 185 days has been enough. It's time to get an extra victory on the board. First time since the last game of Stage 1.
Imagine.
Again, we said it before. Imagine if it's against Damwon KIA.
Imagine if Fav's first win since the end of Stage 1, many, many moons ago, is against Damwon KIA.
And not just Damwon KIA, but Damwon KIA looking to still maintain their dream of making it to the majors.
Imagine if it's Fav on a day where they had to last second swap in a player. Can't argue with the performance K-Razor's put in so far, 4-1. And obviously, it's a 2-story game. We are propping this up with the idea that it's over. It's obviously not. It's just fun to talk about in that sort of grandeur of terms because it's a grand possibility. It is a possibility. And that's that sort of thing right now. That's that worrying moment here for Damwon KIA. They're missing Rin and Yas. They're missing 2 huge fraggers. Coated is the only positive player on the roster right now. And sure, they're on defense. They're battening down the hatches. They'll now have the chance at a drive there. But there's a Twitch drone caught out by Shin playing this quite aggressively. A steady clear over the top. The fight and the reveal just misses. The Mozzie on the slip and the slink away. K-Razor's out of there. But look at the Twitch location. Look at the pressure they're applying elsewhere. You assume they're going to fire through onto the soft. They are. But K-Razor's still able to escape that as well.
Yeah, the ping, of course, a little bit disjointed from the position he was actually in at that moment in time. As Yas does find light, so that's going to be a great opener here for the side of Damwon KIA as they attack that basement. Extra pings are coming through, the footsteps still being scanned. They have the ID now that someone indeed has fallen back. Need to be careful, though, if you have the eye knocks on, because it does blur your vision. There you have it. K-Razor just takes him out. That is going to be bringing it back to a 4-4. And K-Razor can retake that top floor.
I mean, K-Razor, game of the life right now. Who says they need Ash? Reddit chat. Well, maybe. Katsang able to take care of K-Racer on the swing round. There's a fight back. It's scrappy, and Typhon doesn't get the full tail of it. Katsang is able to slip away the second time as Yas puts pressure inside the site. Shin now is going to get a little bit of support here. Green, they just watch the body slowly fall down. They're going to pull themselves back towards Garage and peel off. You're looking at a lot of time for the 4 remaining Damwon Kia players left at this point. It's felt at points a bit of a quick drive. And here now, there's a momentary lapse, a moment for Damwon Kia to rebuild, restructure, take care of the hatch and do some of the structural work they messed up before. The ping on some canisters that need to be popped sooner rather than later. They're missing one on the far end, but there's, I believe, the last that's otherwise tucked in. And they'll just set themselves up with some coverage.
Just making sure that they have everything necessary, set themselves up above the hatches, and probably will have to go for a very well executed push all at the same time while still having to cover up above when necessary. 30 seconds before that plan needs to come down. Shin goes aggressive. Typhon finds one, finds a second one before the trade comes in. It's only up to Typhon now, but look how aggressive he is under that hatch. There's someone still behind him. Does he know? Coda finds him. As soon as he flaked back and down on Kia, they will find a round.
Turned away at what could be the worst possible second there for Typhon. Did a huge drive. And a huge bit of attention paid towards, I guess, the sort of setup there. But Damwon Kia, they just held on, held a bit firm, took their first. Can they build some energy behind it? I think it's, I guess, more than that. Will they? They've got to. It's sort of this sorted story right now because you're still seeing Fav have these plays. You're still seeing Fav have these moments where they're getting away with things that they shouldn't be.
That's it, right? They managed to find themselves in such an aggressive situation. First of all, Typhon shouldn't have been allowed to play under that hatch, find a kill, and just stay there for like more than 20 seconds. Time was starting to run out. Imagine if you would have gotten the kill onto the player pushing him from the hatch. Suddenly, you're in time pressure. You need to be peeking someone with an MX4 Storm that has a bomb chassis around him. It's not an ideal situation to be in as a Damwon Kia player. As you just mentioned, they have to step up. They have to win this because otherwise, it is end of story. As Fav set themselves up, there's a massive change compared to what we've seen from Damwon Kia compared to what we see from Fav right now. A Rook compared to a Castle. Now the Rook is going to give you those little nice vests that give you extra bits of HP. Also make sure you do go into a DBNO before an instant kill, unless it's a headshot. Grenades from below are going to be even less, well, damaging if they hit them, but the cluster charges might actually be nerfed by these as well, without them knowing.
K-Razor stepping up, stepping in, and stepping out around the swing there towards Square. They're looking for, hopefully, anybody that gets a little bit too close to the fire, as Katsang does some control on the back end, breaks the barbs, and potentially allows a route up for a bit of a sneaky player. Typhon is also peering out the window, trying to find anybody that might be there. It's a steady approach here from the side of Damwon Kia. They're kind of keeping an awareness, but it's risky because Fav are making sure they're terrified of every moment.
Fav is really bringing out the aggression here towards Damwon Kia, and these RC Rotero as well, they drop through but don't really do much, as you can see. Like, they get onto the main stairs, but that's about it. That's not what you're looking for here. Typhon is close to a potential jump out, but look at all the claimers out there. That is not going to be safe for him if he decides to go through with it. It will potentially result in a loss of life as well, so he needs to stay active where he currently is onto the mezzanines.
Oh, Typhon does get caught out. Kotad's able to find the first all the way from the back end. The big windows on the far end that you can never truly forget about. That's proven there by a bit of control. More calls, more Damwon Kia trying to set themselves up there. Almost hoping that Fav make these mistakes, that they can sort of put the pressure on in their own special, preoccupied way. But at this point, Fav, they're kind of dabbling with that danger. They're not entirely throwing themselves in. They've got a more traditional hold here set up, the hard wall on the far end towards the default plant spot. It's something that, to be honest, Damwon Kia, they like playing against defaults. They're prepped and they're happy in that position. Kotad's gone up to join the rappel onto the windows. Might go over the top. They flirted with a high rappel, but 45 seconds. Damwon Kia, where are you going to knock on the door from?
Again, as long as K-Razor is alive, Ingenitor and Chin is right next to him on the long desk, it is going to be quite difficult to go for the repel in for these Damwon Kia players, because as soon as that sound comes through, and it's very distinctive, swings will start to come in as well. And as these concussions come through with the meaning to stun, it is going to be Fav that instantly fires back with some canisters himself, but the plant is going down.
Yeah, Woogieman's going to stick the plant on the other side of the canister. They don't quite have the angle. That one will get above it, but it's a post-plant situation. K-Ray gets scraped on the way out the door. But in the meantime, they've got it locked off. It was a very good cover there with the sound of the calls. Afro finds Yas on one. It's such a dangerous retake. That was out on the windows itself, but they're tucked down. They have another window player. Katsang's been able to find K-Razor. They have another window player. There's always another position, and it's hard to gauge exactly where they are. They do not need to throw themselves into this engagement. You've often got to throw yourself out the window to meet them, and well, you can see that Damwon Kia, they're playing this with a bit of range. Afro, surely you don't get away from this, Woogieman! Woogieman solid snaked his way, and Fresh pulled a very funny face on the analyst desk. Woogieman.
I don't know what to say about that. The plant's going through, the defuse is coming in, they're not really panicking. Woogieman is just snaking through, finds the kill, brings it back to 4-4. Right, just another day at the office, right? And Fav, they found themselves in the lead, but now find themselves equalized.
What's occurring?
I have no clue. This entire game has been a mess from the start. Like the reconnects and the sub going through. Like the sub doing super well as well. K-Razor. And that snake, it's all over the place. We're going to see many different dimensions of Siege today.
Yeah.
But open area is the next side. Fav, they are yet to find a success on their defense as they continue down their rotation, not willing to rerun as of yet. They need to make sure they do not give away that first pick that easily, because that has been costing them.
Yeah, they've definitely had their struggles in terms of that sort of early moment here. I mean, it's 2 rounds now. The first was closer. It's not entirely fair to call it close because it was still hero positions and plays that were pulling that round back into the favor of Fav. Damwon Kia, they're getting themselves set up, and all of the sort of movements of Fav, they're being aggressive. They're trying to find these holes, but Damwon Kia's not offering anything to them. I think they're sort of playing this with that modicum of control. We're starting to get a little bit more from the guns as well. Obviously, the push on the plant there is what you needed. More even players, more close to. Rin still hasn't quite been able to have a connection, but as long as the objective plays going together, if Rin's causing a commotion elsewhere, they're still doing a job that will help DK.
The pressure that Rin is able to exert with getting that sledgehammer going, with putting up some verticality here and there, that doesn't really translate into kills directly, right? So that is something to keep in mind as well. The longer Rin stays alive, the more damage you can do. So you gotta look at it from that way. Someone doesn't have any kills on the board as of yet. Life now seems to have gone relatively unspotted near the ATM machines. He's hoping to find someone on the rappel. Might actually find someone there, but the head...
It's tricky to see. It's so bright.
Yeah, I was going to say it's quite bright there, so unable to actually spot out the player who's on that rappel. But he's still hanging there.
Still there? Still there in a position. Light, they might miss an opportunity. There's a bit of movement here. They have an easier angle. Now they have the easiest shot, and they're too late. Just Katsang slips away. Now there's the big reveal that there was a player there. Katsang should be dead, but
multiple times over.
It's a lot easier for us to say that from this position than like who assumes they're being watched. That's the thing. If you're playing that with your bars up at that point, it's not just a matter of thinking you're being droned. It's a matter of assuming that they're hunting you. Here, Steady Break starts to come across the top. They've got the Monty, they've got the breach onto Stock Hatch. They've got a minute left. They're doing all the structural work they can. You're still looking at 2 C4s, at least in the pockets of Fav. They're ready to maybe go for this, but the plant itself is going to go down. It's on the far corner. Is anyone there? K-Razor, you got to do a bit of reaction. They're smashing through the Azamis. The Azamis were stopping them get through. Afro finds 2. There's a spray up the stairs. Rin finally finds their first. Finds their second not long after. A 3 versus 3. They try to go for an aggressive retake up the stairs itself. The drop on the Monty is an important part, but so is this. The vertical control that has been stretched out here. It's directly watched, and Woogieman gets one more. There's a third for Rin. They've just given a staircase to Wash. Shin has been able to creep their way up here, and Those Keeper barricades stop them being able to stop the plant. There's at least a spray round on the back. The shotgunner Shin gets one more, but not for very long. DWG KIA pull ahead.
Why clear out the entire map if you can also just clear out a single hatch and drop in a Monty with the diffuser and a turtleback? Right? That's all they needed to do. They just get the plan down. No one was there to reply to them. They found out way too late. C4s flew over, but you know, at that time the diffuser was already down, and 45 seconds of counting. You do not have top floor control. That's all they had. They had top floor control. That's it. All they had. Top floor control.
You saw them hitting the ones on beepers to get through to hit the C4. It's like it's a frustrating moment because it's that single swing, because they were then able to make the swing and put the C4 and loose it and get the pickup with the pistol. And the secondary on.
Yeah, they got the kill. Was like when he grabbed the shield and the legs were exposed, it couldn't extend yet. So like, but it's already the diffuser's
Here
down
as well, trying to all of them funnel up. White stairs instantly.
I mean, you gotta retake top floor control.
You have to retake it.
You have to retake it. You don't win otherwise.
You send 2 in with about 2 seconds between them.
You just give enough time for reset for it.
Yeah, and then the third came up about 10 seconds later.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Attackers are moving out to
wow.
For a second, I thought he disconnected there. He's standing right still.
Looking for drones?
Yeah.
None to be found.
They're going for a bit of a spawn peek. Of course, you get detected way earlier than back in the day when you had a bit of extra time. Sometimes people would jump up on top of those plant boxes there and fire towards the alley. See if you could actually find one or two. It's no longer the case now in this current iteration of Siege. But DWG KIA, they found themselves a full rotation on the attack, and now they need to attack the basement again, where there is going to be some denial. I mean, 2 Yokais and a C4, that's really all there is. So this is a very roam-heavy game that we're seeing from Fav.
Kel Supri. Here we have pressure coming across the top end. They're looking to try and hunt out K-Razor, who hasn't quite been able to have as big an impact here on the defense as they did on some of the rounds on the attack. Do they know roughly where they are? Do they know how much pressure's coming? That's on the window. That does a lot of damage to Katsang, but he pulls away on the rappel just in time to not get dropped. Type on with the swing around the corner. The calls are constant. There's going to be a reveal of footprints, and that's on Mozzie, the other player. Do they know how close Type on is? Now they do. K-Razor takes a lot of damage, though, on the back end from the reveal somewhere else. Type on and K-Razor under huge bouts of pressure. Hits the ankle. It's just everybody missing each other until Yas finally finds the end of one of the players. Typon entirely surrounded, has the hatch to drop if he wants to take it, but he wants to take a player out first on the route through. The calls still coming through, and there's finally a swing round, but does not get the lockdown. Rin downed, but not out.
Too greedy there, wanting to stick around whilst the entirety of DWG KIA is slowly starting to circle around you there. We talked about it before. The setup, the roam, was going to be crucial for Fav here. They need to waste as much time as possible. To some extent, they exceeded in that. 2 minutes wasted as Light around to come around the corner. Definitely made some noise here. Are they aware? Afro goes down. Light needs to confirm this kill. Will do so. It's going to be swinging as well. Finds Katsang, and it's back to an effective 2-on-3. But Afro might be able to be recovered here.
Oh, it's a dangerous catch. Yas is on the hatch above as well. He's going to swing onto the corridor. This is the important moment. There's the pickup and the reveal, though, unfortunately. No rotation, too little, too late, and Yas now has a rough idea on where that last player is. It's a 3 versus 2 once again. Light, are you going to see if you can try and overstay a welcome? Oh, unfortunately so. Yas drifts on by, finds what that gun can do, finds himself back on an even KD, and Shin is suddenly in a 3 versus 1, 20 seconds. Does have at least some time as they try and batten down the hatches. They're going to go for a take here on the back end. They've got themselves locked towards the far end of the plant itself. I think both Echo drones at this point are gone, so it's just down to paying attention. The first onto green, the reveal on where the player is. They should be able to tuck themselves in on the back end of site and plant behind the chassis. They keep them at bay. The sprays come across the board. They can't quite get the lock in. It's tough with that as the secondary SMG. I assume they're on a supernova primary because of this. They can't quite find the end of it. A post plant. 3 versus 1 still. Barely any health. None left. Yes! Finds a huge round.
Actually still had a Yoko drone, but it was under his feet. There's not much you can do if you're playing next to your Yoko drone because you'll be taken out before you get it. Was unable to place it into the right spot, so we could actually utilize it there. So that's unfortunate for the side of Fav, and suddenly they were 4-2 up, and then they are 4-6 down. Match point 2 of them for Damwon Kia to continue their run through a potential major. We said it before, they need to basically get 9 points, hope Reject drops 1 or 2, and they are in good positions. They are in a good place. And Reject still plays on today. That could still happen today. But all Damwon Kia needs to do is just lock it off within the next 2 rounds. They do not need overtime. They cannot afford overtime in any of the next 3 games. And as Fast sets up again, this time a castle will be out. And I like to see that change, because even though I'm all up for trying different operators from time to time, they lacked of not having the castle barricades out there, because the windows were opened up, the entire side has been dissected. You cannot be inside any of these 2 rooms without being shot. And this castle barricade will change that. That will give some variety to Shin, some opportunity to actually play, swing around, stop them from taking control of the site, and making a plant happen.
Well, with all the timeouts happened before, Fav are just going to see if they can try and keep it rolling. They were so close to doing something monumental, and then unfortunately, as proven once again, this is a game of 2 halves, and Damwon Kia definitely had a much better control on their attack after what was seemingly a bit of a lost defense half. Fair to them, they didn't take a timeout. For them, that was sort of par for the course. It could have been a 5-1 though. This doesn't seem like it will be anymore. Shin taken care of by Yas. Yas got a response off though. Typon's able to lock them out on the windows. The player who pulled multiple kills on the previous round and started to drive a bit of force back into the gunfight to the team. Able to at least remove the first.
Still confusing what Shin was actually doing there. Might have still been busy with some small setup work, as she will be taken care of by the RC Retiro. Makes that hallway a bit harder to play, like with a double jump out. Will be picked up by the Claymore, but that's the diffuser gone. That's 2 players extra gone off the board. Brings it to a 2-on-3 for Fav now.
Well, we talked about the importance of the jump outs on the window. Please don't tell me they're going for another one. They're looking for the fight here. Typon's holding the angle. The hack on the camera will at least come through for them.
He's definitely thinking about it.
He was thinking about it, but now, cameras in their control. 1:20. A lot of time here. Rin's on the far end looking for a swing round. The shield, as we saw, was dropped earlier on today, so they can try and get themselves closer and closer. One inside Janitors, just on the rotate between there and long desk. Could be the first fight. The crouch walk, will it be successful? Nobody's there to be caught as of yet, but it just takes a little sliver of audio. The flashes, the blinds over the top. They're going to see if they can open a space for Coated, who will pull another call. And there's the reveal, just tucked around on the soft wall. The break on the Aruna gate. You can hear that they're about to try and go for the plant itself behind the desk and likely onto the chassis. The tuck around. They're looking just for a route through here. It's nothing they can do without this first. A little bit of work from the DMR, and the DMR is all that's left to work with. The swing around, the replication, the pre-fire onto the close angle, but Fav are offering nothing as an extension. The one in the elevator has the swing for when they need it. They don't need it yet. They've decided they're waiting for someone else to be in the fight, and there it is. Fav find their first round in a long time. 1 separates them from OT.
Massive jump out there, finding out 2 players up on the rappel, changed the entire round. And indeed, 1 round away from reaching overtime, from, again, picking up a point in a game, but still a bit away from finding themselves a victory. Again, Damwon Kia cannot afford themselves overtime, because that is extra points they need to cover up against Sandbox and Reject. So overtime might as well be the end of their run at the very same time. I kind of hoped that they would have been a bit more passive, though, inside the Janitors there. As soon as we saw the DMR starting to try and open up a rotational, which seemed like it would have been possible if you would have just held on a little bit tighter, you might have been able to actually sneak in, but that's all these what-ifs and hindsight 2020 stuff, you know?
Hindsight 2020.
Isn't that 2020? Hindsight is 2020? Isn't that the saying?
Yeah, no. But you said it like a year. You're like, hindsight 2020.
No. Okay, sorry. My bad.
I remember that year.
I remember that year as well. It's not
I had perfect vision.
I did not.
10 seconds left.
The joke is this 2020 vision. Optometrist jokes. Milosh is somewhere laughing.
See, I never understood the 2020 vision. Like, why 20? Why not 100 for perfect vision? It doesn't make sense.
Because then you got to imagine grading someone's eyes and being like, yeah, you're a 72 out of 100. Congrats. Ooh, they are almost a 0 out of 100 as they were knocked on the window. The pressure's coming all the way across the boards. Light, who are you looking to find? That's the risk, because the risk, is it one worth paying? We talked about sticking around here and overstaying your welcome on the top before. KIA is the first gone. Rin caught out the middle. They have themselves sort of propped up inside open. They're saying, take the hatch, rotate, I dare you. And that really forces an awkward game to be played here by the remaining 5 players on the top floor.
Yeah, the janitor room, well, they can still play in it, but that hatch, that is going to be a bit of a death sentence here. So as Afro plays aggressively, or at least holds near the elevator door, of course has the opportunity to rotate back up or down from any of these hatches if he finds the opportunity to. But all Rin just has to do is stay alive as Afro finds Yas. That's a great kill. And now he goes on the hunt towards Rin to secure the open area and the hatch drop again.
Oh, it's a huge moment there. Afro takes KIA in. Light finds Katzang as well. Suddenly it's a 4 versus 2. And suddenly DWG KIA find themselves in a bit of a tizzy. There is a bit of danger. I was going to comment on the fact that pretty much every single FAV player, I believe, was off the site. Now they're suddenly all rotating back down. They got their bodies, they got their men, and now they're happy to try and rebuild on the site itself. They've taken out pretty much everything. And the kit is far away and cold. It's going to come down to a massive rotate to sort of get it recollected here. They're going to have to do a lot of work in between it. It's going to be a bit of a fight straight through onto the site itself. They're looking for it via blue. The flash round on the corner. There's nothing outside of, you know, inside Coded's pockets to try and give himself a little bit more than the flashes. But look at this, just a rotation of FAV all the way back down. The 2 exothermics might still be able to do some work on the hatch and the default plant wall, but FAV, this should be their round.
This should be their round. They should be able to pick this one up with quite a bit of ease. There's a bit of a pre-fire attempt. Comes through, a beautiful hatchet from Coded, brings it back to a 3-on-2. Not more doable, certainly. If they manage to isolate 1 or 2 more players, the issue is that they need to get that wall open still. The lucky thing is, Woogieman is still out here with 2 exothermics, so we'll do exactly that. And you take a look over towards the left side of your screen. Impact grenades is all they have to stop this, together with the angle that Afro holds from Garage. If they manage to isolate this one player, all they can do is just try and toss some impact grenades at it and hope that it's going to be enough, as that's a punch shot, almost resulting into a kill. The plant will be going down, 45 seconds on the clock. DWG KIA might be able to get away with this.
Oh, the flash goes out over the top. They're at least able to find one on the way out the door. The swing round, Woogieman is spraying, but FAV, just hold on. They are able to get the diffuser. Look of sort of, ooh, that was closer than it should have been at the end there, but they get themselves 2 OT, and I am not sure how this shapes the fate of DWG KIA, because now DWG KIA cannot get the full 3 points. Yep. The best that they can do is get 8, which puts them at the same amount of points as Fnatic.
It is a 6 or 14% chance of qualifying for the major, instead of a 24 if they would have won. It would have still been dire, but
it would have still been dire. But
to put it in perspective, all they would have needed to do was win against Sandbox and win the next game, and they overtake Sandbox based on the fact that head-to-head is the first tiebreaker. And then they would have hoped that Reject lost 1 point. That's all that needed to happen. Now, Sandbox needs to lose points, Reject needs to lose points, Fnatic needs to lose points.
A lot of stuff.
Seeing how this starts to line up, with every point they gain less, is the more reliable they will be, or the more reliant they will be on the opposing teams in the league.
They need a Cinderella story.
Yes, and it's becoming more and more like it. Like, it's starting to become more and more impossible for them to actually qualify. Especially if they don't pick up any extra points out of this overtime here.
Oh, Fav. Stop playing with me. Stop playing on my heart like this right now. You've got yourself back into OT when everything felt a little bit lost. And so many rounds have been put in a row by DWG KIA. You find 2. And now you find yourself in overtime. Still on your defense. Still playing a bit of a stretch here. Afro is down in the basement. They've thrown out an irritant into Dirt Tunnel, just the Prisma, to sort of put a constant ping on the attacks. I think they've realized that there's not really a player that goes directly to that route, so if they leave one there and sort of let them do their top floor clear here, Rin got the opener, and then suddenly it was a bit of a bite back from the side of FAV before they pulled themselves back round. They're going to see if they can try and do the same. Shepherd these are loose players. With the gamble of having so much above and how long you sit there, it's one that you've won and you've lost, which will be the turn this way. KIA is going to be the first to maybe find the engagement. Swings around, cannot get the full connection with Rin, who takes a lot of damage.
But again, the opening kill, though, and that is the most important part. The last time, unfortunately, unable to capitalize on it, as Afro, being aggressive from the elevator, found Yes, then aggressed onto Rin as well, stopping the open area from being under their control, and went all down south after that. But as they managed to find the first, and they're starting top down, this could be an opportunity for DWG KIA.
Yeah, they're not giving themselves too much over towards the guns. Fav, they realize how sharp that they can be. Shin, he's rotated his way up. They're holding just on the side of the door. I don't think they know that they've rotated to the pillar. They're going to see him in a second. The call comes through. No. Just missed. Woogieman is the one that's trying to apply pressure, but it's coming from the back. Light finds Coated. In the meantime, they're really trying to dig Light out here, but he's able to at least find the player that's going for the direct route through behind him. Woogieman is still on the top. Typon and Shin have both come to offer some support here to this player that is being hunted by at least 3 DWG KIA players. Cannot find Rin. Who's able to find their second here. The swing round, and suddenly they've bit into another one. There's one more for Woogieman. They threw everything at the hope of being able to try and get a refrag there, and it leaves just Afro. And they seem to know exactly where Afro's coming from, the pre-fire round. At this point, you got to know where you got to go, because they're going towards the site itself. The calls come. The pre-fire as well, they've just got to make a connection with the site and the floor. They've got the hatches, they've got the control, and they've got themselves breached and open. You can see they're still working. DWG KIA is not going to overexert themselves, even with the 4-1 advantage. They're not wasting it. They find another round and another map point.
Well, I was afraid for a second there, because they knew exactly where he was. He shot from the teller's office, and yet no one is in sight to at least take some control into their own hands. But they managed to win it in the end. Either way, DWG KIA again find themselves onto a match point situation. This time, though, it's only for 1 extra point that they would be able to pick up on. And that's not ideal compared to how they would have liked to end today against a Fav who has been winless in the APAC North division for the past half year. But for now, again, it seems like all Fav can do is pick up a point unless they turn it around in some quick fashion, and they will be going towards the attack now. This gives them the opportunity to send some pace. So who knows, they might be able to go for a bit of a quick rush down one of the avenues and see if they can surprise DWG KIA, or they play it as they usually do, a bit more reserved. Try and play into the weaknesses of DWG KIA on this particular defense, because they've lost this twice already. What's to say they won't lose it a third time?
10 seconds left.
Okay, Fav, do we have some of what was your opening half here on attack? We're back down in the basement, but DWG KIA are the ones who have once again been able to prop themselves up here onto map point and maybe not doubling down onto an attack is something that might work out in their favor. They did take one of their end ones. It could have been a 5-1 half for Fav on their attack. There's sort of a lot of differences here, but it's teams that have had a lot of a game in between here and then, which feels so long ago. Okay, Razor, paying some attention towards the bottom of square, making sure that there's a bit of fear from the side of DWG KIA. You got to make sure that these roamers that might be playing the loose game aren't so confident here. They're not really giving themselves that loose game. DWG KIA play themselves a little bit closer towards the site itself. They're making sure that there's no overextension.
The top floor slowly falling as the drones head down. Shin again going to try and get on top of this little side table. He's wasted about a minute last time around.
Listen, guys, it works. I promise you it works. Listen.
Oh, that's instantly over. That's probably not what he meant to go for.
No, that is not what he meant to go for.
So he's going to try again.
He pulls back. You can see Light had the deagle, and I think that there was somebody that was rotating around the bottom of the stairs there, and Light just sort of put a bit of fear into them, so they pulled themselves back down green. The top 2 floors have generally fallen into their favor. They still have a strong server control. That wasn't a big problem at points for them, and then it became one. There's the Aruni gate.
They've just done it.
Yep.
We just missed it, but that's okay. Do they have an extra thermic left, though?
They definitely at least have 2
they have
rocket charges. Yeah, in Afro. No more in Light, who's doing their own work on the far end of the hatches. They have enough to get the breach here, but they're going to use the exothermic on this one instead.
Yeah, what are you going to do for the actual wall now, then, right? It's like they've chosen to go... Ooh. Yeah, I was going to say, blow that up. You're going to be putting Typon on fire right here. but have wasted a very crucial part of the eventual execute strategy by taking out one of these exothermics, because now they're relying on a can opener if they want to be planting right next to the A bomb chassis. That doesn't work usually.
That's it. You've got to now make a much more specific hole. The pressure's going to come around onto the back end. They've been very good at removing this player before. Rin got one the very first time, and then since then hasn't quite been able to make the same connection. All the ADSs doesn't add up, unfortunately. They get down. Typhon takes a lot of damage in the meantime. They got the drop on the player. They're behind it. They'll let someone else pick up the pieces, but you're looking at 40 seconds. Finally, the cement there. Okay, now, what are you going to do about the wall itself? The kit is currently Dolphin Narnia. It's above the hatches on the far end. They're maybe rotating it around. Katsang has the long angle. They've still got some more parts and pops to pop itself. 20 seconds. And the canisters are going to start flying over the top here from the pockets of Code. It's sooner rather than later. There it is, the connection right with the wall, the pop. But Shin is close to the wall. He's going for the plant under the disguise of it. The drop of the hatch. We talked about this before, and it's trading back and forth. But Shin should make the full connection. Light with a deagle and a Chris Mod in his foot. Seeing if he can make a connection with anybody that's swinging either side. But it's Shin from bottom to top that gets it. And Yas from top to bottom that's able to find a second. Off on the top of square now. They're around the back. Kota gets one more. It's Light. They're in a 1 versus 1 on the far end in 30 seconds. Inside the corridor, a change of places and fate. But does Light have the call? Oh, yeah, seems to have an idea, Ascent. It's a back and forth, more with the Deagle. They pulled themselves back. They're on the other side of a hard wall, chasing the tail. 17 seconds at some point. Yes is going to have to go back. The pings are coming through, though. When does he risk the fight itself? He's running out of time. He's swinging around. He makes a connection. Will he make it in time with the hatch? Will he make it? Oh, I cannot bear to look!
He has not made it, just not in time. He shouldn't have gone for the finish there. Just leave him be. And that would have been your round win. He went for the confirm, and that is what is bringing them to round 15 now. Again, well played by Fav. They did what they had to do. They dropped down the hatch, found the reinforcement, and had to cover on. And they bring us to round 15 to decide who is going to be taking the victory here. And now we have a tactical timeout from DWG KIA. Because this point matters more than many might realize. At the end of Playday 7, it could be the difference maker between either qualifying or not.
It couldn't have been closer.
It couldn't have been.
You could see it
half a second.
You could see it from all of their reaction. There was a second there where Coated went to do the fist bump like we'd done it, and then I think he had the moment of we might not have done it.
Yeah.
And you watch their face, their expressions. Now is the time for four.
And you find yourself in a tricky situation now. We need to find this victory. It seemed so close just seconds ago. And yet, it has gotten even further away because one slip-up means the end of this game, means Fav takes it. And your dream, your run, it's looking even more dire.
They're on defense.
They are on defense.
That's the thing that worries.
I was going to say, it doesn't help them.
That's the thing that pulls away. This has been a massively attacker-driven here. This was a great moment from Yas. Obviously, a couple of games on the bench for the team and coming back almost.
Confirmed. Like just getting that last shot out. I mean, it was quite quick after another, but that would have been a difference maker. Of course, it doesn't realize it at that point.
It would have to be a pause. I think it's a difference of like 0.200 of a second.
0.3, 0.2 indeed.
Can you pause? Say 0.391, 1.22.
0.17.
That's the difference. Okay, cool. Thank you. One more round.
One more round to decide it all. Who's going to be taking the extra point home between these two teams? Either Fav, who is already out of any contention, is just trying to find a victory again after the end of stage one, or is it going to be DWG KIA, who, well, already you've taken a big hit by letting this go to OT, but at least keep things alive that way. It's a difference from 6 to 14%.
DWG KIA. Will they get the lead in here? The Jackal has been dropped and swapped out. They've gone for a slightly different approach here. We remember how it was with the Monty, though. They got themselves tucked right in, got control over stock, dropped the hatch, and then suddenly rocked the world of Fav with a plant that just kind of happened. There was nothing that Fav did in time to stop it going down. A lot that happened immediately after it, but that's the difference sometimes, that 5 seconds. Rin, they were able to pull a 3K last time they were here. They're not going to get anything. Rotten timing. K-Razor finally wins out. A back and forth opening duel that for a long time had gone away from them. Next on the chopping block and through the soft is probably going to be Shin in just a second. But it's Afro that somehow strikes Yas from the far end. Even whilst being hot droned, they could not make the connection with Shin. The cover came through. And the cover steadily being pulled away here from against Damwon Kia.
They probably didn't want to go for a wallbang, didn't want to risk it, and instead lost their lives. Woogieman goes down. This could be the end of it. Fav could be winning another game after half a year as Katsang response takes out K-Razor. That's at least a little bit of pressure on the top floor, but still 2 more players around, and as it gets taken down, it's only up to Coated now to keep the dream alive.
Oh, this is on the line, Coated. Because it's not just for the chance. It is Fav taking their first win in about 148 play days here in APAC North since the end of Stage 1. And the team that they fell is Damwon Kia, a team that now has a 6% chance to make the major.
And like all we're getting from them is just a bit of a chuckle, like they just took out Damwon Kia. That's going to be a very painful loss for DK there. They are definitely going to have to check whether or not and how they would be able to make it to a major. And I'm not sure, it's somewhere around 185 days. Last time Fav won, somewhere around that, give or take 2-3. But that is one hell of a performance. How are that words? Let's toss it to people who might have words.
It's a devastating day for Damwon Kia. I think that's the sort of meat of it here. Fav played a game of Siege. It was aggressive and it was chaotic, but Damwon Kia just couldn't play the game that they needed to today, which is an unfortunate time for them with other teams jumping. But I'm sure our desk are going to have a lot of fun words about that game. We'll throw it to a quick break before we're back with them. Can't believe it. Let's have a chat with Fav. Hello, Shin and Gunboy, our translator for this interview. Shin, it's been almost 6 months since we've seen you here. How are you doing?
6ヶ月ぶりに今日再開すると思いますが、いかがお過ごしでしたでしょうか。いやー、なんか6ヶ月じゃなくてなんか1年ぐらい久しぶりな気がしますね。I feel a lot longer. It's been more like a 1 year that I've been back here.
Well, we get to have you here with us and get to talk about things. First of all, I mean, the biggest thing is a massive success. You know, you've gotten the 2 points out of this, and you beat Damwon Kia. So, can you tell me here, because it seems like Sandbox struggled against you on Bank, and Damwon Kia struggling against you on Bank. Is Bank your forte now?
今日一番大事だったのは、ダムオンという相手に対して2ポイント獲得したことだったと思うんですけれども、サンドボックス戦であったりダムオンであったりとかっていうので銀行を持ってきて相手がかなり手こずっている印象がありましたが、銀行は自分たちの得意マップでしょうか？
そうですね。今ちょっとメンバー変わってますけど、メンバー変わる前からやっぱ銀行は得意なマップの一つとして僕たちが自信あるマップですね。
It is one of our best maps, even though we had roster changes. Previous members were good at it. Current members are good at it. So it is a good map for us.
How do you feel about the roster in general, actually, in its current form? What do you feel also are some of the weaknesses that you've been having to go through to get to this win?
現状のロースターに対しての印象であったりとか、弱点、これまでいろいろ出てきたと思うんですけども、そういったところもしお話できれば教えてください。
やっぱり、2人変わってる中で、なかなか、お互いの意見とか、チームの連動っていうところはまだまだ完成には程遠いですけど、すごいいい雰囲気でやってるので、やっぱり、ハブっていうチーム名通り、ハブ&ビクトリーできたのが一番いいかなと。
Yes, we made 2 people changing from the previous roster, and we have everyone giving their opinions, and it differs a lot. But and it is far from perfect yet. But as our team name is Fav, and it means fun and victory, and everybody's having fun, and we get the victory today. It is that's all that matters.
Well, the one specific round, I guess, that's on everybody's minds is the drop into basement. You get the plant down and you're in a manpower advantage, but it turns to 1v1. What was going on there to try to gain the round that was so necessary for you to take this series?
一番、印象的だったラウンドが地下8折から設置して、人数有利だったりとかポジション的に有利がいろいろあった中で最後 1v1 になって、勝ち切らなきゃいけない状況を皆さんどう乗り越えましたか？
いや結果的にその 1v1 ライト君かな、負けちゃったんですけど、うまく時間稼ぎできたっていうのはやっぱり新メンバーのさすがの、個人技かなと思いますね。
Eventually we did lose the 1v1, but we had enough time to kind of play around and make them lose round the time and kind of secure the round.
Well, good to see there. And today, getting those 2 points, I mean, that hurts for DWG KIA, but it's a big boost for you. And you go to play Reject in our next Playday, which is a team you faced off against in APAC North, but also a lot in Japan League. So what do you think we can expect out of you and the team in that game?
今日取った2ポイントっていうのは自分たちにとってもかなり大きなものだったと思いますし、Wにとってもかなり痛手だった中で、来週リジェクト戦、かなり APAC ノースで過去に対戦したり、RJL で対戦したと思いますが、来週何を期待していいですか？
今日ダムワンに勝ったっていうのはやっぱり自分たちの自信につながるんで、来週もしっかり1勝取ろうと思うので、はい、応援よろしくお願いします。
The win that we got today is something that's going to be big for us in our confidence, and we will bring that to next week to be able to secure the win as well.
Very much hoping for it. Shin, who's been around since day one in competitive Japanese Rainbow Six, from all the way back in Eins to where we are today here with the squad at Fav Gaming. Thank you very much for the interview, Shin. It's been good to see you. And Gunboy, thank you very much for translating. Until then, arigatou gozaimasu and sayonara. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I can't believe it. We got to talk to Shin. It's been ages since we had him on here on the interview, and it is a bonkers of a game. And Jack, how many channel points did you get out of that?
Not as many as I thought I would in the end, Milosh. I only put 300 on Fav, but 1,597. Yeah, wasn't too bad for the old channel points, and
they're all disappearing at NAL.
Fair play to Fav. They got their first victory. It would have been...
Come on, some hype. They won it.
Woo!
It's the first victory.
It would have been 6 months tomorrow.
Yep.
That's how long it's been. A whole stage and a bit.
I don't think anyone was expecting this out.
No.
That's fairly fair to say. Shin coming in as our MVP. It was a very difficult game for a lot of reasons, wasn't it? It was a difficult game.
What?
Technically, getting the players in the server. We had a substitute halfway through, well, not halfway through on round number 2. From all the things that could have gone wrong, everything went wrong. It was a real Murphy's Law game. And at that point, you've just got to throw your hat in the ring and go, you know what, Fav can probably win this. And they did. They managed to push down DWG KIA repeatedly. It was a scrappy game of Siege, let's be honest.
Yeah.
It wasn't an easy game to watch at all. But they played the game that was in front of them and they got it over the line.
Between this and Sandbox versus Fav on Bank, I asked the question, for Shin, Bank is their strong suit.
Yeah.
But, hey, We're finding positives.
Fav remind me of outsiders in EU, and you both know how I feel about that
love
team.
outsiders.
Is that they can draw people into their own game. They drew Sandbox into their own game, very close game. They drew Damwon Kia into their own game. And they beat them today. You know, there is a little bit of substance to this team. You know, I still think their adaptations are a little bit lacking. I thought Damwon Kia played especially bad, not recognizing and adapting to just Fav doing the same things. But on the merit, you know, two teams just ran their own strats throughout the whole game, and Fav showed up just about.
It's crazy to think, because I met Shin in 2017 in competition. We're still under Eins. The first time APAC teams were ever introduced into competitive play. And that was for those old people that have back problems will know, that was the finals in Sao Paulo for Pro League, and that was called the PowerPoint Pro League final, for those that also remember the Pojo Man video that was made the week after. Remember when Pojo Man used to... Poj, what's the next digest? Okay, but that was the time. And this is how long. He's been competing since 2016. And now we're getting to see him again, finally, in the interview for the victory. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're all old. Man, holy hell. Anyways, on that bombshell of a realization, we're going to take a quick break to what must have been the longest game we've ever had here in APAC North. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. When we come back, we continue with Game 3, Reject versus Talon.
Taking their first win in about a...
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. not backing down, 'cause the future is now.
Welcome back, friends, to game number 3. I know, we're really taking our time today. Talon versus Reject is about to begin. A lot will consider these two teams kind of the mid-round for their regions, for Korea and Japan, but Reject has been on the up and up, and given DWG KIA's L that they took only a few minutes ago, that's gotta hurt. And Reject's shot as actually making it to the major in the first year have just gone up because of that.
I think so. I think, Reject are a team that have been on this curve, improvement into the league. We will stop talking about it, but we weren't expecting them in the league, through last year's promotion matches. We were expecting Sengoku, and then they come in, struggle, do okay stage 2, and stage 3, boom, they're here. They're looking like they might go to the major. They've got a very favourable run of fixtures, which means if Sandbox slip up, Reject are going to be right there chasing them down for that second spot.
Yeah, and Reject have Fav and then Spear for the last 2 games after this one against Talon. So they could feasibly collect all 9 points and just make it through. We were talking about Cyclops and Sandbox and whatever. Look, many changes there. But have they stolen your heart, Ollie, Reject?
I think they're not far off, are they? I almost liken Reject to a little bit like the Furia team of APAC.
Fair.
That's one of the comparisons that I see for anyone wondering Furia team inside of BR6. But yeah, I think Reject sort of play along that same line for me of a little bit of an underdog story, but they're on that upward trend right now. And it's something that we see week in, week out, a little bit of here, a little bit of there, and they've got that big sort of talisman player in Salty.
Who else is standing out really on the squad, Jack?
Oh, look, statistically, he's not, but Window stands out for me, because what you don't realize is when you're playing Rainbow Six and how stressful it can be and the pressure that you can be put under. And let's be clear, for the first time, Reject are under pressure where they're chasing the major. This is a complete first for this team. You need somebody who's going to keep the vibes good, who's going to keep everybody happy. And Window does that for this team. You can, I don't obviously understand the language that they speak, but you can very clearly see it from the cameras in between rounds where he's dancing, he's screaming, and he keeps them all smiling. And you can't put like a value on that, but it keeps everyone's morale high and keeps them going.
You might say that Window, lets in a breath of fresh air into the team.
You could say that.
A slight breeze into the squad. That's a joke about Windows. This is how far gone we've gone. But moving on to Talon, because correct me if I'm wrong, we've been talking about Talon since the moment they joined as this team that really can make it in a day, breaking into the top 4 to qualify to playoffs. But they're always just behind hitting that mark.
They're a team that I want to support them, and I think there's definitely some substance there. They play decent enough Siege, and it looks pretty good for them, and then they make a couple of roster changes, then it looks pretty bad, and it starts looking good again. They have their moments where you think, oh my days, this team is a real team that can go places, and then sometimes they will drop off or produce results that you're just not expecting out of them. That being said, they've got some pretty hard games out of the way. They've got CAG out of the way, they've got DWG KIA, they've got Sandbox out of the way, so we would expect them to start picking up some wins going forward.
DWG KIA is not a hard game, Fresh.
That's true.
We've just seen what happened to DWG KIA.
True.
Jokes aside, Talon, they are coming into the easier run of fixtures. And this is going to be one of those games where you look at them go up against Rejects and you go, right, here's your chance. Show us what you've got against a more equally matched opponent. You would expect them to come away with, a reasonable share of the points here. And I think there's maybe a little bit of prejudice going into this one based on who Talon have played and the performance that they've had up until this point. You maybe look at it and go, Reject are the clear favourites here, but I think it could be a little bit more equal than meets the eye.
All right, so how about we take a look at our map for this series? Jack, I'd like to guide me through if this selection is right or not. Oregon picked by Reject. I can see and hear Des sighing from the other side of the room. Skyscraper banned out, and he said some other mean stuff that you don't want to hear. Attacking starting side for Reject, defense for Talon. That was their pick. What are your thoughts?
So Des always says mean things. That's nothing new. But what is quite new is that Reject have chosen to go to their 9th preference map. They don't generally like Oregon whatsoever. And actually Oregon for these two teams, it's a bit of a loser's map. The teams have played it a decent amount, and there's only one win, and that was in stage 1, Reject against Spear. All of the rest of the games these two teams have played on Oregon, they've really struggled. So it's not a massively high preference map for either team.
Any team can play Oregon, though. That's something to take away from it. And if we're looking at this and we're going, it's maybe the most equal matchup that we have today. It's maybe the two most well-matched teams going up. You would expect an Oregon or a Club or something like that to really try and level that playing field as much as possible. Someone's going to have to get a result on it tonight.
Both teams had big attacking issues on Oregon when they've played it throughout stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 as well so far. They've got, it's not uncommon that we would see 1-5, 2-4 kind of splits on Oregon. And I mean, to an extent, that's what you'd kind of look for, right? If you can win the tertiary sites, but these teams have struggled doing that as well. So,
Ollie, you're saying that any team should be able to play Oregon now, but I didn't see BDS playing Oregon against Rogue in the last Playday. So,
hang on, which region are we doing it?
Wow, Alem has come for his morning coffee this morning. He thinks, I'm going to watch APAC. I have got my coffee. And then you took a swipe at him. And then you've just taken another swipe at his team, Milosh.
They took a swipe at themselves. Did you watch that game? Are you serious? Might as well be shitting themselves in the foot during it. Anyways, so that was going on. But do we think that Talon have what it takes for this? Who needs to rock up today to make sure that Reject don't run away with 3 points that they could use and abuse? Because they got a clear shot at the major if things keep going well.
I think the Talon, a comment that we made last week was they don't always field the same 5. And that's something that, we've seen is almost a bit of a common theme in APAC, especially today. But you need to be fielding that same 5 to have that consistency and to find that teamwork and cohesion between the players. So as the weeks go on and as that sort of 5 gets a little bit more cemented and we see less substitute in and out, that's obviously going to help with things a bit more for Talon.
I think that big word that Ollie says and that we've said all day today, consistency. But APAC's not necessarily a region that's known for consistency. Would you be surprised if Talon turned up and just ran away with it? No, but equally so, they shouldn't, because Reject over the course of the stage have obviously been the more consistent team. And I think for Reject, they may be playing into it a little bit too much about trying to be a little bit too crazy. They kind of remind me of CAG of a year ago, 18 months ago, where, they've got a lot of ideas and they want to have a lot of fun with it. And it's absolutely crazy. If they don't know what they're doing, their opponents don't know what they're doing. But obviously that also leads to inconsistency.
Well. Reject have that shot at success today. And I'm wondering what sort of I guess the biggest conversation around Oregon is what tertiary site do you go to in this case?
It's been meeting recently in favor, hasn't it?
Popular, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been meeting because I think teams with the kitchen dining, you can really just isolate a small tower and work across from there. There's no opportunities to flank. Whereas meeting, you can flank up from Attic side, you can flank underneath from team one side.
Get some light on you, Jack. What? We couldn't see you properly on the screen.
I was dancing about talking about Oregon. Yeah, but meeting, you've got 2 flank options, 3 flank options if you go green hall. There's a lot of options to defend the meeting site in particular. So we've tended to see that be the third choice of site, although even that's a bit 50-50.
All right. How do you see this one going, Ollie? Your lobby's ready.
I think the viewers are going to win.
Oh, come on. What is this? Aren't you related to Tim?
Reject. I would like Reject to win. I think that,
I want that story to keep
grabbed
going.
onto them a little bit.
Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it. Though, Ollie Fresh, thank you very much. That's Reject versus Talon. We toss it to our casters. It is Des and Ace. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Welcome to the desk for Game 3. Tim, how you doing, buddy? I feel like I haven't spoken to you for ages. You know why? Because we had a lot of fun last night without you.
You spoke to me about 30 minutes ago, Des.
Not properly, though. That was me and you back and forth and around the positioning of a laser gate, which for us actually is a really serious topic.
It is. That's a deep conversation.
Normally it's about the pronunciation, but placement is definitely a new one. How do you see this game going, though, Tim? What's your thoughts on it? Reject? Are they going to make the major? Because I feel like after that last game, you've done the whole Homer Simpson thing. You've backed into the bush wearing the DWG KIA jersey. You've come out in a Reject one.
Could not be a truer word spoken, Des. To be fair, I've been backing Reject for a little while now. I've said that, you know, they're very fun to watch, they're very enjoyable. And I am excited about the fact that there is a potential for them here, and I am going to be the hype train for Reject. You know, Head and Heart probably say two different things for this game. Heart says Reject have got everything to play for. They know what's at stake here. They'll have done the maths. You know, to remind everybody at home, that is, if Reject win their final 3 games, they finish on 16 points. Sandbox, who are their #1 competitor for second spot, would need 4 points from their remaining games, but those games are against Cyclops and DWG KIA, and they would need points from both of them. Even if they got a 3-point win in one of them, the other would have to go to overtime. So a big job for Sandbox potentially, and Reject know that, so they know what's at stake. But that said, out of the 3 games, I think this is the one, Des. I think this is the seal that Reject need to break. I think they beat Talon, and then they've got Fav and they've got Spear, both capable of upsets, but I think less likely than Talon. So for me, this one is going to be very close. The head says very close. The heart says, come on, Reject, get to the major.
I know you're baying for it, Tim. For me, for Talon, they have yet to win on Oregon this year, which is what makes me the most nervous. Played DWG KIA on it twice, lost both of those. It's been a rough ride. And given the constant ever-changing roster they've got, this is a wounded puppy that Reject can kick down the hill now if they really want to. Bans have come through, though. And those are a couple of spicy ones in the middle, by the way, Tim. We're going to see, what, 4 of the potential max 8 frag grenades that you can pick taken off the board, with the 2 most popular operators outside of Sledge on that, with the Nook and Diana both off the board.
Yeah, we've seen this done before. Not so much, I think, with the knock. I think we saw it was from Rogue. We saw the Sledge and Iana ban as a combination come in EUL, and it left just a couple of nades on the board, or it may have been a Sledge knock combo. I can't remember exactly which way around it was. But it was effectively doing the same thing. At the minute, we've got 3, you know, I know there's more in the pool, but we've got 3 operators that generally find their way into lineups for frag grenades, and that's Sledge, Knock, and Iana. And taking 2 out of the 3 is an interesting banning strategy, and it really did impact that game. I can't remember if I think it was against Outsiders maybe early in stage 3, and it massively impacted the outcome of that game. You could see the difficulty in the strategy. So, you know, an interesting one. Let's see if it plays out. You know, you've got 1 taken away from either side, and really for me, the knock was probably always going to be a ban for Talon, but Reject play into that. They lean into it by taking Iana out and get rid of more nades. Interesting to see how that one plays out.
Just looking back at the story of this map again for a second. Rejects also haven't won on this map this year, but don't forget the Reject from stage 1. We don't talk about Reject from stage 1. Didn't win a single thing. Stage 2, we started to see flickers of improvement and really starting to see a team come online. Stage 3, we're now talking about them maybe making it to a major. So go figure. You can kind of discount the 2 results they've got from stage 1 and stage 2 and say they've definitely done their homework on Talon here. They've been studying what they've been doing inside the VODs and have a plan coming into it. So really, this is Reject's game to win, in my opinion. For now, let's see how things shape up there. You've got a couple of players trying to work their way in through Small Tower. 2 or 3 more scattered out towards the east. So this sort of top floor pinch by the looks of it coming in from Reject to kick things out. Try and make sure that's clear before they start thinking about attacking on the downstairs. Just doing the homework and ensuring there are no roamers to be cleared out first.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen a little bit of a lean in. You know, we've always had players around in the map on Oregon, but we've seen teams lean into that recently, especially on the basement defense. We've seen much more of a presence out in the map, and we've got a little bit of that. But saying that, everybody from Talon has slowly made their way back. Thank you, Talon, for destroying my point. We had one up at rear stage, we had one top of freezer, we had one knocking about kitchen. They had a little think about the roam, but Reject have forced them back quite quickly. Whether that's Reject's direct actions or whether it's Talon's decision, it doesn't really matter. The fact is, within a minute, all 5 are in sight, and Reject can get moving towards that pretty quickly.
I just think it was really cute how Candy there was being so diligent, hopping the drone up through Big Tower as well. Did not want to be the guy that gets flamed for being like, oh, well, I said it was clear, and actually I was lazy and didn't check everything. I think we've all had that in stacks before, but it shows everything is cleared out. The team can move their way through. What makes me a little bit nervous for Talon, being honest with you, Tim, is Reject have got, not Talon, Nicky, Salty on the Monty, sorry. that can be a real headache when you've got a lot of time to work with. Oh, and a Twitch drone to get the mirror window as well for free, and gets just everything being torn asunder. No doubt another one going to fall down once he gets enough charge coming through. Just a lot of damage being done by Tadaniki at the start of this round on the Twitch with the shock drones.
It really is, and if that drone survives, which it likely will, nobody's going to push that deep on the defensive side to try and take it out under the desk. There's going to be another couple of pieces of utility, a prox alarm, and one of those Vulcan canisters as well that are going to go by the wayside. So great play from Tadaniki there. You know, sometimes they often forgot about function of the Twitch drone. It's not just about about information.
Swing.
It's about that utility as well. Demic with a beautiful kill to onto window to open things up, and that might just start to split this reject attack in half as Take takes a lot of damage as well. Nade comes out, not going to be successful, allows him to push in behind, can't find his man though. He's going to be challenged by multiples, and they keep dropping Des. It's 4v1 as Misa finds Salty.
But here comes one back as well. Tadaniki at least balancing things out for a second, although it's now a 3 versus 1. He's got to hunt down so many by himself. Finds one on the deck. It's a pistol kill. It's ace or bust in this round, Tim. But the question is, does he know about the one to the right? Looks the right way, but it's a crossfire set up by Talon. A little bit chaotic, but they do hold on in round 1.
Well, it's game on. It's game on. Reject, if you want this major, and it's certainly not a guarantee, let's not forget, even if they get all 3 wins, it is not a guarantee, but it is everything that they can do to achieve it. And if they want it, they're going to have to step up here on Oregon, because Talon just had the run of that round. Let's be honest, Reject came down, they lost all but one gunfight down there in the basement, and Talon, they looked pretty tasty down there on the bottom floor. This time they're going to head up to the top, so I would expect, talking of tasty, for them to try and hold on to the kitchen a little bit more this time, Des. They're going to try and keep somebody in security, particularly, I would expect. We'll see once they've shaped up whether they do position anybody down there. But I'd maybe even from Talon like to see 2 underneath to begin with, because otherwise the pressure can come onto the security player very quickly.
I was just having a quick rifle through what games these teams have got left, actually, to see where they shape up. Reject have got Fav, for example. They've got Talon on the... Oh, sorry, not Fav. That's Fav beat Talon last day. They've got Spear on their last play day. We said this last week. They've basically got... I don't want to say 3 free games, but they are looking incredibly likely they should be able to walk away with wins in that. That's when you then start looking around the rest of the table and saying, okay, now you start relying on other results to go your way as well. But we know teams like Sandbox and Cyclops have got to take points away from each other. It's looking likely, assuming they get the win. I'm not going to draw any conclusions after 1, 2, or even 3 rounds. I'll give it a few more to see how Talon are playing. But for DWG KIA to basically throw away their spot potentially in one day and then Reject to do it in the next game, that would be a real wild twist in the APAC North story for Stage 3.
Wouldn't it just? I mean, I think if I remember Sparrooni's graphics correctly, we were looking at about a 33% shot for Reject if they got the regulation win. I apologise if I've remembered incorrectly there, but I think it was around 30-40% if they get the win. But I imagine that will update as the day has gone on as well. You know, obviously DWG KIA sort of dropping themselves back in the run-in, Fnatic taking a loss. That all plays into, you know, how much of a chance Reject have got of going there. So, yeah, you know, all they can do is focus on what's in front of them, and that is getting the results. And it feels like they're on the downward slope, I think it's fair to say. They've had the difficult games. Talon isn't going to be easy, you know, but they should certainly be capable. Now then, Canos, he's going to be just lurking around that rear tower. Doesn't want to be letting anybody in there. Demic, he's going to get the opener again onto Take. This time, Window takes a lot of damage.
How has he done that much at that range?
The trade. This is it, but at least Reject managed this time to get the trade and keep things level at 4v4.
Just one of those. Salty was also dancing around for a while, Big Tower, trying to find out the Valkyrie, but Canos so far has given him the slip, remained quite elusive. For now, has managed to work their way in below at least. You can see here, the two of them still facing off as well. Salty's like, where is this guy? What's going on? Where is he? Now he's going to find him out and go, okay. But these two have been dancing for probably the last 1 minute and 20 seconds or so. It's a lot of time to lose out there on the roam, Tim, but I think that's because they're so afraid of Canos getting in below, making use of that C4, that they want to be denying it early in the round to stop him having that opportunity.
Absolutely that. They're not really able to move quickly enough here, Reject, to get the Valkyrie stuck in Big Tower. It is possible with those attic walls closed, if they can get the basement locked off underneath him and have somebody in that kitchen corridor, you know, pushed together in a pair. It's possible to get him stuck there, but they haven't really been able to reposition quickly enough to do that. So Canos, he's likely to play out the rest of the round here. No, that was almost an absolute freebie for Window, but Misa somehow manages to wheel on him and get the kill, and then finishes off the round with a pick up onto Candy. And that is going to be another one for Talon. 2 successful defenses, top and bottom floor locked in. And just as Milosh asked the question coming into this game, the tertiary site, how important is this going to prove?
Very, I think. I mean, I always talk about the game being in quarters, or wait until we've seen the first 3 rounds before really assessing a team. The one thing I can say there about the players, though, Window, you can't be missing shots like that. It's a freebie on someone getting through trophy. You're not even being shot back at for the first second, yet he still whiffs the shots with the Ash. And I spoke about this a little bit in previous weeks, both in EUL and in APAC North. The number of players that are still adjusting to the recall that haven't fully got it down yet is a little bit crazy. Long gone are the laser beams that we're so used to seeing, just picking up kills for free. It does require a bit more discipline and control now than what some players are probably used to, and there are still, you know, no doubt months potentially of work to be done before teams are really on top of it.
I'm just wondering, I mean, as you said, we need a little bit more time for Reject yet, but if this continues to slide in Talon's direction, you got to wonder if there's a little bit of pressure just playing a part in this. Reject have certainly been more at the races in terms of gunfights so far this stage, so far this year. You know, they've been really building into the performances, and this isn't really the best that we would expect to see from them. And like I say, it's a difficult thing when you're playing with that knowledge behind you that, you know, I'm sure the major wasn't necessarily the goal. You know, would it be accepted? Would it be a bonus? Would it be amazing? Of course it would, and every team dreams to get in there. You know, but I think for a team like Reject, it was probably consistency, stabilization, you know, just development will have been some of the key goals coming into this stage. So that knowledge that all of a sudden it's maybe within touching distance, it's doable, there's a dream there to reach for. The pressure really will start to mount on these players, and let's see how they respond to it. Now, Take is going to go for the double claymore inside a garage. That's just to prevent a hatch drop, if you're wondering why they're sort of just thrown randomly in the floor there. It's to prevent anybody opening up that hatch inside of Armory, dropping down and getting onto the flank. Not one that we see too often, to be honest, but something that they're obviously significantly concerned about.
Yeah, I think, again, given they've seen Talon play this map twice this stage, they suspect it's something they may well employ, so just don't want to even risk it. For now, at least, there's 3 of them sat in here as well, starting out on this east side push. Last I remember a team doing this is probably Team Secret a good long time ago. You get the single wall opened up and you try and push in for a plant there, tucked in tight. You have to make use of smokes, for example, but it does avoid the more conventional take we're used to seeing, which is getting big tower control, opening up meeting wall, then getting the Ossa inside to get a plant down. It becomes a real no man's land inside a meeting where no team can really step without being like slain by the other side. So I like the fact they're trying something a little bit different here. I'm just nervous they haven't yet got enough map control to make it work.
I'd agree with you, Des, and my nerves also come from, is this the right time to be trying something new? You know, you really need this result. You really need these 3 points. Is it better to maybe go for the tried and tested, the methods that we know work? Now then, Hedy, is going to be able to avoid that one. Demic takes down Take with an amazing shot. Talon have just come in here, absolutely all guns blazing. Salty is going to take him down in the trade, though. Candy goes in and gets his onto Hedy, and all of a sudden, it's going in the direction of Reject. It's 3 versus 1 after Candy just slaps down a double in meeting, and we find ourselves now with 40 seconds left to go. Canos on the top floor trying to hold on.
Bursting out that left side of split there, just completely unexpected. Mows down inside a kitchen, finds one inside of sight, and completely destroys the defense of Talon. They're in a spot now in the 1v3, as you say, to get the plant down. They've got shields to play around, they've got angles galore. Reject do find that round they were looking for, Tim, and looking at how that goes, if they get another repeat of a 2-1, end up 2 and 4 after this half on the attack inside, I don't think they'll feel too beat up.
I'd agree. I would agree, but what Reject want to avoid is overtime, realistically, at this point.
Oh, yeah, any drop points are bad.
Looking at that long dream, any dropped points are bad because it gives more flexibility. Look at it this way. For every point that Reject drop, Sandbox need 1 less. So at the minute they're on 4, so they need points from both games that they have remaining. 1 dropped point here means that Sandbox only need 3 points to tie up. So all of a sudden they don't need anything against Cyclops. They could just do it against DWG KIA, who've been faltering over the last few weeks. So it really, even 1 drop point, even an overtime win massively changes the landscape and the potential for that Reject dream to continue. Talon, I got to give a hand to, you know, absolutely fantastic so far. Great couple of rounds, round 1 and 2. Still winning their gunfights. Round 3, not the end of the world. It's a tertiary site. They've been pushed around a little bit in meeting, but they won't mind that at all. A 4-2 half, that's going to be great for Talon.
Here's an interesting little attacker repick coming in here towards the end. The Glass being picked up by Take. Makes you think that we'll probably try and see a push coming in here, either through Freezer's side or potentially through Construction. You've got the Monty on side who has the EMPs in back pocket to enable Candy to do his work. But outside of that, I'm looking at the 4 smokes in the back pocket of the Twitch and the Glass. And we all know exactly how well Glass pairs up with smokes here, Tim. So if they can get Take into a good spot, they can get those smokes down in the right position, he suddenly gains a lot of power on this site. Don't forget, though, there is the Warden for Demet that we've seen across a number of rounds. Maybe fearing a Ying, not expecting to see a Glass, I'd imagine, but Glass it is.
Going to have 2 pushing up to the mid floor. Misa moves over into security. Going to be spotted out there as he has to take down the drone, but he does have Demic in support, and I'm not sure that Reject are aware of Demic's position at the top of Freezer stairs. Misa has crossed the back, so they're not going to try and hold on to that too much. All 3 have bailed. So the presence of the Monty there, Des, was enough to put the fear into them, to move them back into sight. Canos needs to be careful here. He does have one on the opposite side of Big Tower. It's going to be Taraniki that's in that position. It looks like Windows moving to try and support here as well. Canos needs to gauge this right as to when the time is to get back to side.
I'm surprised they've dodged away so quick, because the Monty can only look into one place at once, right? His backside's completely exposed to the other without having to leave or really step too aggressively through the room itself. Either way, they drop away. They'd rather keep all 5 alive here and play on site, just acknowledging, like you say, that maybe the Monty was a bit too much pressure for them. Once again, Taraniki, I'll give it to him. So far, this entire half has been really impactful with those shock drones. Still has 1 more in back pocket, but consistently has found mute jammers, electro claws, the Vulcan canisters, you name it. He's picking it all off for free, including mirror windows, let's not forget.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job of burning his way through that utility. Now then, mid-floor is in the control of Reject here. Gets himself another. Surely not. No, he's not going to get away with the mirror window as well. That would have been a step too cheeky, giving it the 180 spin through the wall to shoot out the canister was just a step too far. But Monte is established down in Freezer. He's going to be feeding a lot of information here. Taki actually brings himself to the bottom of laundry stairs. Can potentially put those smoke canisters down, as you say. It's going to make it difficult for Heady to challenge onto him, but with that mirror window and that slight advantage of the black glass facing towards laundry, he can peek at a moment's notice, and without them being aware, 40 seconds left to go, and Reject don't really have any sight control here as Demic gets the opener onto Salty.
That's the Monty gone as well. That's the one pick you really didn't want to be losing here. They do lose the impacts, not that it matters all that much. They've got themselves in a good position, but you're looking towards the smokes that can come out, and they are just not working in their favor. Taki's got to do it all by himself here. Smokes out the mirror window, sees 1 man behind it, and finds the head as well. C4 going to be rendered absolutely useless. Now it's Smokes off towards the rotate. Waiting here as well, but Demic, he stepped across for a little swipe himself and got put on his backside. 2 kills will come out for Talon, make it a 3rd. They completely shut down Reject in the basement, who just felt a little bit scattered and divided there, to be honest with you, Tim, on the attack.
It's honestly starting to look like Reject might have made a little bit of a mistake in the map selection here, bringing us to Oregon. They just seem off the pace. Des is the top and bottom of it, whilst Talon have really stepped up to Oregon. I know that Fresh said before that both teams have struggled on this map, but honestly, you show me this Talon performance and I'm looking at it thinking they're not too bad on Oregon, to be honest with you. It looks like some work has been put in to resolve that, and that's why they're obviously leaving it active in the map pool. You know, am I saying that they would necessarily come in and do this against Cyclops or a better team? You know, I think Reject are assisting a little bit in that they're not applying pressure, they're not getting control of site, they're not winning gunfights, but Talon are making it difficult for them to do that, and they by contrast are winning their fights. Every opportunity Talon get for a kill, they're taking it at the minute, and they're looking good on Oregon.
I think they are looking good, but a lot of it, we've got to look at how Reject have attacked, for example. That last round, especially for me, was a little bit of a weird one. Most teams I can think of around the world, especially in international competition, would see you dropping back to site after 60 seconds and go, great, we can really bully you now. And Reject did kind of do that. They got rid of all the utility using the shock drones. They made it as easy as walk in as a unit, take some gunfights, and you'll be in a great spot. They had smokes for the mirror windows. They had the glass, for example. And although with the glass, they did find a kill and a down, it started out well. The other members just fell apart by themselves, so I don't want to take it away from Talon. They're up 3-1, they're playing all right. It's not really a big complaint against them, but Reject are not attacking as a unit the way that we've seen them do historically.
Salty is going to be moving immediately towards rear stage tower. Last time around, we had Canos playing in and around that area. It's obviously something this time Reject want to address. As I suggested that they could have done previously, this time they're going to move straight into that basement level. And Canos, unless he moves very quickly here, is going to find himself completely cut off. He needs to get himself down kitchen corridor and out of dodge realistically before Sledge moves up those stairs from basement.
Does indeed, yeah. Going to a spot where, again, there's this dance around Big Tower. We've spoken about it so many times. It looks like it's going to happen all over again. Canos did waste about 2 minutes last time, but then Salty equally probably felt, you know, you feel like you're wasting my time. I'm just wasting yours. You've got that critical C4 in back pocket that I simply don't care about. Salty with a cheeky little zap there from the window as well, which Heady finally clocks onto and takes out the window.
Just seems a little bit pointless, in honesty. The Samcams, they do have, you know, one shot. You've done an absolute tickle of damage there and lost the cam. That could be a bit of information. You know, the information's always going to be more vital. But, hey ho, it was on a barricade. You know, you smash that out.
You know it's going to be gone. Anyway. Yeah.
It's not the end of the world, but I just feel like, I don't know. I don't understand it. Anyway, you know, we're a minute and a half into the round. We're halfway through here. Reject, again, God, there's not Tim. Really, and this is a key word, not disrupting the defenders at the moment. There's nothing that Talon are having to move because of. Reject are not forcing them out of any position yet.
Thing is, Tim, I've just saw the number of C4s in the back pockets of Talon. They've got 4 in this round as well, so really heavily.
There's a few.
Just a few, Tim. Yeah, just a tickle. They've got quite a lot of denial to play around here alongside the smoke as well, so you can see what they're trying to go for. Probably preferring to try and avoid direct engagements with members of Reject. For now, at least having the floor taken out underneath them. They've had nades coming in from below, and Canos is going to capitalise. Ignored inside of the tower and manages to work his way down green. Window gets a trade, but there's the first C4 kill we're looking for. Still 2 more in back pocket, plus a smoke canister. It's not looking good for Windows, stuck in a 1v4.
Not at all. He's going to be just lurking around underneath, trying to find anybody that he can. But I come back to that word that I already used, and it's disruption. He exposes himself too much. Canos manages to get the kill. And if it was going to be anybody, Des, to prove my point, it was Canos! Not disrupting Talon at all in their defense. Canos stops out in Big Tower. Nothing is done about him realistically. He's not forced back to site, being the key goal there for those roamers. If you're on a roam clear, you either kill or you force them back to site. Canos wasn't. He was stood in the middle of the map at the end of the round as he was doing whatever he wanted to. No disruption there from Reject, and Talon taking full advantage of that mistake. Canos getting a double in the round, you know, opening things up with the first kill, finishing them off with the last, and that just, for me, punctuates the problem for Reject on the attack. Not taking map control and not disrupting the defenders. Just, they can play their plan A throughout the round. And that's a big problem because what do you want to play? You want to play your plan A.
I don't want to take it away from them too much because last time round, Salty was lying watching the doorway into Big Tower, or came in more into green corridor the entire round to make sure Canos couldn't rotate through green. Now, I don't know what he was doing in the last round. I didn't really quite clock it. The fact that Canos got past that is a massive punishment in itself. But I go back to the previous point I've made. It feels like Reject are all playing like 5 separate players here. I don't see tons of team play. You've got Candy trying to do his own thing, opening up stuff from below. You've got Window, as we saw, kind of hovering around white stairs. You've got just people all over the shop doing their own thing. There's no real coordinated droning. You know, Tadaniki was focused on making use of the Twitch drones to get rid of things on site. There's no kind of coherent plan, it feels, behind everything that's going on. And maybe that comes down to it being a map they haven't played a whole ton lately. They'd have done their study, though. They'd have got a game plan. We're just not seeing that plan come to light right now.
No, you're exactly right, especially about not playing as a team. I mentioned in the last round, Take was underneath. He was in basement on the sledge. Canos was in Big Tower. Salty was at T3. They were in a position where they could trap him. If he got up those basement stairs, Take, quickly enough, Canos can go nowhere. But instead, he was allowed to escape because Take pushed through to Freezer, I think it was, instead. And that's a problem. Right now, it's a better start. Window manages to get one, but going in without any idea that Misa is there in shower corridor ready to challenge. He's just taken out a drone, Des. How can he get away with that and get away with his life?
That's better. Salty was watching from Yellow Buster and had the cut onto the window through showers that he could not get away. That's the kind of stuff that got Canos back in round 2. It's the kind of stuff that's got the Misa here as well. He has wasted about 45 seconds. He has gone 1 for 1. It's not super ideal for Take to be gone as well on the Zofia with the impacts and the concussions on side. Really valuable when trying to push in towards site, but it's not the end of the world. At least now Reject have the numbers advantage.
4 versus 3, and they need to make it pay. Next thing that they haven't really secured is map control. So I want to see some control over site where Reject can think about putting the diffuser down in a controlled manner. But they need to deal with Canos. He's once again out on the lurk. He's at the bottom of Armory Stairs at the minute, and he is going to cause a problem if they don't deal with him.
Try again. That's the problem with the ranges of these EMP nades, is they're not very large, and that was for the Bandit Battery that is on the other side. Now they've seen it, the Flourish should do enough. 2 for the price of 1, the Banshee gone, as well as the Bandit Battery.
2 for the price of 1, double your funders, but is it going to be double the round count for Reject at the end of this one? They've got 54 seconds to try and achieve that. There is Soldier taken down. That is going to force Canos to move now. He's going to really have to get back to site, and this is part of that disruption. He can't stay out and play his game. If he does, it's likely to be a big risk, if not a round loss. He is staying for the time being in Classroom, but he can't really impact from here, and so long as Reject are ready for it, he should be an easy pickup when he tries to move back in towards site. But 30 seconds now. Reject need a plan, need to get moving.
They do indeed. I love the team play that's coming out of them in this round, though. We said it's been missing, and it is starting to come together here. Everyone moving as one, focusing on the same objective and pushing them at the same time. Much better stuff out of Reject. Talon still trying similar stuff to the last rounds, but Salty on flank watch especially got 2 big kills in that round and just made sure that Talon did not have the same freedom as before.
The problem that Reject face now is that this all comes down to tertiary site choice and performance. So let's argue that Reject lock down Laundry and lock down Dorms and do the same as Talon have done. 4-2 it's not the end of the world, but I've already explained why it's not good for them. You know, any overtime is not good here because what it does is release the pressure from Sandbox because they get a free game against Cyclops then, essentially. So Reject, they need to go one better, really. They need the 5-1 here. They've got to put the pressure on Talon, and that is going to mean getting a win in one of those tertiary locations, whether it be meeting, whether it be dining, whichever they choose to go to, they've got to be able to lock it down. But before they even get there, Des, they've got to stop Talon in the next 2 rounds and level it up 4-4. They can't lose the primary or secondary site. They can't lose Laundry. They can't lose Dorms. And the way that Talon have been playing so far, not always been necessarily perfect, but they've been very good on the gunfights. They've been winning those fights repeatedly. And if they can come in and do that and reduce the numbers of Reject, they might just stand a real chance of spoiling the party.
The weirdest thing is, Tim, Soldier's playing exceptionally well. Soldier, when he came into this team at first, was really good. Young 18-year-old gunner, really stepped up and made himself known, was really impressive. This stage, he's been all but silent. We've seen Misa kind of really be the hero, who I will happily talk about all day. One of the players that I'm really keen to watch and see more of from Korea. But for seeing Soldier on board as well, seeing Demic performing, even Canos is up there at 5 and 3 as well. Across the whole team, they're having a good team performance. So I know we've spoken a lot about Reject because they're the ones that we're looking at for the major here and saying, is that dream, is that storyline still alive? It's kind of our jobs. But we can't ignore that Talon also are having some really good individual performances here that have asked a lot of questions of Reject. Here on the attacking side, though, we've got to see them stay strong.
I've said it countless times, you know, as far as Talon go, you can only play what's in front of you. Yep. And right now, Reject are there, they're making mistakes, and Talon are capitalising on it. So, you know, you have to call it a good performance from them. Kande is going to open things up onto Canos and manages to get himself back to site, full health with window in tow. So that is a good start for Reject here. Message has been sent to Talon, but has it been received?
The message that's been sent is you're against the Japanese team. Do not stand near a window. Do not stand near a doorway. Give yourself a good 5 to 10 second burst. Otherwise, you're going to get run out on. Taking some lessons from KAG there, almost, Rejects. As we recall, the game that I love talking about was KAG playing up against Team 1 back at the Mexico Major. Just out of every window and doorway you could possibly imagine and bullying them round after round and just trying to get into the building. And now by the looks of Reject are trying to imitate some of that. A couple of traps going off behind them as they work their way through here. Misa getting a scan onto one player, but he's already on site, so no big worry. Same for another that's straight downstairs. I guess the giveaway here for Taki is that actually he's pretty dangerously close, so the pair of them have got to be careful.
They really do. He's hell-bent on keeping that angle at the minute, and Misa's going to look to move down these stairs, not wanting to get too aggressive. We've seen the risk of running headlong into a shotgun at the bottom of this. He's not going to take the flash, but not going to find the man, as Take has dipped himself away. Is going to be identified by the Inox scanner, but is back in the freezer doorway for the time being. Reject are looking pretty good here, Des. 5 versus 4. They lock down. They've got their angles. They've got the setup. They've got 40 seconds left to survive.
They've contested ground a lot more aggressively than Talon did. Talon at about 1 minute 30 would be all back in the main site itself almost. Whereas Reject here, up until what, the last 60 seconds, have been challenging inside of Freezer very aggressively and are still doing so. They're forcing utility out of Talon just to be able to get into Freezer itself. And Misa's got to take the hurdles here, jumping over boxes to get himself nice and close. And Window's got a nice cheeky angle down. 2-3 players looking to work their way through Freezer. There could be some freebies to Window here in the last 10 seconds.
He's just peeking that tight angle, trying to see around the edge of the deployable shield, but the kills come in. They're all going to Reject. Demic manages to get one, but with 6 seconds left to go, it's unlikely that Talon can turn a victory here. Diffuser's down on the floor. Demic's got to keep moving, but shut down inside of Freezer. They can't find the last kill, but it doesn't matter. The time is going to do the job. The clock wins the round, and that's going to be Reject taking their first defense and putting us now 4-3. And as I said, the first two were particularly important. They need to double down here in dorms.
What I'm enjoying seeing, though, is that we haven't seen the confidence rocked for Reject. And I do want to talk about Talon's attack at some point, but just to go on to Reject for a second here, I think the teeth they showed in that defense was the biggest statement. The run out in the early round from Candy, the aggression with which they were trying to fight into Freezer, the way they were moving their defenders to actually face in towards Freezer and contest the main point of ingress for Talon. That was a really good, aggressive, flexible defense out of them. And that's the kind of stuff that will give you confidence that they can do well going through this half. For Talon, I think they ran out of ideas when they mapped that level of resistance. They didn't really have conviction in their attacks. The same sort of stuff that we said about Reject. Again, I'll give them a couple. I like to give teams 3 rounds to really get a feel. That first round, though, they lack teeth.
I think we could well be seeing there's a battle today of who can attack Oregon, which is not too much of a surprise. We've got 2 teams coming in, as we said. It's certainly not their priority map choice that we're playing on for either of these teams. So if you only play a map sort of infrequently, or maybe it's not your best map in your pool, which part of it are you going to understand? You're going to understand your defending, because that's the bit that you can choose to set up. That's the bit that you can scrim. That's the bit that's on you. The attacking, you got to react to what the other team are doing. You got to be able to think around it. That's where your map knowledge, that's where your flexibility and adaptability come into it, and that's where you might struggle if it's not one of your favourite maps in the pool. And that's basically what we're seeing so far, it seems like.
It does a little bit, yeah. Here we go. Kanos this time around being the one employing the zero, something that Salty was using pretty much on the attacking side, almost exclusively outside of a couple of rounds on the Nomad. These two just meeting each other time and time again. He sees the drop but can't land a single shot. And Salty still looking for a couple of gunfights here. Despite all of that, once again, Taraniki is out on a run out. It was Candy in the first round, Taraniki here. When are Talon going to respect that possibility?
They need to be watching for it.
They do.
As you said, they need to be prepared.
It.
They need to be watching. They need to have the drones. You know, there's a lot of windows on Oregon, and given the opportunity, Reject are quite clearly going to use them. 5 versus 4 now as Talon continue to try and get themselves established. There's the peak out of the domes. Back out of the games room, manages to get his kill, and Candy manages to reinforce behind him as well.
Yep.
And this is another round that is going very, very well for Reject. 5 versus 3. Attic wall is going to be opened up, but Reject have got the numbers now.
For both, Reject in 2 instances in this round have played a more aggressive, risky position, and then as soon as they found a kill or got a little bit of aggression down, have reinforced the wall behind them. We first saw it in Attic, we just saw it in Walk-in Wardrobe, so again, showing their teeth, challenging for the ground, but then also making sure it's not a weak point in their defense. Thank you very much, medics. I haven't said that in so long. I don't thank him enough.
We really don't. It started all the way back in 2020, did that?
It did. Thank you very much, medics. Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
No, it's Milosh only say it to these days. I need to thank the observers more.
We certainly do.
If only you knew. Pixels up. Pixels. If he steps back, he's dead.
Basically that. He can see onto that breach then. But for the time being, Taki is going to be happy to hold on to this angle, but he might not be for long because there's one that's ready to push in. If Soldier goes in, there's the red ping. He's going to have to react, and he does! Cuts him down! The second challenge might come in from Kanos here, but he doesn't even get him dead! Taki still finds the kill! Unreal double kill! And that's going to leave us now 5v1 and Reject. They look like they've completed step 1 here, which was to level the score at 4-4.
One of my favourite moments like that. It's one of them classic, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me. Brings down both on the north side here. Leaves Demic as the last man standing. Reject with the flawless. Much stronger stuff, and again, this kind of goes back to the conviction of Talon. You get a draw on the player, you have them kind of swing out of sync with each other, taking 2 separate 1v1s. It's the same thing that really let Mowgli shine on Chalet back on Monday. they're giving them too much space, Tim. They've got to be snappier. They've got to be sharper. They've got to play more closely as a team if they're going to shut down these roamers. And please to God, expect the run out. You've had 2 out of 2 run outs or jump outs now. Expect it and act like it's going to come at any moment.
Fresh, of course, not just an analyst between games, Des, but during, he sent me a little message just giving us the attacking win rates for these teams on Oregon. And Reject, 41%, Talon, 27%. So the numbers maybe do tell us.
I was going to ask our stat man, given he's across the studio from me, do you have global stats for the defensive win rate of each site on this map? No, he doesn't. Amateur.
I'll continue my point. It leans into what we're seeing here, and with only a 27% attacking win rate, that is 1 in 4 rounds for Talon on average. So there is a real opportunity here for Reject to possibly steal away one of these tertiary sites. If they do this now, they could be on for a full 3-point win and keeping the dream alive, Des.
That's what we're all about, Tim. The dream factory of the Paris studio. It's what we live for across the
You know me, if there is an underdog and there is a hella long checklist for them to get to a major or SI, I am excited for every step, every tick in every box of that checklist I live for.
The thing is...
And that's the feeling I've got about Reject right now.
Right, I sit here sometimes to tell you being ridiculous and you're like, damn, I'm going to win it all. They're going to win the whole lot. I'm like, Tim, no, they're not. And you're like, damn, I'm going to win it all. I'm like, Tim, they're not. And you're like, yeah, I'm not going to scream again, but you get the gist. You're the noisiest bugger in the room as well, so you can't, like, shout you down ourselves. It's horrible.
Or is it beautiful?
No, it's horrible. Because sometimes you are just wrong.
But beautiful.
You're always beautiful.
You know, we can leave it as a split opinion, Des. We can
see what I mean?
50 seconds into round 9, and we're going to have an opening kill this time from Misa. It's the tertiary site. It's the big question mark. And Talon have managed to get themselves the advantage here, attacking onto Meeting. They take down Salty. It's going to be the Mute that's gone, and it's going to be a Nitro that goes along with him, I think.
Well, here at least is the right sort of idea. Meter coming in through bedroom, you've got the sledge of Demic coming in through armory. 2 of the big gunners on this team trying to push into a very key area of the map. I like it. And also a nice little cross angle coming in there from the Ash of Misa as well. Now, on the other side of things, bottom of white, you've got the Ossa setup of Soldier. So it's a good little pinch coming in from Talon where they're starting to really isolate and pinch in these members of Reject. It's looking much better than before. And now I can just see the outline of Misa starting to move through. One impacted out, but it's a swing. The team play comes in and Window gets a freebie. Canos one back on the other side. So for Reject, well, it's looking a little bit ropey. Talon here in a good commanding position in a 4v3.
It is. They certainly have the backs to the wall at the minute, but the positive for Reject here is that they still have command of sight. Talon need to take that next step. They've got the roamers cleared out. They've got the top floor. They can start with the vertical pressure. They now need to start thinking about that transition from step 2 to step 3, which is, of course, getting map control and burning utility, moving in to final execute, which is that final step 3. And Hede, he's going to be relocating with the diffuser, but 40 seconds left to go. Completely outside of the map at the minute. Candy just ratting away in showers there, Des. There could be a real big moment, but will it be like taking candy from a baby?
Terrible. There you go. They have seen it. It's a good bit of diligence being shown by Talon. So I was going to say they would have relied on Soldier to clear this side of the map, but I think in losing him, I've kind of clocked, okay, we need to play this one together. So again, good close down on Candy here. 2 or 3 players starting to encircle him, but ultimately they find the kill regardless. A 4v2, but the time, Tim, there's only 10 seconds left.
Hede, he's just going to sprint into start and start throwing this diffuser
Great
down.
job.
They are ready as Canos hits the deck and finds the kill. Tadarniki taken down. Nade comes out and forces Window back 1v4 vertical against him. He knows he's up there. If he finds this kill, there's half a chance. He gets a beautiful headshot. He's got about 30 seconds left to do something, Des, and that's something. He's going to have to look like 3 kills. He's being pushed from inside a Meeting. He's going to circle around. He nearly gets himself the flick across, but can't find his man. And Canos once again coming out big for Talon, closing him down, and Talon win in what is becoming a real battle over these third choice sites.
Canos more like Thanos, a 4K in that round as well, just destroying them, snapping, and the whole team disappears throughout the round for Talon. That's the kind of attack that I've been waiting to see, showing that togetherness, the teeth they've got, the ability to pinch in and react to what the attackers are doing. Sure, Soldier was quite isolated when they had 3 or 4 players focusing on, for example, bottom white, the other 3 players all towards trophy and bedroom. Mushroom. So he was sort of the sacrificial lamb, the one where Reject poured a lot of resources into, but the rest of them managed to make things worth. Canos especially getting into some fantastic positions. Reject here acknowledge, okay, boys, we're on for continual 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 splits. We need to change the record. We need 3 rounds in a row. We need to stop them fighting it back towards overtime. Otherwise, the door opens up for Sandbox, and suddenly they really start to charge ahead.
Here we go then. Round 10 is going to be underway very, very shortly. Once we've got this tactical timeout done and dusted, we will be back into things. It's no surprise to see the teams here just wanting to take a second, see exactly what's what. Because as I've kept saying, the importance for Reject, particularly on this outcome, you know, less so for Talon, but for Reject, this one is absolutely huge. And they need now to double up what they've already done. So they've got to win basement, they've got to win dorms. And then, as I say, they really need to get that third site meeting locked down, done and dusted to take the full 3 points. I don't want to keep going on about it, but the importance here is that it forces Sandbox to get at least something out of what will be a difficult game against Cyclops. It really piles the pressure on them. Without the win here, the full 3-point win, Reject don't apply that same sort of pressure. Sandbox can get away with it. Won't be ideal, but they can get away with nothing out of the Cyclops game. So, Reject, your time is now. The next 3 rounds, no more mistakes if they want to take one step on that journey. It's a 3-step journey. This is the first, and it ends in Sweden.
It does, it does. Let's see how things shape up then. Starting out on the downstairs once again. Been the go-to site for both teams, and really, the reason I was curious, oh boy. Oh boy.
Blitz.
No, Tim. It's the head of a train. And trains make certain
is.
sounds when they go for a big push in through basement that I'm sure you're very familiar with by now. We'll see if that plan comes to be, because they've also got Misa sat up here on the Amaru, looking to try and make a play into Big Tower. I expect him to come charging down. Here we go, the train goes in. Nino, does he go down? Yes, he does. Not the man that he intended, but it's the Blitz falling by the wayside instead. Great reaction coming out of Reject. A very flexible mirror window coming out here from Take at the last second. Gives all the information they need in towards construction. And suddenly, the push coming out of Talon has somewhat ground to a halt. They're trying to see what they can find. You've got Misa up in Big Tower now in a great spot to come pushing down, but they're relying on trying to regain lost ground. Can they find one inside a cubby? No, they can't. There's a shotgun on the swing. They get the shutdown as Candy finds a second. Reject have quelled the rebellion. They've shut down Talon here and should be able to find themselves a 5-5 scoreline.
I love Candy's response. What a double from Misa! Just manages to sneak his way in, Des. They know exactly where he is now, but the damage is already done. Reject, they need to be aware here. There is a box in the henhouse, and they're trying to make their way through. Misa's just roaming around site, but Salty finds Canos on a drone, and that's an absolute freebie at this point. Reject let off the hook there, Des.
Just a bit. Jesus, my heart was going. I mean, for Misa then, to get the first kill, I was like, okay, then cool. It's a small little thorn in the side, but it's not going to trip them up. To then walk down highway, one of the main passages of play, in the basement to get 2 kills on site is ridiculous. You're in a 4 versus 2, boys. You shouldn't be letting that one happen. But by hook or by crook, Reject get over the finish line, bring it to 5-5. This is when things get serious, Tim. If they drop another round to Talon, they're in hot water. They start dropping points, as we've already said. That lets Sandbox get steps ahead of them and really starts to threaten their chances of that Cinderella story of making it to the major.
No more mistakes. That is the key here for Reject. No more rounds given away. I've got to give Candy an applause there, a clap after that round. It was a fantastic way that he dealt with the Blitz. There was no fear out of the man. He dipped himself back into sight, turned back on for the engagement, got himself the kill, and it was, you know, very well played to prevent what can be a devastating rush. We've seen it used and successful a number of times of clearing elbow out, but it was very well held by Candy, and it just allowed Reject that platform to build the rest of the round from. So we move into round number 11. It's going to be top floor. We're guaranteed of all 12 as the score is tied up at 5-5, and we might be guaranteed just a few extra in what is becoming a real nail-biter of a matchup here on Oregon. It's really both teams giving absolutely everything they've got for the full 3 here, and it's, I get a feeling, all going to come down to meeting potentially.
What a place for it to end as well if it really did get there. Talon, though, aren't yet done with their tricks and their shenanigans. Looking at that lineup in this round, the Amaru stays put. The Glaz is a new addition for them. Of course, we saw it coming out of Take earlier in the game. And that Ying that I spoke about earlier on, it's here. And on the other side, Tim, there's no Warden. Those two normally go together like peas in a pod. Defenders will run Warden round after round after round, just in case you do see something like a Ying coming out. I say that, Henny was almost done for then. And here we go. Soldier wants in. Have they got the support of a Ying, though, as more and more smokes come through? Yes, they do. It's now or never. Surely in he goes. Yes, he is, but can he find any kills? Going straight in for a plant. Smokes are still raining through as Demica's got the longer angle. They've managed to pull an absolute blinder here, Tim, and can get themselves out of the map as well. They've pulled off an absolute heist.
Talon might just have made Reject's journey a lot more difficult. It's 4 versus 3. Tadaniki opens up the wall, but he's going to find himself in a Claymore, and Reject are just summarily cut down one after the other in what is an unbelievable Talon round with a brilliant post-plant setup. They were ready for this, and they've got the answer to every question that's been asked of them. The diffuser down, time ticking by. Salty goes for one, cannot find it as Misa shuts him down. And that's going to be Talon taking us to a guarantee of overtime, and things yet might go from bad to worse for Reject.
Like I say, imagine if on the same day we have DWG KIA and Reject starting to miss out. It all but locks Cyclops and Sandbox in at the very top, because also Fnatic didn't have a good start to the day against Sandbox. Woo! What a day to turn things upside down in APAC North. I love that attack overall, though. It felt a little bit chaotic at the start, just dumping everything in through a single window, because you start asking the question, did the defenders just swing? Did they smoke? Did they C4? Sure, they really could have tried, but Misa found himself with 3k in the round as well. The Claymore coming out, he got a kill inside of the walk-in wardrobe just before that, and of course got the closing 1 versus 1. Another fantastic round, and one of the stronger performances we've seen from Misa overall. Normally a player that we've said several times we've seen playing on things like Smoke, kind of being regarded for his support play. But here he's being given a little bit more agency on an Ashe, not strictly playing hard entry, but getting more involved in rounds, and look at the results. Again, such a young talent that people need to keep an eye on. He will be one of the stars of Korean Siege next year.
Here we go then. I'm just having a look in the background at the points, because obviously Cyclops play in the next game, last game of the day against Spear. There is, I'm not going to say concrete, so don't quote me on this, because it's not decided yet, because Cyclops need to play Fnatic. But for argument's sake, if Talon win this, given the results today, if Cyclops then go and win their game, they are all but qualified for the major. It puts them 14 points, and the only other team other than second place would be Fnatic, who could catch them. Fnatic are currently on 8, so they could only tie level, so it would come to the head-to-head then, and obviously require results from Sandbox and stuff as well. So it's almost, you know, you're pretty much done at that point if you're Cyclops. So and it would rely on them losing both remaining games. So Cyclops may well just be looking on at this result as well and rubbing their hands, thinking, you know, this really gives us an opportunity to take the pressure off in our last game of the day against Spear.
It does, massively, yeah. God. I didn't even think about the outcome of the next game as well, because I think if they win they go to 14 points or so, right? Back to the top.
Yeah.
Sandbox 12.
It's 6 points clear, so it then comes down to, you know, if Cyclops get anything next week, we can't confirm them because Fnatic have to play them yet, and you know, head-to-heads and things come into it. But if Cyclops basically get anything against Sandbox, then it's done. That's it, they're qualified. So it literally does put them that one step away, and one step away as Soldier manages to take down Candy. Take fans cannot elsewhere in the map, and that leaves us 4 versus 4 as Reject just managed to keep clinging on here. Tadaniki managing to find Hedy outside of the map, 4v3.
Really good stuff again. Take and Tadaniki, despite being in a spot where they're on the edge of losing here, are still going hyper-aggressive. Swings out white window, swings out double doors. It is coming back in equal measure, but generally attackers are the ones that lose out. When the numbers start stacking up against you, the defenders are happy. Their utility's already been put down. They don't need a perfect 5-man composition to pull off the ideal execute. They can set things up much more flexibly. So this is only really starting to hurt Talon here as well. What? Another one as well? That's 3 in a row where they've gone aggressive massive on swings or potential runouts here. Misa losing out uncharacteristically in the 1 versus 1 means that Reject may have done enough. But Soldier, we spoke about the kind of game that he's having earlier on, has no idea where he just almost got shot from. Might find another, finds his man, now looks for the last as well. Expected a swing. If he wins this one now, he puts a massive stake into the chest of Reject and really starts to damage their ambitions. Window trying to bait it out as well, pulls him off the plant temporarily. The smoke coming in, but it's a stealth flash, not the kind of thing you want in the last 30 seconds, my son. He's trying to bait it out, Tim, but you can just see Window on about 1 HP. It's a bullet or two between the pair of them here that could end everything.
It really is so close in terms of the hit points. Window, he's just going to take a spray through the wall. Soldier, once again, just trying to tickle that diffuser, just trying to bait it out with the sound, but the time is ticking down, and there is going to come a point where he has to stick it. He's going for the kill. He's moving. He knows that he's there. Who wins the gunfight? Window wins the gunfight, and he's going to send Reject into overtime, Des.
Of course he is. Of course he is. The thing is, even if they win in overtime here, yes, Window, I'm kind of with you on that one. Even going into overtime, getting 2 points would still be a massive opportunity for them. It doesn't write them off. It makes things tighter, of course, and gives Sandbox and potentially Cyclops, should they lose the next game, a better chance to escape. But it keeps things tight, and that's what makes it so exciting.
Basically, you know, to put the figures on it in terms of Reject making the major, if they get 2 points here and win their last 2 games, Sandbox have to secure at least 3 points from their final 2, which is Cyclops and DWG KIA. You know, can you honestly say, I know DWG KIA haven't been great. I know they've not been fantastic the last few weeks, but can you honestly not see a world where it's possible that Cyclops and DWG KIA both beat Sandbox? You know, yes, of course it's absolutely possible. So Reject really fighting hard to keep the dream alive here. There are a lot more stars that need to align for them. The first one for me is a full 2 points here. I think if they drop that, if Talon get the win, I think there's too much flexibility for Sandbox at that point.
Okay, let's see how it goes now. Everything resets. Reject, they stay on the defensive side, favouring them given the 4-2 halves that we have seen going in favour of the defenders. But we never know what kind of madness Talon could pull out. We saw it in the previous round, well, I think it was round 11, sorry, with the crazy rush that we had come bursting in through that satellite window in towards site. The plant going down from Soldier. They're capable of absolute madness. And if you're going to pull it out, now feels like the sort of time.
The plot does thicken a little bit, Des, because we've got to remember, and obviously, you know, there's a lot of factors come into it, but Reject have the head-to-head against Sandbox. They beat them back in Playday 1, 7-5. So even, you know, leveling up on points might not be enough for Sandbox. So that, you know, puts a slight edge back in Reject's
It changes around the world. What's the order of preference for deciding tiebreakers? Is it head-to-head first or round if first?
I would want to check on that before I start locking into it,
I will
to be
check.
honest.
It's on Liquipedia, so I'll have a quick look.
But have a look. I think it's head-to-head for APAC, if I remember rightly, from stage 2.
Yeah, there was one region was flipped compared to the others, and it really threw me. And I was just like, okay, brilliant.
Soldier is going to kick things off with a kill onto
head-to-head
Talaniki. There you go. So that just gives a little bit more wiggle room for Reject. Basically what it does, because Reject have got that head-to-head, unless there's a third team on the same number of points, it gives them an extra point, essentially, because Sandbox have to get more points than them. The same isn't going to be enough. So that leaves it here. If they can get a 2-point win, very quick maths, it will leave Sandbox still needing 4 points from 2 games to guarantee things. Being so long as somebody else doesn't get onto the same amount of points as well. There's a lot to go at. There's a lot of possibilities here, but Reject still, you know, looking in with a possibility, but it's not a good start for them. They've lost the KIA. They're 5 versus 4, 1 minute 10 left to go, but it's their best site, Des. We've seen them win it twice already. They're going to have to lock it down a third time, though.
Trying to find the Electroclaw here, which normally is on the left, so top left of the screen. Can you not, dude? It's on there. Look up. It's on the extractor unit. He's missed it. He's going to leave the hatch reinforced as a result as well. I'm not sure how he missed that one, but it does mean they won't be able to get that open so easily, and Nade will have to come tumbling down. They'll have to push in through Freezer and then check it themselves with their faces, which normally isn't a great way to go about living too long in Siege, admittedly. Here, though, Tim, we're already into the last 40. They've got the numbers advantage. They are taking things slow, but I'm worrying if it's potentially a little bit too slow.
It certainly could be. They're going to have to get explosive at some point and go in and start finding kills. Salty, he's going to be pushed back into Highway. That's going to give them a little bit of access in towards Pillars. Misa takes the opportunity. He doesn't need asking twice. He's going to get himself in there and just take that ground. Soldier hasn't made any progress inside of Freezer yet. Misa is aware that there's one on the hard left, manages to find his man. 5 versus 3, 10 seconds left to go. They need to start thinking about getting this diffuser down. The kills are coming in, the bodies are dropping, and it is going to be Talon who take the round. Advantage in overtime goes to them, and Des, they're defending next.
Oh boy, they've done it. They've cracked the attack. That's what you wanted. I mean, I was going to say, I wanted Fresh to give me the results of the global defensive rates for that downstairs site, because I know many regard it as one of the hardest sites to attack in the game. Why wouldn't it be? There's no soft floor and you can't open up any real verticals except a couple of hatches, and you've got to kind of often push down through single doorways, like Freezer Door, for example, down a narrow staircase when you're coming into Laundry. It's just a really hard site to attack into in general. To get a win there already is absolutely huge. If it does go through to 15, Talon can go a little bit crazy and pull out some other mad strat coming in on the top floor, which will probably be where Reject's head. I don't know if they'll try downstairs again a second time. We'll see as we get into it. For now, though, Reject have got to try and crack the downstairs, which, as we've seen already, is a real tough task. They have yet to do it in this game.
This could be our final round on Oregon. I think everybody at home, much like me, is probably hoping that it's not. And that's not because I want Reject to win. I don't really care who wins this one, because what they have done is deliver a fantastic game of Siege. It's been entertaining, it's been edge of the seat stuff, and I just want to see a couple more rounds of it. If we can go all the way to 15, it really will pile the intensity on that last round. But I've got to say, Talon defended very well against this Reject attack, and so Reject, they're really going to have to overturn the odds here if they want to take us the full distance. We've got the Monte on the cards again. I don't think it's unfair for me to say, Des, it did nothing last time.
No, this is what makes me a bit nervous, is it hasn't really felt impactful in the game overall. And one thing about Salty, back in Stage 2 when Reject was still kind of figuring things out, even in Stage 1 when they were losing all the time, Salty was there kind of How did that get blown out? The armor denies the laser gate. Go figure. Oh, I see what he's done. So he's jumped into it with the Flores Rotero, deployed into the bunkered down thing, and that doesn't destroy the drone, same way something else wouldn't. It is locked in place and it can't be destroyed. That makes sense, but I was like, hang on a minute, how's that worked out? My point was, Salty was the big gun for these guys back in Stage 1 and Stage 2. Back in Stage 1, he'd walk through teams, get a 3K, and really give a reason to respect and fear Rejects a little bit. Sure, they couldn't win a game, but they were taking away some crucial rounds off big plays from Salty. Yet here you're sticking him, one of your stronger gunners in the team, admittedly not in this game because he's played Monty an awful lot, so hasn't got as many kills, but he's one of the big gunners on this team. I really feel like he's better placed on something like the Nomad that we saw back in the first half that will get a couple of kills out on trying to watch players flanking back towards site.
Window manages to get an opener onto Misa. The thing is, Talon are dealing with this Monty perfectly. I feel like they've been prepared for it. They knew that it may be brought along. How do you deal with a Monty? You want to get in behind him, so guarantee it by placing one on either side of the corridor that he's going to push down. They've wasted a minute 40 in doing that before they can start thinking about getting themselves down. Salty will do that now, gets himself into Freezer. Needs to be checking for goo mines, just being cautious, which he has done. The Legion is dead, so no more will be deployed. But with 1 minute left to go, Reject have got work to do here, Des. They've no control of sight whatsoever, and there's a lot of utility left to support the defenders.
Another rotation in the late round, not rotation, but another deployment, late round coming out of the mirror in that case. And they've also got the laser gate back on. They've also rebarricaded things. So that Flores earlier on turns out to be for absolutely naught. Good nade coming into the back corner. Soldier is down. Not quite out yet, but going to have no more part in this round. It's an easy kill for Tadaniki to secure.
Time to start pushing in. 30 seconds left to go. Heady steps up into elbow, but he does have a mirror window just to fall back to if needs be. Salty sees the foot. He knows that the man is there, but I'm not sure that they're aware. Out comes the push from Canos there. He will know now, but here comes Reject. They managed to get one, get two. Can they find the third? The pressure is on from the Monty. The plant is going down. It doesn't matter as Tadaniki gets the kill. What has gone on there in overtime? This game has been flipped on its head, and now the attackers players can't lose. We're going all the way to 15.
I love how both of them have broken the downstairs defense as well. The one thing they really struggled with back in the first half. Both teams just often being shut down. Talon slightly more passive on the defense, getting back to site earlier than Rejects, who really showed teeth and aggression. Talon take now as their tactical time. It feels so late to take a tactical time out. Like, really probably should have been used earlier in the game when Reject were battling their way back in, but they choose now. I said earlier on, I don't expect we'll go downstairs. Given we've just seen it won twice in a row by the attackers, do they try it again, or do they try going up to a different floor here, Reject? Do they change things around? For Talon, I don't think they can necessarily perfectly predict this because they've only got, well, they've got all 4 sites to pick from here on the defensive side. So for them, a lot of flexibility is going to be needed. They'll have to think of things as they drone it out, get attacker repick on the go. Do we see a full cheese style lineup, or do we see something a bit more conventional coming out of them?
I feel like Reject's best defensive performances between Dormants and Laundry were downstairs. Yes, they've just lost it, but I think for me it was still their stronger side. The thing to remember here, and it's difficult for the teams, there is no right and wrong answer in which side to go to here. You know, between Laundry, between Dorms, you've just got to do what you're feeling more comfortable with as a team. Where does the confidence lie? You know, they are capable of winning both of these sites, but it just depends what the players are feeling. If you come away from this having lost it, you can't really go and question your site choice. You've picked a good site. You've won it a couple of times already. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. It's not to say that Dorms would have done. So our last stand for Reject is going to come in the basement. Can Talon overturn the odds again and go with back-to-back successful attacks?
What do they want to do? That's the big question. How do they want to play this one out? We've seen blitz rushes come through. We've had Amaru coming into big tower. No, I mean, not yet they don't. They've got like 8 seconds still to choose, Tim. Calm down. They've got a DKB coming in there from Soldier, so I don't hate that, given how aggressive Rejects have been on the run-outs, the jump-outs, the aggression around the map. I like that DKB gives you at least a little more awareness of what's going on. So that being on side, plus having a Jackal, plus a Nomad, to me just shows they do not want to be losing this game down to some weird run-out or random rat play coming out of Reject. They want full control of Oregon.
Going to be pushing in through small tower to begin with. In numbers as well, 3 of them heading in from this side, so we would expect to see some freezer pressure. Going to be looking to force Salty. Look at the aggression that's coming, Des. They're going straight for the kill onto Salty here, and he might just be looking in the wrong direction. He's shooting up at the ceiling, but the pressure is going to come in laterally, and he needs to be ready for this. He's got the device on the inside of the door there. The Razor Bloom is going to stop him being pushed maybe too immediately, but he will be dead by the time that thing detonates. That's what you've got to remember.
Oh, the drop. I was going to say he hasn't got any support top Freezy. He needs a second person with him really here. And just like that, Candy says, hi, I'm here to help. Just kidding. I'm dropping back towards site. They're both down inside of Freezer, still looking to try and challenge forwards, but you can see the impact these DKB calls are having. They know the pressure is starting to build up and know they can't sit around for too long. So already have both got themselves down on the ground floor, but now a couple more players, knowing that both of those calls have been exhausted, are looking to get out and look a little more busy.
I love the pulse being brought along. It's maybe just that information that they didn't have last time. Maybe they felt that they were getting caught a little bit unawares. And Take, he is just absolute full time. He's got that heartbeat scanner super glued into his hands right now. And he's just looking for any heartbeat that he can find. But he can't find anything, Des. Not even a flutter right now is in front of him. Off goes the Razor Bloom Canos. He's going to just dip out, take his couple of seconds, let it detonate, and then he's going to move back in and take over Freezer. 1 minute 20 left to go. Des, this is going to be an explosive finish.
Oh, I can just feel it already. It's not going to be pretty. As I mentioned as well, 3 shields on the side of Reject just to really triple down on things here. All the utility still left in the back pocket of Talon as well have gone about their clear, only using a couple of calls, a couple of air jabs and 1 Jackal trap. They've got all the nades in back pocket. So to me, it's just screaming, okay, boys, we're ready for an execute. We've got all the tools that we still need to make this work. Haven't strictly got the map control, though. Nothing really coming on Freezer's side. They've got a bit of a pressure looking to coming down big tower, but Talon is still very much getting set up, and there's only 45 seconds left to play, Tim.
Going to be opening the wall from Electrical in towards Sharko spot. And again, that's just going to support them in trying to get themselves established inside of pillars. But they're nowhere near yet. Des Window is still stood in there. They haven't made any challenge onto him. 30 seconds left to go. This is going to be a single roll of the dice for Talon. That is the danger. If it doesn't work out, there is no plan B. There is no second option. Window, he gets the kill onto Demic, gets things going for Reject, and that almost pushes the button. It forces Talon to act. Window, he's there for the drop. He manages manages to get the kill onto Heady, but Misa, he manages to find himself a trade. 3 versus 4, 10 seconds left to go.
But can they get the last one as well? 2 still standing here. Soldier and Canos have got it all to do inside about 10 seconds. The swing comes in and he finds one. He sees one more, but can't find him in time. Canos gets a kill for himself, but with 2 left to kill, he won't do it. Reject take their 2 points and keep the dream of the major alive.
It is likely going to mean, we'll do the maths, don't worry, don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure it means that Sandbox, for safety at least, are going to need something from both matchups, assuming that Reject can keep on winning.
I love
what it
Windows
does
so
mean
much.
is that we are in for what could be, Des, one of the tensest finishes to APAC North that we've ever had.
What a performance from Talon as well, though, Tim. I've got to give it to him. Looking at the
Yeah,
scoreboard there,
absolutely.
4 players on double-digit kills. We have said for weeks they're lacking consistency. They keep on changing their players around. We keep seeing players like Soldier not short, dropping only 1, 2 or 3 kills throughout a game. But here you've had 4 of them really fight tooth and nail the whole way through with Reject. Sure, Reject have got the 2 points, but it came down to 1 round at the end of the day.
It really did. Like you said, both teams really deserving something out of that. They both take something, and they both take our hats off to them for a great performance, and more importantly, some fantastic entertainment.
Oh, it was. Honestly, going into Oregon, I was a bit like, oh, these teams haven't won a single game on this all year. It's going to suck. But that actually proves to be a really entertaining game. Not without mistakes, but very entertaining from start to finish. And I hope we get to see more of that from both of them in the last couple of weeks of our stage. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, Milosh, Jack, and Ollie will break this one down for you.
A grueling matchup, but it does end up with a victor. Let's have a chat with our winners. Reject. Hello, Salty. We're joined by Salty, all the way in Japan, and Gunboy, our translator. Congratulations on the win. What do you feel this one took to max overtime against Talon?
まず勝利おめでとうございます。今日オーバータイムまで行った理由であったりとか教えていただけますか？
そうですね。やっぱり相手の対応力がちょっと相手の対応力に結構この対応されたラウンドがなかなか流れに乗り切れず落としてしまうことが多くて延長に行ってしまったと思います。
The adaptation from Talon kind of brought up us not to secure rounds and kind of brought us to the overtime.
Now, you get 2 points out of this matchup. You had been tied for Cyclops, but you're right below them at 10 points. And next Playday, you're going up against FAF Gaming, another team that you know very well, competition in Japan League. What do you think you can kind of take away from today's game to learn for our next match?
今回、2ポイント獲得して、今暫定、3位という形にはなるんですけれども、次の試合、互いによく知ったファブ戦だと思いますが、今日の試合から、次の試合に活かせることを教えてください。
はい、そうですね。やっぱ今日相手に対応されてるって気づいてから、自分たちも用意した作戦からちょっとアレンジを加えて敵に刺さるような作戦に切り替えてラウンドを取っていくっていうのが結構多かったので、また次のファブ戦でもその辺のアドリブ力を磨いてファブ戦でしっかり3ポイント取って勝ちたいと思います。
Today we had so much adapted from them, and it was more of kind of them reading our strats. But if we can be more adaptive than the opponent, it'll be better for us to secure the win next week.
Do you think the map Oregon in this case had an impact?
今日、オレゴンというマップが、特に理由として上がりますか、オーバータイムまで行ったのは。
そうですね。まあやっぱオレゴンってやっぱ防衛がちょっと強いっていったところで、その癖を読まれてやっぱ取りたい時に取れなかったっていうのが延長につながってしまったんじゃないかなって思ってます。
Oregon is a defender-sided map, and we kind of think that they kind of read our habits really well, and it was kind of tough for us and led to overtime.
Finally, why the Jaeger ban specifically?
今日、ピンポイントでイエガーをバンした理由について教えてください。
オレゴンの防衛は投げ物阻害だったりでフラグが通んなかったりとか、壊したいガジェットが壊せなくて積んでしまうっていったことが多く見受けられるので、イエガーをバンすることによって、自分たちが、ガジェットの面で、主導権握れるといいなということでバンをしました。
Oregon defense especially, we need to be able to utilize throwables and secure areas, get kills and stuff. But if we can't, that kind of stops our attack from leading to the round. So that is the reason we kind of target ban Jaeger.
Fair enough. Well, Salty, thank you very much. For all the fans out there, make sure you're tuning back to catch Reject versus Fav. And remember, Reject are currently third placed in the region, 1 point below Cyclops and 2 points below Sandbox. So a lot can happen over the next 2 weeks. Make sure you're tuning in for that. Gunbo, thank you very much for translation. And Salty for joining us. Till then, sayonara. Bye-bye.
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 Man down.
Man down. Man down. We'll talk about the game.
We'll go for it, shall we? Welcome back to the desk.
Own oxygen.
You just took a big gulp of air in and went, nope, not for me.
Yeah, I mean, there sometimes it does get, I guess, smoky in here from the
smoke machine.
Smoke machine. That's true. And yeah, that sometimes hits hard. Anyways, yeah, whilst my colleagues laugh at me because it's really, really fun. It is 8-7. And in my opinion, it should have never gone to max OT. And it should have never gone to OT anyways. But still, Jack, that's the result.
Especially when you're talking about APAC North and the fact that there's only 7 play days, that every single point matters. Every single point has more weight attached to it than if this was a 10-team league. That 1 point, and you know, you hate to say it because Reject have won and probably on the balance, I think, it's just about deserved it. But in the context of chasing the major, that might be the 1 point that keeps them from going.
There's so much to jump into with this map. I think we could have a full 20 minutes on this map alone, if not more. Window, our MVP. Brilliant that we talked about him as well in the pre-game. We were saying, look, his contribution often isn't visible. It's often hype. It's often energy. He's often the one that's really, you know, jeering his team on. Today he showed up in the server as well. 129 EPS there, 16-10. A well-rounded performance from both teams, and I think one where you would expect either to walk away with it. You know, it went to maximum overtime. Not a lot in it.
You know, it's a segment that I really like. It's like unofficially official show and tell here on the desk that's separate from telestration, which is where, you know, somebody shows us something and tells us about it. Would you like to show something and tell about it?
I can show a clip and we can talk about it, yeah.
Man,
I want to talk about the attacks specifically.
Go ahead.
I think that's where both teams lacked. And something that was quite clear was there was a lot of hesitance from both attacking teams, regardless of whether it was Talon on the attack or whether it was Reject on the attack. And that is why I picked this clip. You can see a great example here of Take. He's inside a meeting and he's being held from multiple angles. He gets droned, he gets red pinged, he picks up the first kill. Shouldn't have happened. Soldier peeked on his own. Then he picks up the second kill. Even medics thought that Canos was going to come away with that one because he was in his point of view. And then all the time you've got Demic, who is hanging around waiting to push into Attic as well. There was potentially a triple threat there onto the single player of Take, but it all just happens one by one, one by one, one by one. And that's a theme that we saw not only from Talon, but it's a theme that we saw from Reject as well. The hesitance on attack. Okay, Oregon, yeah, it can be a defender-sided map, but not always. You know, we do see attackers get good opportunity there now based on the utility that the attackers can bring. That's regardless of just basic droning and team play. And that's something that lacked from both teams on the attacks. The team play, however, it was there on the defense.
We've seen that a lot from APAC North. Generally, when we went through the maps, a lot of them were showing defender-sided, and I think generally there's quite attacks are having these similar issues no matter what the map is across APAC North.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. We are going to take a quick break, but because we have one more game to go, Cyclops are still number 2. They want to push ahead of Reject and really keep themselves safe here, and they play against Spear Gaming, so we'll see you in a few.
Reject take their 2 points and keep the dream of the major alive.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside.
everybody, and welcome back to our final matchup of today. It's Playday number 5, and we've really scraped through in every single minute that we could have here on the show. Cyclops versus Spear is where we go to, and Cyclops are fighting not just to keep their top 2 spot, but to go into number 1. There's 1 point separating Cyclops and Sandbox, and really, should they just go to overtime, they guarantee at least a tie with Sandbox, which would be broken next week. We'll have to see. That's why this is preparation for Cyclops versus Sandbox next Playday. Let's talk about Spear first. Why not? How you doing, Jack?
Yeah, I was
all right.
Caught
Off in a private jet in your head?
Yeah, I was just thinking about private jets. Caught me off guard a little bit there. I would set it up against Cyclops, and then let's go for Spear. But yeah, let's talk about Spear. Now, Spear are a team that, we'll say this every week, is that they're playing without a roster. They're playing with a roster that was kind of just a little bit put together after Stage 2 Spear, that was then T1, kind of got decimated. Lost Arakazi, lost 11. And realistically, they're kind of finding themselves. They were a lower tier team that was coming up through the ranks and starting to do well, and then everything changed this stage.
Yeah, Spear, again, we throw them into a very similar category to the same, what we throw Fav into, in that they're a team that just aren't quite the complete outfit yet. They're not all there in terms of performance. You can see that demonstrated on the round win percentages there. Mefe is by far and away one of the more standout players on the roster, but it's hampered by a lack of that team synergy and team coordination. But then again, look at what we said about Fav only a couple of hours ago, and then they go out and beat DWG KIA. So really anything can happen.
What do we know, right, is the end of it. So on from Spear, we move on to their opponent, Cyclops. And this is a team that's got a 100% win rate. They're looking to keep it all going. They want that number 1 spot in this stage. And it's safe to say, this is the best they've looked really ever.
Oh, absolutely. They've found consistency in the chaos that this meta currently is. And I was actually talking to Demo last night, and he said to make sure to tell everybody that he thinks they're going to win the Invitational. So there you are, Demo. This team has always been so crazy that they don't know what they're doing. They're so aggressive, they're so random, they're so sporadic. They will have a plethora of strategy, and it fits so well inside this current meta that we expect them, and they are doing very well.
I mean, you can go beyond the strategy and say that they've got the full package because they have big individual performance as well. 3 of the players there rated over 100 EPS. Some 136. You look at BlackRay, you look at Iagator, they're dominating every stat line.
And so, I think there's one player for us to highlight in this case, BlackRay. Let's bring him up on the screen. And this was requested by our wonderful analysts here. So, Jack, what are we supposed to look at and learn here?
I'm very impressed by BlackRay, and he's a player that I used to love to hate. And I'll openly say that, is that I used to love watching his entry, and I used to hate watching him after he'd achieved the entry, because he just kept going. He only had one direction, that was forward. This stage, he's built that little bit of finesse, that little bit of substance into his play, where he now will be, he'll get the entry kill, he'll go and get loads of entries, he'll get loads of KD, but his KD is actually far better than it has been, because he's learned to take a step backwards and then wait for people to come into him. He's not just offering himself up for the refrag.
You're not getting 10 entries and then being plus 30 by giving yourself away.
Yeah.
You are maintaining that entry kill, dipping yourself back out and then going in again. Between him and Iagator, they are both plus 55.
That's insane.
Ridiculous.
2 players. I mean, that's Palu-esque.
That's 55 more kills that I'm getting. Anyways, let's look at our map ban for this series and see which map we're going to go to. All right, with 2 left, Spear gets the final say. They remove Clubhouse and take us to Bank. They start off on the attack. Cyclops selected defense. Jack.
Well, if you're a Sandbox Fnatic or Reject fan, probably quite good news. It's Spear's favorite map. They're going to their favorite map and they're starting on their favorite side. But that's where the good news ends. Spear did try and play this map against Sandbox and got whacked 7-2.
Womp.
Not great. I think you think about Cyclops, you think about Bank, they go hand in hand quite well. Yeah. Cyclops often bring out some big guns on Bank, and I think it really suits that play style where they are given quite a lot of space to operate in, and they can really start to get creative with things. Again, it's going to largely come down to the bans in terms of how it plays out. We've already seen some weird bans against it. We saw a Cade earlier get removed on Bank when Thatcher's open again. So I think maybe some missed opportunities there. But yeah, it's going to be a good map for Cyclops. I think they're going to be happy to go anywhere for this one.
Cyclops have always been happy to go to this map, but it's not actually been a great hunting ground for them. In terms of the last 5 times they played it, they've won it once. gone to overtime in 4 of those games as well, and lost in overtime quite a lot.
All right, gentlemen, this might be all over because Fav defeating Damwon on bank earlier today might mean that, might spell disaster for this game. Maybe it'll be the time for Spear to collect a second victory for themselves here in APAC North. We're going to have to figure it out. Thank you so much, Jack and Ollie. Let's toss it to our casters. It's Cyclops versus Spear, and it's Destin Ace. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Mila. Stop saying that at the same time that I say it. It throws me off every damn time. Do you hear him when he does this, Tim, or is it just me?
I can't hear, no.
Every time. I think he loves it. It's like a parrot. He just repeats it back to me when I say it exactly the same time. To you too. We're going into another wonderful game then, Tim. I think it's a rematch what we had back in Stage 2 as well on bank. I need to go and recheck the result, but they have played this map previously, so no doubt some lessons from last time learned for both of these two teams. Many people naturally gravitating towards Cyclops here. With this win, they would all but guarantee themselves a spot at the major. It's not mathematically complete, but it would require a miracle for them to not make it afterwards.
You're absolutely right, Des. It was played between these two teams back in Stage 2. So, like you said, there's going to be some immediate familiarity, I would expect, of, what's going to be coming along from either side. Will that benefit anybody? Ooh, I don't know. I'm expecting a very strong performance from Cyclops. I don't want to write Spear off, but just given what we've seen so far from Cyclops, all those stats that were picked up on the pre-game desk, everything, it's just too much stacked in their favour for me here.
What I do want to do quickly actually is pull back up the match sheet from the last time these teams played, which indeed was day 1 of Stage 2. The bans back then, curiously, were Glaz, Finka, Valkyrie, and Azami. 2 completely different bans coming in here. One very expected in the Monty, always a target ban coming in against Cyclops. Which, as Sayor says, is an Anaton ban.
Going to move on to our defensive bans then. Spear will take the first defender out of the pool. Kaid will be unavailable for this one. We know the hatches down into basement are important, much like we picked up on Oregon. There's no vertical play into basement here other than those hatches. So if you've got Kaid on the board, very easy to keep them closed without the constant use of the Maverick. But Maverick's dropped off in popularity massively since losing those nades. Melusi is going to be our final defensive ban. Another interesting one, to be fair. We don't get too many Melusi bans, but again, the Banshees, they can be very disruptive.
They can be. I think for many teams, it's more about the roaming capability on this map with Melusi. MP5, really good gun for a start. 3 speed, impacts of rotation, a bulletproof if you want it for the site, for the example. Plus, her gadgetry is so valuable on the site. She's quite like Jaeger in a way where you can deploy the Banshees around the site itself and potentially the bulletproof, of course, and then disappear into the map. Your job's already done. You've given your team that intel-based gadget that makes a very annoying noise when the attackers come walking into it, which just gives the defenders all the information they need to be able to respond, and with it being mostly bulletproof until you're in its area of effect, just forces the attackers to have to burn through some critical utility to get it gone. Here, though, we are starting off inside of open area and staff room. We did see for a couple of seconds there a Ying being teased by NL. That's now been moved away to being an ace instead, so a more conventional attack coming in here that I imagine will focus on getting the quad wall opened up. And knowing Cyclops, that means they'll be putting up a lot of resistance around the map and forcing Spear to engage them early on.
Round number 1 is going to see defense of open area and staff. That's going to be the number 1 choice for Cyclops here, not the top floor, not the bottom floor. They're going to have a top floor presence. We've already seen that they've got an Oryx on board. Irrigator's going to be able to be mobile, get up and down those hatches, just to make a bit of a nuisance of himself. We saw him doing some remodeling inside of the site as well. He can be used to very quickly clear out the sides of those troublesome desks to give you the lines of sight that you might need as a defender. That's an interesting one from Royboy, actually, all the way through sight there. Almost gets his opportunity.
Almost. I mean, here we're also looking at a potential backstab coming in from the Nook that we're so used to seeing, just getting into a key position already. Inside of Archives, you have normally a rotation going directly in towards admin office, as you can see on the left of your screen there, which gives you a great point of ingress to start causing a little bit of bother. You've, of course, got to be mindful of players that are looking to threaten you from elsewhere around the map, and one of them is sat inside of Tellers at this point, so that is one to be careful of.
I'm not sure that Irrigator has spotted this drone out, and he's being constantly pinged here. Royboy is going to get the kill onto Blackray. It's not the one that I expected, to be honest. Irrigator does take a little bit of damage there, but he manages to escape with his life, but still, it is advantage Spear in the top floor clearance.
It's a good start. Taking rid of Blackray as well means the C4 is offline, I believe. Yep, did have the second C4 in his back pocket. So that is definitely nothing to really be complaining about. But Tim, as good as it looks, and the one thing that makes me slightly nervous about is, sure, you're killing out the defenders, but 90 seconds are down, you've killed off one, and there's still a lot of gadgetry still around site that can be used here. Those Vulcan canisters have still got to go. There's still impacts. There's still a C4, for example. So while Cyclops are giving Spear the runaround here, they've got to start working towards an execute at some point soon, and then before they even think about that, deal with the utility that has been deployed.
Sayora moving in from ATMs, looking to get through potentially towards elevators, although he might take the route through tellers into archives just to clear out anybody playing inside of there. Anaton is going to find that Nitro. You mentioned that one was lost with Blackray, but the second was put to fantastic use, taking down Crazy Boy on the top floor. More importantly, that is the sledge lost. They do still have the book of Royboy, but it just puts a little bit more pressure now on that relocation, opening up any angles that are required, and more importantly, not dying from them when you do.
Sure, Mephi's still sniffing around as well. He's been around Archives for the longest time, just constantly putting a bit of pressure down. Has now got himself into a spot where he can work forward, but they've dipped back through and reinforced the wall, so that suddenly is a bit of a headache. That's when you need NL really to get into position to start opening things up for you. He is here now and can look to do that. But Tim, the clock, they've still got keeper barriers to go through. The build still being seen out by things like the Valkyrie cameras. They've got C4s, they've got Goyo canisters. This might be too little too late.
I think it might be. The triple wall is going to be staying completely sealed, I would imagine. There, the impact nades doing the job and clearing the Selmas off. Mephi has to go in to fire through the fire and flames. He gets absolutely ripped down, but a couple of kills coming late for Spear. The clock is surely going to do the job for Cyclops. It was the nick of time though, Des. The kills were raining in, but somehow they managed to survive, and that's going to be round one. Going to Cyclops.
Yeah, the Azami was the last one left standing there as well. I think down to a 3v1 at the very end. So fair play to Spear. They had the numbers advantage. They won the gunfights, but just didn't have the time. And we caught that at about 90 seconds left in the round, Tim. Just saying, look, it's all good that you're getting a couple of entry kills here, but you've got to worry about what that means on the site because of the operators they've got on their team. So kind of well played by Cyclops, I think, to recognize that and play around the aggression that really enabled the operators they did have to get to work. You saw Mephi diving into fire towards the end of the round. Sure, it didn't kill him, but it made it all too easy for the Azami to hit a couple of shots and ensure that he was definitely finished off. Now we go down into the basement and we'll see if Cyclops go for much the same. Knowing how they play, they are definitely getting out and about around the map. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Oryx, for example, even up inside a CEO office.
No, exactly that. I think, yes, I would agree with you. Cyclops are the sort of team to just play this as widespread as they can, essentially. And it's no surprise to see Mephi, for that reason, I think, switching over onto the Jackal, just to bring her along that tracking capability. Might make life a little bit easier for them on the top floor clearance.
Absolutely. Let's see how things shape up then. This time round for Spear, I need to see a little bit more pace out of them. I think they've got the right tools once again here to look for roam clear in forms of like the Jackal. Of course, the shock drones coming in, being able to remove some gadgetry on site itself. And I'm also looking towards NL on the Ying, something they actually changed away from quite late into the attacker repick phase last time around. Here they've opted to commit. And then rather than bringing along a hard breach, look at what they've got. 4 hard breach gadgets in back pocket. My only worry there is if Cyclops can pick off the Buck or pick off the Ying early on, that's massive for the outcome of this round. Here we go.
Touch drone is going to take down 1 Vulcan canister, likely 2 Vulcan canisters, and then will be taken out, but still a good chunk of utility really burnt out. It just, you know, potentially is saving you 20 to 30 seconds if you do choose for that vault and elevator push later on. Mephi is going to be trying to apply pressure to stop corridor, and the pre-fire works beautifully as Blackray finds himself the first to go yet again.
Good bit of teamwork, absolutely. Completely not white flashing and getting to run away, but then having the immediate follow-up as well. This is the kind of thing we said about Talon in the last game, wasn't really there as a team. And now, sure, Irrigator's up here, but he's in a hot spot of hot bother as well. Any drones coming through? No, sir. Down he goes as well.
Royboy finding his man then, 5 versus 3, and not looking good for Cyclops in round 2. They were able to hold on last time as the clock came to their rescue, really, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. There's still 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Spear have now got control of pretty much the entire map. They can start working towards site. They just need to make sure that they don't allow the clock to become a problem.
That's it. And that's exactly it, Tim. But with 2 kills coming in already, I think this is really good for them. They're looking here towards getting this hatch opened up. That's kind of one of the big focuses. NL just looking to plant this one through the ceiling, I think, and try and see what he can get downstairs. Not really the most well-placed right now, I'd wager. I think he said you're trying to look for this more towards getting the hatch open up, supporting that ambition. As Anderton, there we go. Now they are forced away. So it was the attempt coming out of NL, just not quite in time as Roy Boy has fallen with 2 of those hard breach charges in back pocket.
Gatorada just relocating. All defenders now down back on the site. Anderton playing inside of the vault at the minute. The problem that they've got in a 5 versus 3 is, as we see now, perfectly timed, the elevator hatch is going to be opened by Spear, and it just allows them to push 2 or even 3 angles at the same time. They don't have to just lock into a server push, for example. We're going to have a goo mine in the leg there, which might just slow things down a little bit, but in go the Candelas, and I imagine NL is likely to follow these down. Certainly should be doing. Anderton manages to survive without getting flashed, though. Can't find his man as the push is perfectly timed from elevators at the same time. But Des, there's only 10 seconds left to go. It's a 1v2. Can Suzushi hold on? Manages to down one and find the second. What a clutch from Suzushi. Cyclops take round 2 in a 2v4.
Better out of Spear overall. I think they had the right idea. Down to a 4v2 that got swung back to that 2 versus 2, only to get clutched on. So one came down to a matter of time. The next one came down to a clutch. Cyclops so far, I'd wager are counting their lucky stars. The Spear are probably kicking themselves a little bit that they've got this close. They've made the right decisions. They've dealt with roamers excellently in both rounds, but just can't deliver the end product. That's the most infuriating part. It's not bad from start to finish. It starts out super well, and arguably with 5 seconds left to go, it's still looking good. They're just short on time, but got to give it to Suzushi. Real big 2v1 coming out there.
Going to be heading up to the top floor then. Cyclops looking for, I'll be honest with you, what might be an unlikely full defensive sweep here. You know, Spear have had a couple of opportunities there where it might have been possible for them to grab the round, but somehow Cyclops have been able to hold on. So a full 3-0 start for them might just be see them breathing a sigh of relief, essentially, knowing that it's not necessarily a given that it was going to end up like that. Anderton is the interesting one for me. Keep an eye on him. He's going to be bringing along the Vigil, an operator that's dropped off in popularity a little bit recently, but still brought here, able to keep himself off the drones, and for somebody like Anderton, you know that that's a significant advantage.
Which is kind of a shame, really, for Vigil, because the K1A actually is one of the guns, in my opinion, that didn't come off super bad in terms of the recoil changes. To some level before, it was a little bit of a laser beam. It was quite ridiculous, good rate of fire, good damage. It was a very strong gun. So Vigil, one of my favorites to kind of see out on the roam and doing a bit of damage. He's quite selfish as an operator, but very, very powerful. Even now, I would say definitely far from out of sorts, but I think given the current meta that we're in, where you have fast roamers looking towards things like the Alibi, for example, highly mobile ones like the Oryx, there's just a little more strength bringing along a Bailiff, for example, to help with rotates and things like that. They have better secondary utility than what maybe the Vigil does, so I understand it. Oh boy, he's close.
I know, he's so close. Anderton is just on a very slow push here, but Roy Boy knows it's coming and manages to take him with a couple of shots in the back, but let's not get too excited yet. Spear, they've managed to get themselves the advantages previously. They've got the opening kill in all 3 rounds so far, Des, but they're yet to score on the board that really matters. They can have the opening kill in every single round if they want it, but if they don't follow it up with round wins, it means nothing.
Here we go with the Ossa getting the setup done, protecting from the Janitor flank. And now no doubt looking to get one down inside the site itself so they can make the plan happen. The fear here is there are 3 impact nades in the back pocket of Cyclops. Azami with the 2, Legion with the 1. They destroy those shields when they're placed down. So you could well see a flank coming out of, say, the Azami a bit later on, potentially more Gatorada given where he's currently positioned. But even if the shield goes down on site itself, you've got Black Ray tossing a couple of those, shield bound. Suddenly the whole attack starts to fall apart. So it's really spinning on a dime here, relying on these shields to do the work, and they've got to know the threat that can come through from that.
Blackray is supported by Ayagator back there. We're going to have yet more utility being thrown out by Gatorada, just conscious of the potential for that Janitor push coming through. But it's Mephi that's interesting me at the minute, just on the rear side, underneath the spiral stairs. Could work his way up there and become a real nuisance. But Blackray is going to find NL. Suzushi onto Crazy Boy, and all of a sudden the diffuser's down in no man's land, and Cyclops have got all the answers. It's one after another. another. It's Gatorada, it's Ayagator, and it's round 3 going to Cyclops 3-0.
Really interesting where when they don't roam, they perform far better than when they do. And we've said about Cyclops a lot this stage. We've seen a changing playstyle for them. It hasn't all been about this really aggressive roam game that's all about turning it into a game of ranked. They've shown they can play Turtle a number of times, and on a site there that many pros would hate, they've pulled off a really good setup that's worked wonderfully for them. The Azami especially, incredibly well dug inside of sight behind those 3 keeper barricades that we saw. And Talon, I said it was a bit flimsy, leaning in solely on the Ossa as being your point of execution. Everything else was sort of built around it, but not really built up in a way that had any meaningful impact. That's the first convincing round for Cyclops, in my opinion. But as you said, Tim, the scoreboard is all that counts. They're up 3-0.
That's it. You know, we've said this countless times when we look back at the scoreboard. It's not how you got there that you remember. Cyclops able to hold on. Spear honestly, I think in at least 1 or 2 of those rounds, just Spear letting them off the hook a little bit as well. And just, the problem was, there was a part of the rush on the basement that it wasn't really a rush, but the drop down into Vault and the drop down into Elevator at the same time was so well timed. But then the timing was off for the challenge onto the last man in the 2v1. If they go at the same time, they win the round. Simple as that. And that's why I say that Spear have just let them off the hook once or twice. Crazy Boy almost gets himself caught at the beginning of the round, and this is the problem. Cyclops have got the dander up here, and they're starting to get aggressive and play those plays that we know that they can get themselves onto the windows, just have a peek, have a look, and try and get those early openers going in their favour. And the problem is, when they do start getting the opening kills, it's going to be an absolute nightmare at that point for Spear. They're thinking about the Nitro. It's not going to do the job. Crazy Boy keeping himself far enough out of trouble there, but the drone will be gone, so I guess there's something for it.
I mean, I was really hoping it was going to sail through the window itself and just keep on falling, because you can get the C4s that continue traveling through the air, they detonate mid-air, and they can still find kills. And I think it would have found, based on the arc that he had, the kill onto the sledge, but catches the window frame, no kill onto the player itself. Sayora now looking to work his way in through ATMs rather than last time round when it was Roy Boy playing on the DKB that dealt with the Vigils so deftly and incredibly easily, being honest with you. A couple of players downstairs too with C4s in hand, both Black Ray and Anaton with those yet to use. So these players on Spear have got to be very careful when they land.
They're just waiting for them to come in at the minute. They've got the information. It's beautiful teamwork. There's the ping, there's the rappel, and surely there's the kill. Anaton taking down Crazy Boy. And honestly, it's one of my favourite plays in all of Siege Des. A well-placed black eye camera, a little bit of teamwork, and kaboom, an opening kill.
I love it as well, Tim. It's really, really enjoyable to see that kind of element of Siege with the team play coming together. One on the information, using someone else's gadget, mind you, and a C4 from below that fed out of Valkyrie to find the freebie. Really good stuff between them there. And I imagine really for the sledge, as soon as he rappelled in and saw that camera in the left corner, he was like, oh, crap. Even he knew there was a C4 coming from below at that exact moment. But here, Spear have worked their way forwards. They've got themselves down square. Worth noting as well, actually, Tim, first time they haven't found the entry.
Exactly that, and this was, you know, what I said coming in. As soon as Cyclops start getting that entry, things just difficulty doubled for Spear. Their opportunities have been there in front of them. They've had man advantage and they've not finished the rounds off. I would suggest that it's going to be much more difficult for them to do so when they are at man disadvantage. Now then, just having a peek through into the small office there, not going to get any joy. And this is the thing, you can see, you can know where those players are all you want, but when they're behind the hard reinforcements, there's nothing that you can do about it. Gatorada has now expended his impact nades, so he won't be able to clear off any further Selma charges.
Speaking of, Selma's throwing on left him. They can't get the wall opened up. They are stuck on the other side. They're going to have to do this by hook or by crook and force their way forwards. In comes Sayora, finds one, but there's still 3 players standing with 5 seconds to go, Tim. There's simply not enough time. I doubt that grenade even goes off in time at this point. The plant is going down. Roy Boy and one more left standing against everyone. It's a 3 versus 1, and Cyclops surely get the close. Anaton hits the quad, and like that, it's a quad in rounds as well for Cyclops as they go 4-0.
You're starting to feel for Spear at the minute. You know, they're not necessarily playing a bad game, Des. They're just not getting the results in the rounds, and Cyclops are able to find the kills, able to swarm upon them, as we saw in round 4 there to close out rounds, and Cyclops are just looking every inch the champions of APAC North at the minute. You look at this, and I just can't see right now who's going to be able to stop them, who's going to be able to take points off them. I think if they get the regulation win here, they're at least a 9 90% likelihood of going to the major in November. And, you know, with the other results that we've had so far today, the teams that can chase them down have been reduced. So I would expect that to be even higher.
What I'm really enjoying about Cyclops in that round in particular was the change in playstyle. My criticism in the first 2 or 3 rounds was too much on their own, boys. They were losing the entry. They were dropping a couple of members in round 3. It was very clear that Spear was starting to warm into the early round and were very adept at taking out Cyclops when they were out on their own. So what do they do in the next round? They still play a roam, but it's nowhere near as aggressive. There's no one trying to lurk near ATMs. There's no one playing upstairs on the top floor. Instead, they're just extended ever so slightly outside of sight. They've got a camera upstairs to assist. They get freebie C4s. They pull back on towards sight and they hunker down. And what was the outcome? A much better one. It was a 3v1 there in the close, a much more convincing round for them. And again, showing that leaning towards this more adaptive, dynamic Cyclops that we haven't seen for the last couple of years. This stage, it's really starting to shine and come online.
Round 5 will get underway. It's going to be back down to the basement. We saw this in round 2. No surprise that Cyclops didn't necessarily go straight back there, that it is the third choice site. They decided to go top floor instead. Lockers, it wasn't necessarily the best for them, but it wasn't terrible. And I think they get this lockdown. It came down to a 1v2 last time around. It was Suzuki who was able to hold on at the end and just battle his way through the last 5 seconds of the clock, get the final kills. This time, as you say, they really need to keep themselves alive on the roam. Don't get overcommitted to begin with and give Spear that opening kill. They've just shown us what they can do with the opening kill. They need a few more of them.
They do. So let's see how things change yet again, because now Spear are the ones who have the onus to make changes. The first 3 rounds went great. The last one, as I commented, not so hot. They're the ones who now want to change towards what Cyclops are doing. And the thing is, we've seen teams try and change the Cyclops before, but it proves impossible. The kind of old joke was, how can you know what they're doing when they haven't got a clue what they're trying to do? Whereas now there is starting to form at least a bit of an idea, but there are just so many options that teams so far throughout this stage have really struggled to deal with what Cyclops are throwing at them. Here, though, let's see how things start out. Royboy has been pretty hot on the entry himself so far, getting involved in a lot of the early kills across these rounds. Here he's worked his way in towards Logi, working his way from top floor downwards, expecting to find members of Cyclops on the top floor. But like commented already, Cyclops have changed. They've started playing a bit closer towards site here. In fact, already, look, pretty much all of them are down in the basement and looking to say, well, have the top floor guys, we'll happily sit down here and let you come to us.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see which way this plays out, because initially they were losing players on the roam. It hasn't really been that effective for them, but one of the big problems that Spear had was time. Now they're going to have more of it. If they recognise that and they start moving towards site decisively enough, the clock is not going to come to the rescue for Cyclops. So it swings and roundabouts. They need to have a better performance in terms of the gunfights, not losing the manpower, because they're going to have to soak up more pressure.
The other side of it really is that for Cyclops, yes, back in round 1 you relied a lot on round 2 I think it was. They relied a lot on the Vulcan canisters, for example. They had things to slow down the other side. They've still got that here, but aren't looking to waste time around the map. So I'm just concerned that we might see Spear dealing with that utility earlier, which means it comes down to gunfights. This, of course, assumes that Spear can pull this attack together really well. I'm clearly trying to associate the two at this point, because actually, I do think the teams are on quite a similar trajectory right now, and I do want to see them keep improving. But for Spear, again, it's going to be all about the use of time and how disciplined they are when it comes to actually taking out key utility around the site.
The Yokai drone just directly up above the hatch that leads into Vault there, so there shouldn't be any surprises coming for Cyclops if Spear do choose to drop in from that side. 45 seconds left to go and still no direct pressure onto site. Here comes the push into Vault more than likely. Suzuki just pinging out the Vulcan canister just to highlight that it's still available, and that is smartly timed. Ying was just about to drop the Candelas there, but they're going to have to hold on, surely. No, NL's going anyway. He's going to take a bit of damage. Royboy manages to get one. Anaton, Black Ray, they're ready, Des. Cyclops get 3 in a row. 20 seconds left to go, and it's already back to the drawing board on this execution for Spear. But there's no more drawings. There's no more ideas. There's no more plans, Des, as they lose both remaining lives, and Cyclops come away 5-0, and this could be a complete defensive sweep and a 6-0 half.
It could, which I wouldn't have expected necessarily coming into the game. I thought we might see Spear at least get something against Cyclops, given how the first couple of rounds went, but no. Showing all three styles here on the defense side, say a full roam with 2 or 3 players playing top floor whilst defending downstairs. A bit of an extended hold, early roam, then back towards site. And like in that round, a full turtle. They've shown all 3 styles, and Spear have fallen down against every single one. I'd be amazed if they get away with it in this last round. I want to see what ideas they've got. They've tried the Ossa play already that didn't work out. You've got to have a new idea, boys. Otherwise, as you say, Tim, it's a clean 6-0 sweep.
And that leads you into the next question. You know, do we honestly see Spear being able to return that? And I think, you know, realistically, the answer is no. Against the Cyclops team that right now are just on a little bit of another level, it seems, you know, to the rest of the teams here in APAC North. Cyclops have had their wobbles through the year, that much is fair to say, but they are on course to be back at the major, and at this rate, I don't think there's many teams that will relish the thought of playing Cyclops.
No. I think even internationally they do. I mean, internationally, Cyclops are feared, right? You speak to any team and just say, it used to be, you haven't been to a LAN until you've been run over by Nesk and Palu. Then it became you haven't been to a LAN until you've been jumped out on every single round by Cyclops. They are just feared as many because you can't really predict what they're going to do. I do think the sort of sacrifice they've made with this change in playstyle is they are, I don't want to say more predictable, but the playstyles they employ are more predictable. It's not quite as erratic and aggressive as what they'd have used previously, although we've already seen teams like Reject taking some lease out of their book in terms of the jump outs back on Oregon. So who knows, maybe we'll get a full mix, a full flavour coming out of Cyclops, producing a full meal that teams simply cannot digest. Let's see how this attack goes. Now there's 2 of them pushing in through ATMs, mind you. NL trying to get the long angle opened up onto Kanto to give them full view down White Corridor. Cutting off that rotation from Cyclops, who, given they're on the top floor, they do want to be using this.
All over the map at the minute are Cyclops. We've got them down in the mid floor, down in open area. They're not going to give anything up too easily. Mefe is coming in behind the Osa here. There's going to be a lot of pressure onto those spiral stairs, but they need to be aware that there is a lesion down underneath them that could cause a problem. Aya is getting aggressive. Desi gets 2! Unbelievable plays from Ayagator. Just stepping up, getting aggressive, and he's just ripped the spearhead off this attack from Spear Gaming.
That should never be allowed to happen. Looking towards NL, he was kind of meant to be on the support. I don't know if he was the one that got blasted by the yokai. I'm pretty sure it was on towards the stairs, but it was a good team play once again coming out of Cyclops. But a push like that onto main stairs, it should never be allowed. Now Crazy Boy's getting himself tagged out. 1 kill to his name, and it's the one that he has found in this round.
4 versus 3. Spear managing to level the ship at least a little bit with getting that kill there, so it gives them something. But the problem is, there's yokai drones, and Ayagator can just sit cycling through the cams as he is. Bulletproofs, defaults, yokai drones, feeding information into his team. This just got a lot more difficult. The bulletproof on Banana has been taken out. It has been smashed at least, so it won't be of any use. Here comes the challenge, though, and it's another Fagata. And right now it doesn't really matter that the trade is coming through, because by attrition they are going to win this. Cyclops find the last. It's a Black Ray double, and that is going to be 6-0 on the half, and this might well just catch us up for that earlier delay, Des, because Cyclops, they're on a speed run right now.
Aren't they just? I mean, admittedly, no one's going to be expecting to find Black Ray lay down behind the CEO desk. Really, that's where a drone should have been doing the work for you, but clearly the focus is on lobby side. Again, it was another cute little bit of team play with the yokai assist coming in for the push coming out, but that should not be allowed to happen. NL was the one who I really thought would have had cover there, able to catch the double doorway. We saw him get a kill a little bit later on there. I think it was onto Anaton once he found the first kill. The trade came through, but the first 2 went completely unpunished, and really Spear have given it away to Cyclops there. Good play from Cyclops, but Spear should never have let that happen.
No, absolutely not. Lockers will be the first defensive site, and it could well be the last for Spear here. They might only get 1 opportunity at this. Cyclops, of course, just needing 1 round. They've guaranteed themselves the overtime. I'll be honest, I'd be very surprised if we saw any of that overtime. It will be done and dusted long before if this one continues the way that it has so far. Cyclops going to be attacking onto that bottom floor. Looking at the lineup, Des, I was going to say they're bringing along the blitz of Anaton. They're getting cheeky, but no, they're going to swap out for the Ying. Reasonably standard lineup.
Alrighty, let's see how things shape up. this could be that quick 7-0 that you were talking about, Tim. I think given the lineup, you're looking towards the Ying, as you say, and that's maybe one thing that you think, all right, that can see this over the finish line now. They have got to get a clean execute off of that Ying to really be in full effect. And I say that. I think I mentioned this a little bit last week, but a couple of teams have used it more for clear. It forces defenders away. You know, stay and get flashed or back away. It stops the attackers having to necessarily take full control of a room, and that's kind of what they're looking for here. They can see that it's safe, and we've already got Mephi trying to work his way. Ooh, I was going to say back down square, almost getting a freebie through the soft wall. Black Ray taking a few shots, but not being taken out.
It's a stray bullet there leading to the head, and that is job done, but won't be the case. Twitch drone is going to be moving down just to have a look, clear out any utility, but also I think we're going to see some pressure to vault later in the round here, especially with that Ying being brought along. Maybe a similar push to the one that Spear were trying themselves. There's no real urgency from Cyclops to get themselves established into server at the minute. It's, again, something that Spear didn't really push to try and achieve, but there's a lot of stumbling blocks for them at the minute to try and work their way past. Royboy, he's playing in between garage and main stairs. They're just clearing out the utility of blue stairs now, so it might well revert to that server push in the end.
May well do. Much more conventional, back to basics almost, right? Just whether or not they can make it work is a different conversation. For now, hatch being opened up, pretty crucial. That was a really interesting transition away. I was so confused to see an exothermic going down, and then suddenly it's a breaching charge, and I was like, what? Observers are sending me for... God, trying to confuse me. Stop it. It's not a good thing in my old age.
Your old age?
Yes.
Oh dear.
You're not old, you're just prehistoric at this point, Tim.
I thought you were going to say something like everlasting then. You're not old, you know... But no, you went for the insult instead. Mephi, he's going to add insult to injury as he manages to get the kill onto Anaton and a second onto Suzushi before he gets shut down from the hatch. But you just always believe that Cyclops will still be able to do this. 3 versus 4. NL, he's back at a distance on the Tachanka. Not easy to deny a plant from there. He's going to set off the Vulcan canister. They're just baiting out that utility here. Gatorada will be going back in as soon as he can to try and get that diffuser down.
He really wants him, but he keeps going between crouch and Sudoku, so the two of them just keep on missing each other narrowly. A smoke coming over. The problem is these Shumikers will keep going, but Tim, we've said about Shumikers so many times, the range on them isn't strong enough, but it's a bit of a bloodbath. There's 2 full. Gatorada's going in. Will he try and make a plan happen? He's got no cover. He's going to have to try and kill people. He wants to get hold of NL, but simply cannot find him. And with 15 seconds on the clock and 3 kills to go, it feels like Spear might just find their first round in this game.
Certainly will, as the trade comes in. Gatorada does find Siora, but he finds him as well. And that's going to give Spear at least a little bit of respite, Des. It means that there is no 7-0 on the cards. They don't have to face that embarrassment. Instead, they managed to get something done. Cyclops still 6-1, still a lot of match points to go, and still, I would imagine, not a lot of panic in that camp. They're going to be pretty confident that they get this one done. Will it be in staff and open area? Honestly, I think it could be. I'm not sure this is going to be an easy site for Spear to hold on. I expect Cyclops to get top floor control reasonably quickly, and then I think they're going to really use it.
You'd hope so. Well, here at least the roaming seems to be part of the plan with the Alibi and the Oryx on side. I mentioned these two earlier as being 2 go-to roamers, the utility, the movement they've got, the Bailiff secondary that lets them... Well, I guess in the case of Oryx, you don't really need the Bailiff. You can just run through walls. I thought he was about to do it again, and I'm really disappointed that he didn't. But these two will be out on the road, maybe joined by Mephi if they really want to commit to a hole on the top floor, supported by some castles. But seeing Castle and the Azami together in itself is always quite strong, because you'll put down the castle barricades first. If they get destroyed out, you put down Kiva barricades on top. You can just keep on forcing the attackers to have to cycle through countless amounts of utility just to keep a certain angle opened up. Looking specifically towards the Flores, when I say that, one of the big operators on side, along with the Ash, it's going to be in that kind of war of attrition with utility.
Gatorada on the Ash. Full sprint at the minute. I imagine he will be going in entry, possibly on these windows into CEO to try and get this top floor clearance underway as Ayagator just opens up the angles that might be needed into site later. And again, it just gives him that opportunity to play a little bit more of a flex role. If you're on an operator like Buck and you get your early clearance done, you get your walls open, you get the angles that are going to be wanted later on, you can then play with a little bit more risk and get in and try and look for a few kills. Right now, Cyclops, they haven't rushed inside of the building just yet. Plenty of droning going on. Gatorade has actually gone in through the main entrance. Maybe going to try to push in through Teller's archives and just apply a bit of pressure from that side and try and flush them towards Ayagator, who sits waiting in electrical.
Of course he does. And of course, if not droned out, there can be a spot of bother there as well. But I think for now, at the very least, NL, they'll know about him. It's a Maestro. It's sat in the middle of the site. What more can you say? That was the kind of key spot for the attacks from Spear, mind you, where Talon kept... Oh my God, I need to stop saying Talon. Spear kept running into a headspace and didn't have enough time to always clear out the players that were sat on the quad wall. So I think here that'll probably be a key sticking point again. But as I said earlier on, you are seeing this big commitment towards the top floor. Do they just ignore it, though, and just say, let's go towards site, or what? I think they are. I think they're just going to ignore the roam and just say, let's go for it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong, potentially, with doing that, so long as you've got your flanks covered. And you're not going to get hit like that. Roy Boy able to steal his way into Tellers and steal a kill onto Ayagator. And a second onto Gatorada. Roy Boy is cutting through this defense like a hot knife through butter.
I mean, for a second, I really thought they'd get the jump on him there. I saw the player from CAG coming up the stairs and thought, oh, Roy Boy won't know he's dead to rights here. But no, he gets both. That's the kind of play that you want to keep things going here for Spear, who have started strong on the defensive side. Roy Boy's still moving around, seen by a drone here. They'll have heard him at least. As if you can't see the drone. He hears it. You see the wheel? You see it now? Wheel on the bin? No? Okay, never mind. Oh my God, he sees his foot as well. That's even worse.
Anaton sending in the Roteros, looking, again, still very sight-focused here at the minute. Black Ray manages to take down NL. Cyclops are pretty much now limited to the square skylight area, and if they allow Roy Boy to keep poking and prodding from the side, this one is not going to end positively for them. They're thinking about getting a plant down here as Suzuki rushes in, but no, cut down as he tries to move across. However, Anaton, he found to be killed 3 versus 3. Suzuki is down. He's not likely to be picked up because of the time that's remaining. But the plant could go down here. It's all going to come down to Black Ray for the cover. And look at this. Anaton gets back to his feet, Des. It's 2v2. Cyclops could win this in style. It's all up to Black Ray. We know he's got the capability. He's now in a 1v1. And there's about 30 seconds left for Mephi to make a move.
This is the problem, right? It's against Mephi, one of the gunners, one of the young gunners that I keep on speaking about, who's trying to find an alternative angle here. Does he have the read? Does he know? He must suspect something is afoot. Does he see the long angle? He sees him and hits a couple of shots. But who wins out on this one? It's 1v1. Ring around the roses, but who finds the kill? He's out of there. He's got out of dodge, and there's not enough time left. Mephi can't chase him down. He's going to have to try and make this work, but it's going to be a consolation kill. Well, all that he walks away with. Cyclops will find the 7-1 win.
What a performance from Cyclops. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You can only play what is in front of you, and they've just dished out a masterclass on Bank. It wasn't perfect all the way along, but they dealt with what was put in front of them by Spear, and they had the answers almost every time. 7-1, a convincing win, and that doesn't quite, but almost qualifies them for the major.
I think they're at 92% now, going by Strabuni's stats.
Very, very close now.
Again, you're relying on mathematical difficulties here to not make it, but with a dominating win like that, I would be shocked if they can't find themselves picking up more points on future Playdays. Still, though, Bank, it was the game of defenders today, Tim.
Yeah, it really was. I don't know if it was the game of defenders or whether it was the game of Cyclops. Spear just unable to crack it open. Cyclops on their second attack got the round win. Site choice maybe there for Spear. I think it was a difficult one to hold on to against Cyclops. But ultimately, one way or another, Cyclops have absolutely dominated.
They have. And in fashion, picking up the 3 points, the key thing they came into this game needing. And I would not want to be, as we said, all stage long, teams that have still got to play against Cyclops. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you and start to wrap up the show.
welcome back, everybody. And just to equalize it all, our final match is super, super fast, which actually puts us in, I guess, equilibrium with our longest play day by only 1 round, if we're accounting for everything. So a crazy long day, but I gotta say, that last game really proved to us again that Cyclops deserve to be where they are, which is right now number 1.
Absolutely. Everyone looked at me. He looked right down the end of the line to me. I think Cyclops played fantastic.
I think I try not to look at Jack.
You really can't. You can't fault it. Like, it was a blink and you miss it game, really, wasn't it? 7-1. Look in a different league.
Do you know what? Spear didn't actually start out too badly. But in the late round there, Cyclops, they were just so composed. They just, doesn't matter what Spear threw at them, Cyclops had an answer. They were ready for it. Flawless half. 7-1. What more can you ask for?
Well, I'm going to ask for an interview. We'll see how that one goes. It might be a very quick one, too. So let's have a chat. Hello. We're joined by Blackray and Kobayashi, our translator for this interview in Japan. Blackray, congratulations. What can I say? You're now number 1 back again in APAC North. How do you feel?
ブラックレイさん、本日の勝利で、ついにナンバーワン、APAC ノースで1位になりましたけども、お気持ちはどのような気持ちですか？
そうですね、まあ、ここ最近ちょっと APAC で、まあ、あんまいい調子が出てなかったんで、まあ、やっとこうやっていい成績残して嬉しいですね。
Yeah, so I don't think we were we were showing our full capabilities in APAC this year. So I'm very happy that we've risen up this much.
What do you think kept you back from giving your all and showing your strength here in APAC?
今回の APAC の中でその強みを発揮できなかったまあ理由っていうのはどういうものがありますか？
前回のですか？
この先ほど APAC では
はい、
完全にできなかったっていう理由は何ですかね？
そうですね、まあ、まあ調子がただ単に悪かったんですかね。そんぐらいですかね。
Yeah, I think yeah we weren't in the swing of things.
Okay,
yeah, I think that's just the reason.
Fair enough. You just got into it. Simple as that. And you go here against Spear. It's kind of a game you just want to go through. You get through it. You get all the points out of it. Now, next Playday, you're going up against Sandbox, and you're both fighting for number 1 and 2 here in the league. How do you feel that's going to go? Because Reject is sitting right behind you guys, thinking, I can snipe one of these positions in just a small mistake.
で、まあでもじゃあ調子が戻ったんですね。で、来週まあ今週のスピアゲーミングとのゲームの中で全勝しましたけれども、ほぼ来週サンドボックスとの対戦でこれが1位2位を争う戦いの中で一歩後ろでリジェクトがサイクロプスが一歩間違うのをこうまあ戦機を伺ってる状態だと思うんですけれども、いかがですか、それについては。
ですね、まあ、1位、まあ、2位ですか、サンドボックスが。で、3位がリジェクトで、まあ、ここからまた2勝しないと、まあ、ね、2位に自分たちがいけない可能性とかまだあると思うんで、まあ、油断せずに頑張っていきたいと思います。
Yeah, so with Sandbox at second and Reject at third, we still need 2 wins to get the first spot. So we can't relax. We need to be on the top of our game.
Blackray, Sandbox said earlier today in an interview that they were really afraid of going up against you. What do you have to say to them?
で本日サンドボックスがインタビューの中で今度サイクロプスと対戦をすることを非常に恐れているというふうに言ったんですけれども、それについては何か彼らにメッセージありますか？
まあ自分がキルするんで、まあ恐れながらねやってくれたらこっちとしてはありがたいんでまあそんな感じですかね。
Yeah, my message is I will kill them, so be scared.
In game, just to make it clear for everybody. Thank you very much, Blackray. Congratulations on your win. For everybody out there, make sure you're tuning in for Cyclops versus Sandbox. That'll be our second game of our next Playday on Wednesday. Till then, Blackray, thank you very much. Kobayashi, thank you for translating, and we'll see you next week, hopefully. Bye-bye. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you.
Sayonara.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
In-game.
Yeah.
To make it clear.
In the game, of course.
Yeah. But there you go. Strong words from Black Ray, but also some pretty soft ones. It's just, we were just feeling off, and we just found our way back.
And back they are. That's the thing, is they look scary. I think Des actually mentioned it in the cast. He said that, they were feared internationally, and I think they will be feared internationally going forwards. They've probably locked themselves. They haven't locked themselves. 92%. They've given themselves a really good chance of going to the major. Will probably be confirmed next week. Same with Invitational, and this team looks like they're going to do so well in this meta and going forwards. They're like a knife through butter, hot knife through butter going through APAC North at the minute.
They're undefeated.
Tim's line.
Was it?
Something Tim said on the cast, yeah.
And he's taking credit for everything.
Yeah, why not?
He's right, though.
I'll take credit for MVP if you want me to.
Yeah, you can.
Take credit for CZC, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I had a massive game on the... Suzushi was really good. Massive clutch as well.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? And sometimes it's okay to not be playing at your best. And that's something that teams go through. Teams will go through lulls, they'll go through peaks, they'll go through troughs, and it's all about how you bounce back. Now, regardless of who Cyclops went up against today, they demolished them. They absolutely tore Spear limb from limb. And they'll do that against a lot of teams because they played a really good game of Siege.
Yeah, you have to give credit to that sort of performance and I guess being undefeated here in the stage. And, Fresh has been taking credit for a lot of things. How about you take credit for this ratio? And then we move on to the next bit of our show, which is to talk about our... Now, come on, just give me one.
There's a lot of -1s in chat right now.
No, there isn't. They're all +1s because you like...
El Milosh.
There you go. Come, I take L's all the day. It's okay. Anyways, let's take a look at what our Playdate looked like. Just as the patch is rolling out in 5 minutes. There it is. Sandbox versus Fnatic was our first game, and it went Sandbox's way. We'll have to wait up for next Playdate to see how this dynamic will shift specifically for Sandbox as they play CAG. DWG KIA versus FAF. That's a big surprise. 8-7 win for FAF Gaming. Honestly, that was incredible. I don't even know how to describe it. 8-7 Reject versus Talon. Another late matchup for the day. And finally, Cyclops rolling over Spear to end the last game. Really on time. Not gonna lie, there's no two ways around it. Move on from our schedule to our rankings for this Playday. And here is what they look like. Cyclops at 14, Sandbox at 12, 9 points for Reject, 8 points for Fnatic, 7 for DWG KIA, 4 for Talon, 3 for Spear, and 3 for FAF Gaming. That's how it all looks like here in APAC North. Remember, the top 2 is where you need to be because these are the only 2 teams that will make it to the major in Sweden. From rankings, we go to our schedule for our next Playday. Here it is. Our first match is Fnatic versus Sandbox, which we went through today, so that would be a bit odd to repeat it, but we will. We won't. No, we're going to bring up Day 6. Which is Spear. No. We're not going to do it again.
I think Damwon might want to replay today.
Please don't let us replay Damwon against FAF.
Spear versus Damwon is the first matchup for Playday number 6. Cyclops versus Sandbox is game number 2, which I assume will be match of the day. FAV versus Reject is game 3, and finally Talon versus Fnatic will round out day number 6, which is the penultimate Playday here in APAC North. Once that's done, it's only Playday 7, and who knows, maybe we'll need DWG KIA versus Sandbox to decide who makes it to the major. But then again, we got Cyclops versus Fnatic earlier on, and we have Reject versus Spear, which Reject can also be farming points off of. Who knows how it'll go? You'll have to tune in to check it all out. I turn to my beautiful casters, to Des and Ace the Pirate. Ace, can you hear us?
Oh, I can.
Tim, I really miss you.
I miss you all too. Yeah, it's not the same being sat at home here in the little office and everything. I miss the banter. I miss the walks back and forward from the studio. Yeah, it's a
Walking
shame
gang is not the same without you.
No.
Anyways, how you feeling over there? What do you feel about the games today?
I love the games today, and if I look at APAC North Stage 3 as a whole, more so, I think it's one of the closest that we've ever had for qualification for the major for that second place. If you remember, in stage 2, the last Playday didn't really mean anything. We, obviously on a whole year scale it did, but everything was locked in by the final Playday. So we turned up already knowing who was going to go to the major. I'm not sure that's going to be the case this time. I think this could go right down to the wire for that second place.
If I'm pedantic, because there's now only 2 spots, it's always going to feel far tighter than maybe it would have historically, right?
It does. Well, not necessarily tight. No, it can be wrapped up a lot easier, is the point. If you get 2 teams that have a good run, it gets wrapped up really quickly. That's what happened in stage 2. But this time, honestly, I think it's going to the last Playday.
He is sat down. Tim, how do you feel about Damwon KIA? That's gotta hurt. Oh, it's gotta hurt.
I told you already. He is the Simpsons meme. He's like wearing his Damwon KIA jersey. He's Homer Simpson that's backed into the bush, and he's come out in a reject jersey now. That's him. Like through
How do I feel about who? No, I'm joking.
Honestly,
no, I look at it and I just think, what has happened to them? The big problem for me with Damwon KIA is I always love them so much because they were so much fun to watch, and I feel like they've lost that energy a little bit, and with it, they've lost the results.
Derry, how do you feel about our next Playday?
I missed the games that were on next Playday, to be honest with you.
Well, let me remind you.
Please do. This always happens, to be fair. They're like, which game are you most excited about? And it's like,
Well, okay, here it is. Spear versus Damwon KIA.
No.
Fab versus Reject.
No.
Talon versus Fnatic. That's still day 5. And then Cyclops versus Sandbox.
And Cyclops versus Sandbox. Cyclops Sandbox is the one, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think the previous game of Talon versus
Fnatic.
That's also a pretty good one as well. I know Talon aren't really in with the chance of fighting for the major, but Fnatic are kind of on the outskirts still. What?
Hey, there it is.
Hey.
Jack,
out of those
why?
games, you've chosen Talon Fnatic.
No, I think it's a close game because the other 2 are stomped. So Damwon KIA are going to wreck Spear. Reject are going to wreck
Damwon
Fab.
KIA should have wrecked Fav.
What?
Jack,
of course they should have. I give him 1 Playday. God, he's so
Jack,
excited.
I really have to say there were more +1s than there were minuses.
What, in the ratio?
Twice as many.
Were you checking?
Like 3 times.
Brilliant.
Oh, okay.
So
What I said was the obvious one is the game of the day. CAG versus Sandbox is always going to be number 1, obviously. But out of the other 3, 2 of them are going to be stomps. I think Fnatic versus Talon could actually be pretty good and close.
Spear are going to win.
It might be the first Playday where we all vote for Spear. How do you feel about that, Ollie?
Not after that last game. Not after that last game.
Well, that's very true.
Have you watched Damwon KIA today?
Like, everyone focused on Damwon KIA, but Spear just got literally wrecked like 7-1 on bank.
Yeah, but have you seen Damwon KIA?
Yeah, but everybody gets wrecked.
It was CAG.
Yeah.
Even Fresh and Friends would lose to CAG right now.
It's true.
True.
Look, just because you can beat outsiders in a scrim doesn't mean that...
Don't get him... That was the best thing. I was in a 1v4 against him. Did you win? No.
What's
that all about?
But I was in a 1v4 against them.
You didn't win.
There was a separate point to that.
That's what I'm saying. Being in a 1v4 is not good. It shows you were getting wrecked
He
by
just
them as a
wants
team.
to show off that he was in a 1v4.
There was
Who is this guy?
There was a completely separate point to that.
Yeah, which you never
I
made,
left the room after that point because the start of the point was that ridiculous. I thought I should leave.
The completely separate point was that Kix was playing and Kix casted me in a 1v4 live during a scrim.
So he just wanted to show also casted you?
Yeah, so it was in Kix's team.
Right.
So me and Kix were filling in because 2 players couldn't play. It was against 4s at the time.
And he was casting
I ended up in a 1v4 and I couldn't complete the 1v4 because I was pissing myself because he's play-by-play casting me during the scrim.
Whatever excuse makes you feel better.
Otherwise, you would have won the 1v4.
Or, you were just against some players that were outsiders who are better than you.
So, what
1v1.
What did our predictions look like for today? Bring them up.
Predictions? Ooh.
Hi, Emmy.
Hi, Emmy. God, honestly.
There it is.
Well.
All right, not bad.
Oh, look at me go. 75%.
Look at the socials, man. They suck today. Holy hell.
Do you know who does suck? Anybody that's under 50%.
Yeah, they shouldn't be casting anymore, should they?
In bronze,
I think you need
below
50%. You need a caster license.
I was in bronze for like 12 hours.
You was in bronze?
12 hours too many.
I was sleeping, bro. You can't comment. You don't play ranks anymore.
That's true. Which means my rank is still plat.
See, at least these 2 I can take it from them both. Come on, come play rank with me, Milosh. Come on, come play some games.
I don't know.
I'm not bad.
Let's have a dig.
I'm not bad.
I haven't played for it.
I just have ranked anxiety. Not gonna lie. That's
to
why
be fair, me and you dome people on Destiny 2. That's our game now. That's 2v3.
You have ranked anxiety.
Oh, we were good. Yeah. It's a thing.
Ladder anxiety is a real thing in a lot of games.
It is from old school,
StarCraft.
like for StarCraft. Yes. So
I love competitive games, but StarCraft was really bad for it.
Yeah. So I played Terran and You actually need to micro.
Zerg.
No, here's the thing. I sucked at Terran because you needed to do things.
No, I will.
And then I played
otherwise.
Protoss, and then I control shifted across the map and then just won. So there we go. Control S.
I like Siege. I play lots of Siege.
I play a bit of Siege. Yeah, I like a bit of Siege. Yeah.
Do you know what A moving across the map means? No, you don't.
I ain't got a clue.
He knows.
Bloody Marine Death Ball. Get stuffed.
Is it Siege time?
Yeah, the company's written up there.
Siege.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
We scared her off.
She's out of here.
There you go. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, MBs, thank you very much for watching today. We have to remind you that next week we have a super week. So EU on Monday. You're not there.
I'm not
so
here.
Thank you. Thank you for being there on the most
We're
important
all so
week.
happy Des is not here.
I'm just saying it got moved. Come on.
That's true. It was supposed to be this
here.
week. Yeah. Anyways, EU is back on Monday and on Thursday. And Wednesday is back on APAC. That's Playday number 6 out of 7, so make sure you're tuning in. We might have our first team confirmed. That all depends on how Cyclops will go against Sandbox, and then again, we'll have to double check all those stats. If you want to kind of clip them and put them on the subreddit for some karma, then you're going to have to be here for it. Anyways, so I'm just saying, it's a done deal. Anyways, thank you so much from Ollie, Fresh, myself, of course, Des and Ace, M and Hap, and our wonderful observers, Easy and Medics from entire production team. We love you so very much. Bye-bye. Good
Ta-ra.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
Ta-ra, love.
Meow.
The cavalry's here. It's the only game we haven't mentioned.
Static with a monumental 10. It is Fav taking their first win in about a
Do it. Reject take their 2 points and keep the dream of the major alive. He walks away with Cyclops will find the 7-1 win.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years.